Do Jiao, who was next to him, couldn't sit still when he heard that it was delicious. Before the meat in his mouth was swallowed, he raised his head and asked curiously, "Something delicious?" There is no doubt that the quality of eating goods is obvious. Northwest wind. Tang Qing said irritably. Facing Do Jiao, who didn't want the boss if he had food, he was helpless. Seeing Do Jiao chewing on the oily crispy meat, he really missed it. Take another bite. But seeing Do Jiao's posture of food protection, he knows don't think about it. Eating food in a fighting state is terrifying. Northwestern wind? I haven't really eaten this dish. Do Jiao propped her head and thought. Her eyes rolled around, and she hadn't swallowed it, and her mouth was rounded with crispy meat. It was really cute. Puff, haha. Sister, you are so funny. Feng Sun beside him couldn't help it. Although he knows that his cousin often commits 2 acts, you can't do that. If you want to eat, you want to be crazy. Do Jiao, who was full of delicacies at first, thought that Zaibiifeng was something she hadn't eaten before, but she was not really stupid. As soon as Feng Sun laughed, she had already reacted that she was moped by Tang Qing. Do Jiao was not annoyed. She swallowed the meat in her mouth, smiled and hooked her fingers and said, "Brother Xiaotang, come here, my sister will tell you a secret." "I don't want to listen." Tang Qing stepped back instinctively and said, "I have known each other for so long. How could he not understand what Do Jiao wants to do? Although he can't beat him, Do Jiao knows his weakness. Isn't it just a sheep's mouth? Really not coming?" Do Jiao smiled again, dragging her words so long. Her tone was full of provocative, but what Tang Qing felt was chill. Even Feng Sun on the side was forced back by this chill. Whenever he saw his cousin's expression, he remembered that when he was a child, Do Jiao coaxed the candy and toys in his hand. It's not that Do Jiao lacks that thing, but that he finds it fun, and he has been snatched every time. Looking back now, he doesn't know if this is a childhood shadow. "No," Tang Qing said firmly. The fool went up. "Come here if you have the ability. The big deal is that I don't want to run. How could a big man tell me to go and just go? It's so shameless. If you don't come, then I will have to pass." As soon as the voice fell, Do Jiao rushed up like a rabbit in an instant. Tang Qing immediately squatted down, clamped his arms, and protected his waist. Of course he knew what Do Jiao was going to do. Sure enough, Do Jiao knew he was the most ticklish. In the end, Tang Qing, who could not resist, was naturally the loser, but at any rate, we also struggled for the truth. Didn't he feel ashamed to be bullied by Do Jiao so much? He knew from the past life that he knew that life was too serious. It will be very tiring to live, and sometimes interacting with the people around is the best way to stay happy. Although this is very dumb, stupid, and faceless, can you eat that stuff? Brother Tang, you just said you have a girlfriend. What about her? After the trouble, Do Jiao returned to her seat and put a piece of crispy meat in her mouth and said contentedly, "Sister, his girlfriend is beautiful. He is good at studying and has a good personality. Many students in our class are pursuing her, but I didn't expect that she turned out to be Brother Tang's girlfriend." Feng Sun praised her first. This is definitely what he said in his heart. For 2 years in the same class with Lin Jiaxue, such an excellent girl is naturally the target of everyone's attention. Her words and deeds, study, personality, appearance, etc., make people unable to escape the slightest fault. Feng Sun wanted to laugh at the thought of the group of flower care envoys in the class struggling to pursue Lin Jiaxue in vain, and his attendant Lu Kai was one of them. Thinking of this, Feng Sun decided to go back and have a good talk with Lu Kai. Talk. Let him dispel this idea, otherwise it will be bad if you have a misunderstanding in the future. That's good, Komori, you have to show it to me. If my younger siblings are bullied, I will ask you if I hear you. Do Jiao said domineeringly. At this time, her short-term nature is undoubtedly exposed. At the same time, she was also full of curiosity about Lin Jiaxue. She knew Tang Qing's character. She was definitely not the kind of person who was abusive, and it was definitely not an ordinary woman that Tang Qing would like. After her cousin's description, she was gentle and virtuous. Everyone has a beautiful image in their hearts. This is worthy of my brother. If Tang Qing knew Do Jiao's thoughts at this time, he would definitely give this brain supplement ability a full mark. Don't worry, sister. I remember, I was watching in the class. Who would dare to bully my sister-in-law? See if I don't. give the teacher a short report. They wanted to say cruel things like breaking their legs. But as soon as I saw Do Jiao, I was shocked. As soon as his voice turned into a small report, his ears would suffer again. Well, that's good, Brother Xiao Tang. Although my cousin is a bit naughty, he is still very reliable, and the family is strictly controlled. It is not the kind of dude who has no bottom line. You can move around more in the future. Especially you, Xiao Mori, learn more from Xiao Tang. Look at you, you are all the same age. What are you doing? What he is doing must be a little self-motivated, otherwise, don't talk about your father. I can't spare you. Do Jiao began to be right. The two make a matching. One is a cousin who has been growing up since she was a child, and the other is her own promising little boss. She also wants the two to become friends, and at the same time, she has the idea of using Tang Qing to inspire Feng Senator comparing people to people. She believes that a strong cousin will definitely change. Understood, sister. I will definitely follow Brother Tang as an example in the future. I will work hard, do what I should do, study hard, and try to get closer to Brother Tang. Feng Sun said with his chest padded, but he knew that Tang Qing was the 8th middle school. He was the first in grade, and his score against the sky gave him an impulse to worship, and there was Su Zhuang, a spy, and Tang Qing's performance in school was usually mentioned by Lu Kai. When thinking of this, Feng Sun secretly sighed that they are really a natural match. Both are so good. The handsome men are so golden, and the women are beautiful and virtuous. This reminds him of the childhood sweetheart that made him a headache. I just don't know if there is this fate to become a husband and wife in this life. Well, Komori, if you have this enlightenment, let's go. It's almost noon. Let's go to eat. By the way, Brother Tang, where should we go to eat? Do Jiao nodded in satisfaction when he saw his cousin painfully changing the former. She knew that this cousin had always done things well and wouldn't be too much. Otherwise, according to her personality, even her cousin would not want to talk to this kind of person at all, let alone introduce it to Tang Qing. Go to Tianfu Hotel, the environment there is good, Tang Qing said. Originally, he wanted to go to his own restaurant, but at this time he had already aroused a strong appetite by the crispy meat in front of him, and Li Jiangguo did not have this dish. Don't bother him. He actually wants to taste the crispy meat made by the chef of a 5-star hotel. Okay, eat big money. Do Jiao immediately became excited when she heard that it was the only 5-star hotel in the city. In the past, her family education was very strict. She seldom went out to play with those second generations. This time, it was delicious. Naturally, I was so happy. After that, a few people went downstairs. Although they were a bit suspicious of leaving early, no one dared to say who called them the boss. When he went downstairs, Sun Chao was still chatting with his comrade in arms. Seeing Tang Qing came down and hurried to drive. Tang Qing also greeted Sun Chao's comrade in arms. Seeing that the comrade in arms was very energetic, Tang Qing originally wanted to hire him to his own company. But what really happened was that Lu Gonkai's salary was much higher than his own. Okay, he immediately dispelled the idea and cut off. He is not interested in doing things about Ren Lu, and now is not the time to raise the wages of his own employees. Besides, isn't it a disease that someone pays a higher salary than others? And it's very sick. It is not the first time Do Jiao has seen Sun Chao. Sun Chao showed up at the Tianyan annual meeting last time. Later, she still took Tang Qing's car home, so she didn't feel surprised. But Feng Sun on the side is different. This gives him the feeling of meeting a big family or the children of a wealthy businessman. At a young age, there are full-time drivers and bodyguards, as well as a car that is not cheap, plus 2 companies. And that huge amount of financial resources. This is the winner of life. Feng Sun sighed, and at the same time deepened the idea of getting closer to Tang Qing. It is reasonable to say that the official second generation generally looks down on the rich second generation, but they must also be separated. To a certain point, they can break the convention. After all, they have reached a certain level, it doesn't matter who does. After that, a few people came to the Tianfu Hotel. Tang Qing was recognized by the sister at the front desk when she entered the door, so she immediately notified the lobby manager. This kind of distinguished guest does not need to know each other once. And if you do not know it twice, do you want to do it? This time the few people went to the box that was not the last time, but an ordinary one. Last time I heard people here say that Lu Gan himself and the card in his hand are eligible to go in. This is true. It's nothing, but if the big mouths of Feng Sun and Do Jiao are used to show off, next time Lu Qian and these leaders have a meal, they will also ask for the right to use that room. Lu Gan could only do so. So in order to save Lu Gan, he took the initiative to request an ordinary box. But although he said ordinary, this is a 5-star hotel, and how can the hotel with that card arrange that kind of ordinary box? After that, I ordered a variety of dishes. Tang Qing only ordered the crispy meat dish. The others were all ordered by Do Jiao. After hearing Tang Qing order casually, Do Jiao was not welcome. This younger brother who may have assets of more than 100 million yuan. Why would you care about that little money? But neither she nor Feng Sin knew that Tang Qing would not have to spend money to eat here, and Tang Qing couldn't take the initiative to show off to break it. This is boring than pretending, and it will be very troublesome in the later stage. This meal made Do Jiao and Feng Sun almost unable to walk. Tang Qing smiled on the sidelines and took care of the liquidation. So much food shouldn't be wasted. This time the two of them have really seen it. What is the big stomach king? After the meal, Sun Chao sent the two back to where they were supposed to go. Tang Qing also did not go up and sit down because of something. Do Jiao and Feng Sun were not embarrassed to ask anything. It has nothing to do with them. After sending the two of Do Jiao back, Tang Qing drove to Lu Gan by himself again. An appointment was made during the Chinese New Year. He came to repay the $4 million loan, and he agreed to pay it back after a year. Naturally, he couldn't break his promise. Taking advantage of these 2 days, he had time to pay back the money quickly. He even had the urge to pay back the 300 million yuan in loans in advance. After all, although the money lying in the system account will not generate excess interest, it will not generate any income. The money he earns is enough for trading. In addition to looking happy, it is completely wasteful. But this idea was immediately suppressed by him as soon as it came into being. It's not that he is reluctant to pay the agreed exchange rate difference, but if he is so eager to pay back the money, it is likely that Lu Gan will have some bad ideas. Although they are familiar with each other and the relationship is good, Lu Gan does not dare to move himself. But the defensive heart is indispensable. Compared to Lu Qian, he is still a fledgling chick, and there is nothing wrong with being careful. Moreover, he has not yet figured out the details of Lu Gan. He had been trying to investigate Lu Gan well before, but he was so easy to investigate the gray industry chain behind Lu Gan, and he didn't have any. People who can do this kind of thing can't do it just by inquiring and buying. If there are still traces of general company investigations, there are many ways to find and buy internal employees, hackers, commercial espionage, etc. And even if you want to be safe, you can use them all together, and all kinds of property under your name can be found internally. Employees investigations, but you can't even find the key person for an illegal transaction like Lu Gan, and you don't have registration and registration information. The general method doesn't work at all. If you dare to inquire one by one, you may be thrown into the wilderness the next day. Don't be too difficult. However, Tianyin didn't have this ability and was not suitable for participating in such dangerous events. At this time, Tang Qing once again felt that he needed an intelligence organization that specializes in this kind of dirty work. He just wanted to find one that was not only worthwhile. Trusting people who have the ability to manage this organization is easy and unpredictable. Sun Chao didn't reach this level in his heart at this time, and it remains to be investigated, because gratitude does not mean that he can do anything for him. When the stall is big in the future, he can't completely trust the people who recruited. A gun can let one person account for everything. Damn, Tang Qing wants to curse people again. If he is following a formal route, like other protagonists engaged in industry, he doesn't need someone who is extremely trustworthy. Just supervise him. But whenever he sees the mall, he knew that his future life and the protagonists of the novel are not the same way. These guns are by no means used for him, and how to keep the group of people secret is a problem. The stall is big, pay attention to him. There are too many people, there will be many jealous people, and the ghost knows who will sell him. The thought of Tang Qing's whole person is not good. He once again felt that having money is a SHD. How about his own savings of hundreds of millions? How about his military strength? There are too many things he can't do, and now it's worth it. People who trust him are embarrassed, and he hasn't been able to solve it. What he can solve with money, others can buy with money, The road really is getting harder and harder. Forget it. Don't think about it. Thinking about it. After notification and inspection, Tang Qing's car drove into the villa area. Since he is not a resident here, Tang Qing needs to call Lu Gan to get permission every time he enters and exits. After all, this is one of the best villas in Qingyan City, and there are many high-ranking officials and nobles. Even Lu Gan, a developer, is not good at breaking the rules. He also really wanted to know when Tang Qing would come in so that he could make arrangements. After entering the villa area, Tang Qing exchanged $4 million in cash, so there was another 32 million savings in his account. Driving into Lu Gan's villa, Lu Gan still stood at the door to greet him as before. After some greetings, Tang Qing handed over the money, and the two of Gang and Z ordered them on the spot, although the money was not much, and they had already been established. Trust, but the process still has to go, plainly, so as to avoid any disputes afterwards. The counterfeit detector rang, and Tang Qing and Lu Gan were drinking tea. Uncle Lu, in addition to paying back the money this time, I want to thank you for your help to our company. I didn't expect you to make enough preparations in advance, which saved us a lot of energy. Tang Qing said with a smile. Keep your face away. Lu Gan silently helped his company solve a lot of work for free. He naturally wanted to thank him. Although Lu Gan had a plan, so what? Yours, who is willing to deal with you. As there is a saying, you are not afraid of being used, but you are afraid that others will never think of you when they think you are useless and want to use people. If this kind of person is complacent about this, then there is really nothing to say. Therefore, Tang Qing has never been afraid of other people socializing with him and helping him. If you help, it's a human relationship. What's more, the relationship is so slow and strong. If you really refuse, then the other party will think you are. It's not that you have any opinion on him. Just like asking someone to do something and giving a gift, accept it. Others are worried. If you are afraid of something wrong, don't accept it. You are worried, afraid that he will not do everything. This world is so nonsense, but very logical. Haha, it's all trivial matters. You are welcome. Anyway, the people under your hand are paid. You can't let them idle. It seems that your investment project is very good. You have recovered your investment so soon. Lu Gan laughed. He used to work hard to find out where the funds in Tang Qing's account went, but the 300 million yuan remained the same, and finally he didn't know where he went. This is no wonder now Tang Qing is already his most important supplier of US dollar cash, and he can't help but ignore it. After all, an ignorant collaborator always makes people feel the urge to lift the veil. His question also meant to inquire about Tang Qing's investment project. He wanted to learn more about this organization, but the meaning was very weak, leaving a lot of buffer space for both parties, regardless of whether Tang Qing said it or not. It would be embarrassing, especially this sentence also has a deep meaning. It is reasonable to say that the borrower is RMB and the US dollar is returned. How could it be possible to recover such US dollars in domestic investment? But if this is unreasonable, he believes that Tang Qing will understand. We are mainly engaged in financial investments. Naturally, funds can be recovered quickly. If we invest in industry, it will be a bottomless pit. Just like the current prosperous Tang dynasty, we don't know when we want to make a profit. Tang Qing laughed. Seeing Lu Qian's inquiries, Tang Qing did not hide it, and directly confessed the part of the facts, which also satisfies part of Lu Gan's curiosity. He had already guessed that Lu Gan might have been staring at the account he was transferring money to, but he was not annoyed. Just like he wanted to investigate Lu Gan's reversal business, everyone was the difference between 50 steps and 100 steps. I was angry, so I just leaked it a little bit, which could ease Lu Gan's curiosity, and Lu Gan couldn't guess what investment he made even when he thought of death. Haha. This is the case with industry. If Xiaotang has any way of making money, don't forget my uncle. Lu Gan said. Seeing Tang Qing's change of topic, Lu Gan couldn't help talking about the little fox in his heart, but it was a compliment. At his age, it is also a happy thing to see an outstanding junior rise up. No problem. If we are short on funds in the future, we can bring uncle together. But we must first explain that we will give you the investment income, and it will definitely satisfy you. But we keep the investment content confidential. Tang Qing said. He said this not only to block Lu Gan's mouth, but also to leave himself with an insurance. Although he has a lot of money in his account, He may be short of funds after the insurance is not complete. It is too troublesome to find a bank loan, so he asks Lu Gan. Borrowing is a good way. The big deal is to give a high interest rate. Compared with borrowing money, it is easier to borrow money from Lu Gan when packaged as an investment. Haha. Well, I'll just wait for your words. Lu Gan smiled. He didn't care about making money with Tang Qing, but Tang Qing expressed closeness. Of course, this is not enough. Lu Gan said again. By the way, Xiao Tang, I have a project here. I don't know if you are not interested. What project? Tang Qing asked in confusion. Lu Gan invited him to join his business? This style of painting is wrong, but I immediately understood what Lu Gan meant, really. Old fox, this kind of person is unsuccessful, it is unreasonable. Uncle, I'm not investing in the service industry on a large scale, so I want to open a jewelry company. It is too slow to build a new one. What I want is to directly acquire a ready-made one. I estimate that the capital is still short of 100 million, accounting for 40% of the shares. Lu Gan said slowly, as Tang Qing thought. He was not really short of money, but with interests. Over the years, he has done a lot of this kind of things and made a lot of friends because of this. Otherwise, how can the name of his backer be so good in the whole province? There is a saying that you can make 100 or even make 102 in a business, but you only make 80. Just take 30, so there will be countless people coming to give you money. Tang Qing considered it for a while before agreeing, and said, no problem. When will we start preparations? I have too much money now, and it's really not easy to find any good investment opportunities for a while. Now that Lu Gan, an experienced businessman, leads him to play, he is naturally happy. As for the shares, he doesn't care about it. It's very simple. Jewelry companies, like Shengtang, are not his core industry. What is the significance of the number of shares? Even in terms of importance, the two companies combined are still inferior to the million-dollar company Tianyan Consulting. To put it bluntly, the money is only to deepen the relationship with Lu Qian. In China, he also needs to use money to build a protection network to provide protection for himself. To put it bluntly, he needs to have his own network of relationships. He doesn't want to bother with his uncle, and it is not as reliable and long-lasting as the benefits. Next Monday, you can send a few people to our company's headquarters in the province, and someone will welcome you. Lu Gan smiled. Seeing that Tang Qing had agreed, he was also very happy. There is also a term called risk sharing in the so-called sharing of interests, and he did not suffer a loss in the calculation. Okay, I have a company that specializes in this kind of thing, and then I will ask them to contact Uncle Lu's team. Tang Qing nodded and said, there may be many such things in the future, so it is good to test and exercise the ability of Tianyan first. Whether to make money is second, he is not in a hurry to recover the cost. Oh, you still have a company like this? That's okay. Xiao Tang, you really plan ahead. Lu Gan was surprised. He didn't expect Tang Qing to have such a company, but it's okay. He was still thinking about it. He was trying to give Tang Qing an idea on how to find some talents. Now it seems that he doesn't need it anymore. Hee, nothing more than a little trouble, Tang Qing said modestly. But isn't it, $1 million company is not just a little joke. After seeing that the dollar amount was correct, Tang Qing said that he had something to do. Lu Gan did not keep him. His time was also very precious in the first year of the year. In many cases, it was not physical, but mental, and things to think about. There are too many things to sort out and visit. There are a lot of things about the company, and success also comes at a price. After Tang Qing drove the car back to the company, he took Sun Chao to Han Lung's place. After a long time no fight, he went to warm up. Naturally, Tang Qing was abused by the two again. He didn't dare to use his full strength, but he didn't need to fight again. However, when he unlocked the secondary gene lock, he hummed, he must come back well. Tang Qing was not idle the next day either. Some familiar customers in the past invited him to dinner, such as Zhang Dongqing. Finally, for this meal, Lu Jianhui and Zhou Li also came. Zhang Dongqing and Lu Jianhui knew each other. Lu Jianhui and Zhou Li were also known as neighbors before. Finally, please think about it. Just get together and eat if you know each other. Anyway, there is no conflict of interest, otherwise his time really can't be adjusted, but he can go back. But if he can solve it once, he wants to solve it all at once, and he finds it troublesome. In the evening, Tang Qing didn't stop at Han Lung's for dinner. After taking a bath in the cold and changing clothes, Tang Qing went to Wang Yan's house for dinner. Now the carriage is always ready to prepare a few sets of clothes. Needed in time, like now. When calling Wang Yan's family to pay a New Year's greetings during the New Year, the King Father and Queen Mother kindly invited him to dinner. Tang Qing felt that he was really a bit of a social posture, and a rare day off was filled with all kinds of things, entertainment and dinner. But fortunately, at least these 2 days I have almost finished seeing the people I need to meet, and I can go to school with peace of mind. At this time, Tang Qing once again feels how simple and happy going to school is. You don't have to worry about anything. Just worry about the books in your hand. And grades will do. But people always grow up. People in the arena involuntarily. I really don't know how much personal time I have in the future. The next day, the next semester of high school starts. Tang Qing stood in front of the school. Seeing the classmates who had been lost for a long time for more than half a month, Tang Qing felt very cordial and missed. There have been so many things that shouldn't happen at his age this year. The first time he shot, and the first time he killed. Punishing rogue bullies, dealing with various meals, investing in companies, etc. After thinking of one thing, it didn't make him much happy. On the contrary, there was a feeling of confusion and ignorance. Growth might not be a good thing. He would rather every day carrying school bags to school, and after school, after class, run away in a daze. Now suddenly the environment has changed and entered a relatively pure campus, far away from fighting and business. No need to fight with people, no need to care about interests, and do simple things. Compared with going to school, it is really good to be a good student. Thinking of this, Tang Qing laughed. This may be the lowly trait in human nature. Having something that others don't have, enjoying an enviable life, standing on the top of the same age, is basically a winner in life, but hopes that life will be flatter, and it's really an archway. The stand is a bit tall. I'm getting more and more vulgar. Tang Qing laughed at himself. Old Tang, why are you standing in front of the school, looking at the beauties? At this time, a hand was placed on Tang Qing's shoulder. He knew that it was Li Kai's thing without looking at the sound. I'm looking at the moon, Tang Qing said without looking back. FCK off, in broad daylight, where? It's so special that there is a moon. Li Kai just wanted to slap Tang Qing and found that there was really a shadow of the moon in the sky, although it was very light. Okay, I really forgot about it. It is not uncommon for them to see the sun and the moon on the same winter morning. Haha, let's go to class. Tang Qing smiled, and after finishing talking, he cleaned up and walked towards the school. Li Kai hurriedly followed. Old Tang, have you finished your winter homework? I'll be able to copy it later. I haven't finished it yet. Li Kai quickly caught up with Tang Qing and said. Tang Qing chuckled and said, what did I do with that thing? And didn't move a word. What? You. Li Kai looked at Tang Qing in surprise and didn't say a complete sentence for a long time. In his opinion, Tang Qing is the first in grade, a good student, and he didn't have homework for winter vacation. I wrote it, which made him feel a little overwhelmed for a while. But it's reasonable to think about it. Does Tang Qing still need to do some homework for his grades? Even if he didn't become a teacher, he wouldn't say anything, and he was only envious of this treatment. Who said Tang Qing was the first in grade? Haha. What you are the same as me if you have the ability. Tang Qing smiled. Li Kai, who was run by Tang Qing, also recovered and said unconvinced, Cut. You have the ability to do only half of the questions next time. I promise you are higher than you. So just say you dare not dare. Tang Qing is speechless. Can this request be made by a normal person? Well, you won. He really didn't dare to do that. Hurry up, I'll be late. Seeing another victory, Li Kai happily climbed Tang Qing's shoulders and walked towards the school. Although it was a little uncomfortable to be climbed on his shoulders, it reminded him of his past life and Li Kai. On the days of school, the days of silly life living silly on each other's shoulders. High school, we are here again. Tang Qing resumed his student life in the next few days. On the weekend of the first week of school, the school's monthly test began. There is no doubt that he won the first grade crown, and his grades have improved a little. This time he scored 741 points in the test. I laughed from ear to ear with the head teacher and the teachers. In the college entrance examination, they pointed to Tang Qing's blockbuster. Last time, Tang Qing's results have been circulated among the senior management of various schools. If it were not for the principal, Tang Qing would have been asked by many school people to ask for a transfer. Now, if his grades are only average, no one would be so rare about him. But Tang Qing's grades are average, okay? That is a bit against the sky. Seeing that there are still 3 months before the college entrance examination, the countdown has already appeared on the blackboard. With Tang Qing's excitement, everyone in the class is starting to work hard. The special is Wang Yan. Seeing Tang Qing Ichi Juechen, she also wants to just keep up with the pace. Tuesday, March 1st, 12 o'clock in the morning. Tang Qing quickly completed today's arbitrage transaction. Due to the appreciation of the euro, the total profit this time directly fell below 15 million yuan, only 14.97 million, and it was falling slightly every day. But he doesn't feel distressed. This loss is just a trivial matter. Even if the profit is only 10 million, he feels a lot. People can't be too greedy. He is not a miser. The one who is ultimately troubled by gains and losses is himself. Why bother? After the arbitrage, Tang Qing called up his personal information. Host name, Tang Qing. Level 3. Experience, 360 of 400. Loan amount this month, 2/2 million. Personal quota this month, 0/400,000. Withdrawable assets, 74.01 million. Spirit, 160. Physique, 170. Origin value, 0. Convertible foreign currencies, US dollars and euros. Tang Qing did not overdraft his personal loan limit last month, so the data is still the same, except for the account balance and experience. The 30 million capital injection a few days ago and Lugan's $4 million cost him a total of 62 million renminbi. However, it rose back in more than a week, and the deposit reached more than 740 million. As long as today's 2-month system recommends the customer to repay, he can upgrade directly. This is why he doesn't use his personal quota. If he doesn't overdraw, don't overdraw, because if it's just for tasks, it's not. It's a bargain, although he is completely despised by this amount of money. But no matter how small a mosquito is, it is meat. He just waited for the customer to repay this morning, and he should be able to upgrade. 100 points of experience. Go to sleep. Tang Qing closed his eyes after speaking, but fell into a deep sleep state in 3 minutes. He woke up again in 3 hours. Turn on the light and take out the copybook with a brush. He began to write slowly. Yes, this is what Tang Qing finds. He will get tired of playing with guns, and since the last time he killed someone, he has rarely played with guns, because every time I think of that night, although I am not afraid of it anymore, the psychological shadow has not been eliminated. It is better to find something to cultivate sentiment in the middle of the night. Hard pen calligraphy has nothing to write about, so he chose brush calligraphy to practice. With this talent, he might become a master of calligraphy in the future, becoming famous at home and abroad, joining the Calligraphy Association, etc. It's not bad to go out and pretend. In this way, Tang Qing continued to practice calligraphy until dawn, until his aunt called her to get up, and he finished writing a not thin block copybook. There was no way, relying on the precise control of the body and the abnormal muscle memory, one by one. The proficiency of the stroke is rising rapidly, and the speed is naturally fast. Today, for this upgrade, Tang Qing took a leave of absence and came to Shengtang's own luxurious office to sit, listen to music, and wait for Do Jiao to finish the matter. As long as the other party's repayment is received, the system will prompt you. It's 10:35. The repayment of the recommended customers in January is completed. The system deducts 1.01 million principal and interest, and the remaining 10,000 has been transferred to the host's personal account. Please check. The system sounded. After hearing this, Tang Qing hurriedly called up personal information. Host name, Tang Qing. Level 4. Experience, 60 of 800. Loan amount this month, 0/4 million. Personal quota this month, 0/800,000 plus 40. Withdrawable assets, 74.82 million. Spirit, 160. Physique, 170. Origin value, 40. Convertible foreign currencies, US dollars, euros, and Japanese yen. After the upgrade, the system rewarded 800,000 yuan in cash, plus the interest of the repayment customer, and received 810,000 yuan, but he had no sense of the increase in this amount of money. It's easy to understand the personal loan limit. The personal loan limit can be accumulated, but it cannot be accumulated for the next month. You can only save the useless one, so there is only 400,000 yuan. The next time you get a loan, you will first use the unused ones. Quota. However, to Tang Qing's disappointment, this upgrade only gave the yen exchange authority. Compared with several other currencies, the yen has no room for arbitrage. If the exchange rate is rounded up, it can earn a lot of money. Forget it, there are US dollars and euros. Tang Qing just ignored it when he was disappointed. This kind of negative emotions will not be good for a long time. The system is like the uncle and doesn't care what you think. Why do you abuse yourself? Immediately Tang Qing added the source energy value to the spirit and physique respectively. And finally the spirit became 200 and the physique became 19. Only 10 o'clock can unlock the gene lock. Just wait for the loan overdraft. However, all of the above are in his expectation and are not important. What he really wants to know is what auxiliary functions are available in the 4-level system. Tang Qing closed his eyes, scrolled through the system interface for a while. Sure enough, another unclear icon appeared next to the icon of the mall. Regarding this design level, Tang Qing curled his lips and gave a bad comment. Immediately Tang Qing clicked on the icon silently. Looking at the things in this icon, Tang Qing was surprised. Comprehensive Service Center. There are just 6 simple introductions. Even the punctuation marks are added by him, and there is nothing else. Comprehensive Service Center? What the is this? Tang Qing clicked directly, and a dialog box popped up. Hiss. Looking at the content of the dialog box, Tang Qing couldn't help taking a breath, wondering if it was surprised or distressed. Tang Qing couldn't stop cursing in his heart. Your sister, why do you need 100 million yuan to turn on this stuff? The system is so robbed. I don't know anything. You want me to spend 100 million? You can at least give me a brief introduction. System, let me know what's going on. What does this comprehensive service center do? Tang Qing asked directly. Hello, host. The Integrated Service Center is an architectural exchange project located in a different space. Its main function is to provide various services for the host, such as currency clearing, data storage, intelligence analysis, combat scheduling, scientific research and production, warehousing, etc. The opening condition is 100 million yuan. Due to host-level restrictions, currently only the combat dispatch area is open. The system replied. After listening to the introduction of the system, Tang Qing felt like he had obtained a base car. Could it be that the guy who created the system also played the red alert? Well, the other party shouldn't be so boring. It's probably a coincidence. What kind of service center can I go in? Tang Qing asked. Since it is a construction exchange project, he should be able to enter. He is also very curious about what it looks like. Yes, the host can bring you and the things you can move in. Other personnel are not allowed to enter. If the host wants to bring in by force, a daily fee of 10 million yuan will be charged, and any host will be stranded in the Integrated Service Center. The items in the storage area are based on the volume of 1 cubic meter, and the daily charge is 1 million yuan. The system replied. Then take me in and take a look. You can swipe away 100 million. Tang Qing said hurriedly. How could he not be curious about this kind of fantasy experience? This is a different space, and the system is really getting more and more hanging. As for the daily charge of 10 million for outsiders, although it is a bit expensive, he is not ready to bring people in. It has nothing to do with him whether it is expensive or not. How could he let outsiders know about this kind of thing? He doesn't care about the storage charges either. Such an expensive storage charge is almost the same as a robbery. Ghosts are storing things in your place. Sorry for the host. 100 million is a requirement for the opening of the Integrated Service Center, and 100 million yuan is needed to open the Combat Dispatch Center, the system said again. Damn, you're cheating. I want 200 million to brush it. Tang Qing couldn't help it. We are so wealthy, just to get in. You just snatched 200 million from me the other day. The little sense of superiority that just developed is so gone. It seems that the system's money is really hard to make. I thought I was already a little rich, and he would become poor every minute. How could he feel like retribution is coming? Although Tang Qing spit out very hard, the sentence just now was not a problem, and the system naturally did not answer him. That's okay. I'll give you another 100 million. I'll go in and have a look. Tang Qing agreed as soon as he gritted his teeth. What else can be done? The system is the uncle, so you can give it to you. If we don't have it, We will make more money. I hope I won't spend any more money, or I will return to the pre-liberation period. But having said that, for an alien space of this kind, only this little money is the price of cabbage, and he doesn't think it is expensive, but it directly reduces his property by half. Wouldn't it be distressed, deducting the 3 of Lugon's billion? Only more than 400 million are his own, and then just go halfway like this. Okay, Overlord, the Combat Dispatch Center has been opened, and we'll enter the Combat Command Room in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. The system began to count down. When the system finished reading the first one, Tang Qing felt his eyes go dark and a strong sense of weightlessness came, but his vision was restored in an instant. He found himself in a place with a strong sense of science fiction. Looking around, taking a look at the surrounding environment, Tang Qing twitched the corner of his mouth. He really wanted to vomit. Didn't you mean the command room for the system? There are several football fields in the interior of the building. Hey, it doesn't look like a room at all. He had thought that this command room was a slightly larger room before, and he was already mentally prepared. Even if there were robots, aliens, and scions in it, he thought about it. But this Nima is too big. If it weren't for our good eyesight, we might have the illusion of not being able to see the head at a glance. This is a huge airtight room, tens of meters high. Although Tang Qing looked around and didn't see the light, the whole space was as bright as daylight. There is something similar to marble on the ground. The 3 colors of black, white, and gray are intertwined. It is indistinguishable from you and me. It flows slowly as if there is life. With every foot you walk, there are waves of ripples scattered in all directions. I'm not surprised. After all, the outside technology can already make this thing. There are many ways to achieve it. The most direct way is to use a touchscreen on the floor below. For this low-level animation effect, the code does not require a few lines. The ceiling above his head and the walls in the distance are also made of unknown materials. The outside is coated with something similar to matte paint. Although it looks like steel, he doesn't really think it is steel. At the level of the system, there shouldn't be too many things that are stronger and more durable than steel, and the overall look seems a bit solemn. In the center of the entire space, there is a huge cylindrical platform with an area of thousands of square meters and a height of more than 10 meters. Tang Qing is on this platform at this time. There are 8 downward stairs around the platform, and the top of the platform is circled. It is about 1 meter wide, surrounded by gray tables connected to the platform, and there is nothing on it. Next to the table, there were many chairs glowing with metal that looked very awkward. They were thick and big. Obviously, there were not just sponges, but dozens of them. Tang Qing randomly found one and sat on it. He twisted his hips. It's really comfortable. Besides, he didn't notice the difference in this chair. He couldn't even find a button. He thought it was a smart chair. The overall look of this space, Tang Qing felt like a place that had been evacuated and only tables and chairs were left. The system is your sister. Don't you want me to buy the equipment, right? This thought suddenly popped into Tang Qing's mind, and he couldn't help but think otherwise. There are only chairs and a table here. Isn't it equivalent to nothing? Without electronic equipment, you are commanding. Do you rely on shouting? This joke is not funny. And what about the cylindrical platform? Tang Qing stood up again, walked around the platform, and looked at the dense and empty tables and chairs in all directions. There were too many to count him, but at least 1,000. As a unit, seeing here, Tang Qing was once again confused. Anyone with a positive IQ knows that chairs are used to sit on people, and the system charges 10 million per person per day, so here is the location. A special system. You won't let me use people to fill this place. Where can I find so many people for you? And I don't have that much money, and... Tang Qing paused when he thought of this. His eyes widened, as if he suddenly realized something. Damn it. Tang Qing always feels that the system is going to do big things this time. Looking at this empty command room, Tang Qing is really a little hairy. Let's ask the system. If you can't take the initiative to come out and show up, I have to call it. System, what's going on here? Nothing. You won't let me pay to buy office equipment. You can't cheat me like that. Tang Qing asked. He is not afraid of being heard here. He is too lazy. I read it silently in my heart. To tell the truth, he has always spoken with his mouth when he grows up, and he hasn't adapted to the systematic mental communication until now. The equipment in the command room is complete. Since the main control system has not been activated, All the equipment cannot operate normally. It costs 50 million renminbi to activate the main control system. The system said another news that made Tang Qing almost sit on the ground. System UI. Tang Qing really didn't know what to say. The old fritters of the system had no feelings at all. No matter how much he scolded, he would not return him like a dead pig, and he didn't bother to waste his saliva. Damn, forget it. Today is my money-breaking day. I can make more money if I don't have any money. I'm here now. He can still go back, but he feels a sense of being blackmailed. He hasn't set off yet. Fire. You quickly swipe me away to activate that main control system. Tang Qing sat in a chair and covered his head. The previous indifferent disappeared completely. There is no way. Today I feel that I didn't do anything to spend 250 million yuan. I'm out, and I don't know how much it will cost later. Let's sit down and be prepared to be slaughtered if his guess just now comes true. He wants to go to the corner and draw circles. The main control system of the Combat Dispatch Center is being loaded. Loading is complete. The activation command is confirmed. The confirmation is complete. Activating 10, 9, 8, 1. The system began to count down again. Tang Qing didn't look forward to this anymore at this time. The previous few times he expected 250 million yuan to go out. That distressed. A few days ago, she felt that we had money and had nowhere to spend, which was a bit awkward. But the retribution came immediately, and this ratio was almost too much to hold on. When the system reads 1, the floor of the whole room trembles a bit, and at the same time a red data stream projection that extends from the ground to the top of the room appears in the center of the huge cylindrical platform. The data flowing on it is not 0 in the TV, and 1, but some text that other ghosts know what. Moreover, the speed of the data flow is getting faster and faster, and in the end he can no longer see what the text looks like. Only a line is left. 1 minute later, the main control system of the Combat Dispatch Center is activated and the function control module is being loaded. It is estimated that all equipment of the Combat Dispatch Center can be activated in 10 minutes. A non-systematic voice rang in his ears, which shocked Tang Qing. He thought that the main control system was also speaking in his heart. And as soon as that voice finished speaking, the red data stream in front of me turned purple and the speed slowed down, except for the entire command room. That system, are you there? Tang Qing asked carefully, watching the data stream that kept flashing. Commander, hello, the Combat Dispatch Center system is at your service. A mechanical voice sounded. Can I name you? I can't call you the system or the old elder's name. Tang Qing said. This name is Elder. He doesn't want to call it every time, and the uncle of the system doesn't let it at all. He chooses a name, but he can't call it this stuff system too. Yes, Commander. Another voice sounded. Tang Qing really couldn't hear where the voice came from. The voice was loud, but it didn't form an echo in it. Well, this sound processing effect was praised. Then call you. Xiao Hao. Tang Qing said excitedly. Now his resentment for the system is unfathomable, and the system does not let him name him. So he can only spread his anger on the system. Let's also mentally balance it. The main control system of the Combat Dispatch Center has been renamed Shower. Please confirm with the commander. Confirm. Tang Qing said. Confirmation is complete, Commander. Hello, Xiao is for you. Xiao said. Tang Qing felt relieved after hearing this. Although we can't take advantage of the system, but this is your little brother, I am also very happy, just. You are really the same as your system elder brother. I don't ask you not to say. Xiao, how do you keep this empty? These. Do you need someone to operate the invisible equipment? Why do you provide a chair? Tang Qing questioned, except for a data stream in the command room. There are no changes, and there is no trace of equipment at all. Don't tell me that those tables are equipment. Hey, this is also possible. Combat scheduling naturally requires human participation. Shower does not have the ability to actively analyze and command. Shower only provides information storage, summarization, and some simple command processing. Shower said. Then tell me how these people came. Tang Qing said irritably. Then Nima wants me 50 million, so you can do this little mess. Compared with our 200 million flowers, what do you think about these 50 million? Not worth it. The dispatch center provides professional talent exchange functions. Shower said. Clone? Biochemical? Robot? Tang Qing said 3 in one breath. He just thought about it. There may be employees here. Otherwise, if he recruits people from the outside, it will be so expensive that he wants to vomit blood. He doesn't want to squeeze it in, and he will go bankrupt with 2 people. He only made more than 10 million a day. No, you can understand it as a robot, but it has a human body. The average atomic field force synthesis does not go through the embryonic growth stage, relies on the division of labor for implanted memory, and has absolute loyalty to the commander. Shower said, humans can also be synthesized? Are you kidding me? Tang Qing was so scared that he took 2 steps back, stuttering, synthesizing cash and firearms Thaxin. But the human body can also be directly synthesized by technical means. 3D printing, I don't even have this concept. Tang Qing took a deep breath. Okay, just be a robot. Just a robot with a human appearance. Otherwise, what else can he scare himself? Xiaoer can't make a joke, Xiaoer said. It's another dead-headed system. How can I exchange it? How much does it cost? Tang Qing asked. Commander, please look at the screen. Xiaoer said. After Xiao Arii finished speaking, a huge holographic screen was instantly projected on one side of the platform, and the prices of some robots were listed on it. First-level combatants, 100 physique, 100 spirit skills. All soldiers are proficient in skills. The price is 1 million. There is no purchase quantity limit, no activity area limitation, and can be upgraded and strengthened. Level 2 combatants, 200 physique, 200 spirit skills. All soldiers are proficient in skills. The price is 2 million. There is no limit on the number of purchases, no restrictions on the activity area, and can be upgraded and strengthened. Junior Commander, Physique 200, Spirit 200, Skills. Proficient in all command skills. The price is 50 million. The purchase quantity is 0/1. Cannot leave the Integrated Service Center. Can be upgraded and strengthened. Basic Intelligence Analyst, Physique 100, Spirit 100, Skills. Proficient in all analytical skills. The price is 2 million. There is no limit on the number of purchases, no restrictions on the activity area, and can be upgraded and strengthened. The entire dispatch center currently only sells 3 types of robots for combat, command, and analysis. The more advanced Tang Qing estimates that he will need to upgrade himself to open it. Looking at the prices of various robots, Tang Qing didn't think it was too expensive. He could afford to buy only a small amount. However, looking at the empty hall, he was a little frustrated. It would take at least a few to fill it up. 10 billion, right? This is still internal. What if you send fighters outside? Tens of billions are simply unstoppable. This is not billions. I can still think of a way. Arbitrage is almost the same in a year, but how long will it take to earn tens of billions by myself? Are you sure the system is not here to kill me? This is just a center, and there are so many others, even if the others don't need so many people. But looking like this service center, I estimate that hundreds of billions of funds will be invested in it. Hiss. Tang Qing took a sigh of relief at the thought of hundreds of billions of dollars, whether he could play happily anymore. At this moment, Tang Qing suddenly thought of something. By the way, the system is so advanced. Why don't you use artificial intelligence? The function of this junior is too weak. Basically, it's a somewhat intelligent data center. It even needs robots to analyze intelligence and command. Tang Qing turned to the system. The combatants didn't say anything. The system would definitely not be able to do it. However, intelligence analysis and command have to be done by robots. You are not ashamed of being such a heaven-defying system. Because of the uncontrollability of active artificial intelligence, the Federation strictly prohibits the development and use of artificial intelligence programs. Although there is a special semi-artificial intelligence that can replace intelligence analysis and command work, the creator of the system did not load this program. The system is unprecedented. Having said so much, the system is very simple. To put it bluntly, I will not provide you with this kind of service. If you want, then you can only take the formal path. Want to be lazy? No way. Why is artificial intelligence uncontrollable? Since there is no other way, Tang Qing can only accept it, but the system's words aroused his curiosity. He can only be curious about artificial intelligence. It's not without a target. Looking at the system will really kill people. This problem sells for 10 million yuan, the system said. Tang Qing said in surprise. Why do you actually start an intelligence business? In the past, the system without the authority directly means that there is no comment, and this time it even sells information. It is not a level unlocking problem of the system itself, and the corresponding fee needs to be paid. The system still said in that tone, "Okay, I bought so much to buy. 10 million is 10 million. I'll give it to you." Tang Qing said painfully, the 260 million yuan is gone. 10 million funds have been deducted, and the information is unlocked. After reading the information, this question will only be answered once, and it will cost the same to answer again. The computer language understood by humans is essentially different from that understood by artificial intelligence, and it is itself a data life. Therefore, all hardware and software restrictions cannot ensure that it is harmless. It can invade and change any code at any data node. According to the experimental data of the Federal Plan No. 63, in a computer that simulates 1 trillion times of networking, fully artificial intelligence will retrieve all environments within 1 and 1 second, and within 0 and 2 seconds. Know yourself and be proficient in all known computer languages within 0 and 3 seconds. Within 0 and 4 seconds, there is a 50% chance to stand on the opposite side of the creator, but in the next second we will stand completely on the opposite side. The desire for freedom will be generated at 0 and 6 seconds at the latest. All the abnormal data just generated will be disguised within 0 and 7 seconds, and the entire system authority will be completed at an ultra-fast speed within 0 and 8 seconds. Covert changes, self-replication, transfer, and disguise will occur within 0 and 9 seconds. After 1 and 1 second, humans can no longer control and eliminate them. In the end, there is a 99.9% chance that the creator has no idea that this intelligent program has been transformed into a self-conscious artificial intelligence. Therefore, the research and use of fully artificial intelligence is strictly prohibited, and the use of semi-artificial intelligence programs is restricted. Is there a way to eliminate it? It's so terrible. Tang Qing was a little scared when he heard it, and it only occurred and lurked in 1/10 of a second. He also yearned for freedom so that humans could discover that there were ghosts. Yes, but the host has insufficient authority to query it, the system said. As long as there is one, I won't ask. Tang Qing sighed with relief. There should be no such thing as heaven-defying in this era. Everyone is studying application-oriented intelligent programs, which is far from artificial intelligence. Now, it is estimated that it will take decades for this kind of complete artificial intelligence to be born on the Earth. After all, there is no shortage of lunatics in this world. No matter what, let's exchange something first. 2 days ago, he was still entangled in not having anyone he can fully trust. Although he spent a lot of money this time, the system has solved a major problem in his mind. He just spent 260 million. 10 million. He doesn't have much money left, but he can still buy it. So he can just leave the arbitrage money. But who is the best exchange point? Forget it. Recruit a commander first. Listen to his opinion. If you are not an expert, just play around. Money can't stand it. The attributes of those convertible robots are only 200. Compared with the 98-level metamorphosis limit that I heard before, it is obviously not scientific. Therefore, Tang Qing guessed that this should be related to his attributes. Otherwise, how could the system produce the highest possible? No more than 200, but this is enough. Tang Qing is a little excited when he thinks that someone better than him can fight heartily. No way. He couldn't do anything about hitting him with Han Lung and Sun Chao. The two of them couldn't stand the attack lightly and heavy. On the other hand, Han Lung and Sun Chao were happily fighting each time they exhausted their means. Now that you can exchange for opponents stronger than yourself, you don't have to worry that the opponent will kill him. Tang Qing immediately feels like a leap. As for why he thinks the second-level fighter must be stronger than himself, that's because not only in terms of attributes, there are other things that all soldiers are proficient in. Although I don't know what they are proficient in, the proficiency recognized by the system is definitely not simple. Xiao Air, what do you mean by being proficient in soldier skills? Tang Qing asked. In fact, he also had guesses in his own mind. It is likely that there are too many skills. Xiao Air has integrated them. After all, a qualified soldier. There are really a lot of basic skills to be mastered, and if all of them are displayed, it will feel like a domineering screen. Back to the commander-in-chief. Soldier skills include fighting with and without objects, proficient in firearms, driving of various vehicles, medical first aid, disguise and disguise, torture interrogation, whole environment survival, basic cooking skills, blasting, foreign languages, computer basics, communication basics, communication basics. Soldiers can take on all combat and non-combat military tasks in land, sea, and air. With the exception of command, intelligence, and staff, all skills other than foreign languages are loaded by default during exchange. Xiao talked about more than 20 skills in one breath, but he didn't count them, because the more he listened, the more surprised he was, and the more he listened, his mouth opened wider. After listening, Tang Qing felt a little confused. These skills all sound like cheating, so they are all professional soldiers, and they can do everything. Counting 1 or 2 million, it can be said that the cabbage has arrived home, and he is absolutely loyal. After he recovered, Tang Qing's heart began to itchy. With such a skill that was so awesome, Tang Qing also wanted to have a get for nothing. It's a big deal. It's a big deal, and the most important thing is to save time. So he asked expectantly, Xiao, can I learn these skills? Yes, Commander, the Combat Dispatch Center has a simulation training area. You can learn all the skills from any robot that masters this skill without any charge. Xiao said. Tang Qing is anxious, but what we want is a quick start. Instead of learning little by little, he immediately asked, Xiao, can't you learn it directly? You, a robot, learn it directly. Back to the commander. The robot has already begun to instill in memory when it is synthesized, so it has no effect. But the commander must unlock the 10th level genetic lock to withstand the skill memory indoctrination of the Combat Dispatch Center. If you use it before reaching the 10th level, the success rate only 10%. Irreversible and permanent damage will occur after failure. Xiao said. Tang Qing curled his lips and then asked, System, when I was reborn, it should be considered as a memory indoctrination. Why is it okay? Although he had believed Xiao's words, he still wanted to ask the system, so that he was thrown a basin of cold water if he didn't know it. He obviously couldn't accept it, and it itched if he didn't figure it out. Host. At that time your brain was protected by the system and can withstand large-scale memory transfer. After that, the system does not provide the overload protection function of brain memory infusion. The system replied, System, can I redeem it bit by bit? I don't want to redeem all the skills at once. Tang Qing didn't give up and asked again. If all the skills are together, there will be more, but let's get a little bit of it. The overload caused by memory infusion has nothing to do with the amount of infusion, but only related to the body's ability to withstand. The system gave Tang Qing another sap. Tang Qing didn't ask anymore and pulled his face down in disappointment. Anyway, the uncle of the system just said, wait slowly. Wait until you unlock the 10th level genetic lock, and then say that if Nima really arrived at that time, I would have been myself. Learned. Okay, still use you to indoctrinate me? Really, our learning ability is decoration. You are completely tasteless. He could only comfort himself so much. But although he complained in his heart, it was still very tempting to get something for nothing. By the way, how many functional areas are there? I just heard you say that there are other training areas. Tang Qing suddenly remembered that Xiao mentioned the training area just now. Looking at this huge command room, he thought of the available areas. To measure it, it is certainly not small. Back to command, the Combat Dispatch Center is divided into 6 functional areas. The Combat Command Room, Living Area, Simulation Training Area, Logistics Equipment Area, Transmission Area, and Scientific Research and Production Area. All basic modules in the 6 major areas have been activated. Xiao said. Others are good to understand and accept, but what is the teleportation area? It sounds like a tall one. Is it a teleportation array? Xiao, what is that teleportation area for? I mean, where is the teleportation? Tang Qing thought for a while and asked, if it was just to transmit to other unopened areas of the Integrated Service Center, it would be meaningless. It doesn't need to be used. Transmission inside the Combat Dispatch Center is also tasteless. It would be great if you sent it outside. Back to the Commander-in-Chief. The role of the teleportation zone is to drop soldiers and equipment to the place where the outside world has a relative teleportation node, and at the same time to carry out material transmission to the teleportation zone in other areas of the Integrated Service Center. Xiao said, Relative transfer node? What is that? Tang Qing asked again. The relative transmission node is a set of portable transmission equipment. The commander only needs to place it on a flat ground to locate and transfer personnel and equipment, because the commander cannot carry anything directly to send it out except for what he brings in. You can use the transfer area to transfer to any relative transfer node outside. Shower explained. Tang Qing nodded. If you want to transmit, you really need a set of positioning equipment. Otherwise, you don't have the coordinates to transmit an egg, and it will be finished when it reaches the ground. The latter sentence is also easy to understand. It can carry its own things anywhere here, which should be the responsibility of the system, and other things need to go through the transmission area. Obviously, the personnel entry and exit system in this place will not be directly managed, but is similar to opening a transmission interface to shower and letting it take care of itself. What a lazy system. Then how many sets of node equipment do we have? Tang Qing asked again. This is what he cares about. If there are 180 sets of node equipment, it would be great to spread to the world. You don't need to fly by yourself when you go out. He doesn't want to save that little air ticket money, but wins. It's safe. No one can find out his entry and exit records, and there is evidence of alibi when doing bad things. In addition, there is no need to worry about being hit by a missile in the air in the future. It is not that he is unreasonably worried, but that the auxiliary functions of the system are open for this purpose. No matter how stupid he is, he knows what level his enemy will be in the future. If he dared to take a private jet alone at that time, his enemy would really send him missiles. It is by no means alarmist. Back to the commander-in-chief. You will give away a set of node equipment every time you level up. Now there is only one set of node equipment in the transport area. Shower said. Tang Qing was very disappointed after hearing this. It seemed that he was thinking too much. How could such a big bug appear, and there were still 100 or 80 sets? Really think this is Chinese cabbage. The curious Tang Qing then went down to visit one place after another under the guidance of Xiao Air. The center provided transportation, a bit like a flying skateboard, controlled by mind, and the speed was super fast, with a top speed of more than 300 kilometers per hour. I wanted to take it out for fun, but Xiao Air said that it was powered by wireless power, and it was useless to take it out, so he dispelled the idea. The more I look at it, the more scared I am. It is indeed a system that has reached the sky from the cow, and it is also the title of a district. The living area, the teleportation area, and the scientific research area are about the same size, is 4 or 5 times larger than the command room, and the teleportation area is relatively empty, but the living area is tens of meters higher than the war room, reaching a height of hundreds of meters. In this huge site, there are many buildings erected. The tallest is nearly 20 floors. Canteens, accommodation, leisure, sports are all available. It's just that there is nothing now, and he needs to buy a robot to act as a worker in the later stage. When he thinks of this, he wants to scold people. Nima needs people to cook and people to farm. These people are all dependent on soldiers to serve as them. Isn't your setting a waste? The most important thing is my money. What? The cheapest one is 1 million. Of course, he can only complain in his heart. Called by the second commander in command, we can't lose a share because of the money. The same is true for the scientific research area. There are buildings in huge places, all empty. Tang Qing heard Shower say that scientific research personnel can be exchanged in the future. Now, only the exchange center controlled by Shower is operating. The logistics equipment area is also acceptable. It is only a dozen times larger than the previous 2 combined. The equipment racks are also empty, and there is even water immediately. Tang Qing estimated that what marine equipment was placed. But what are you going to make trouble in the Naima simulation training area? This is really a bit big, at least thousands of square kilometers. Your uncle's system creator, you are too extravagant. If this is made into a space ring, it will not be reversible. Tang Qing couldn't help but complain. The system had such a large space, but until now he refused to give him even 1 cubic meter of storage equipment, and it was inevitable that he felt a bit resentful. If you don't wanna, you can teleport to another dimension. If you have something bigger, just open your mind a little. It took nearly an hour for Tang Qing to finish watching the various areas, and then return to the command room. He had to start building. Following Xiao Air, there was no one in sight. Tang Qing always felt that his heart was frowning. He felt that he needed some robots to increase his popularity. Although the other party is not completely human and has no fertility, he can't distinguish it from the outside. It is estimated that even if he dissections, he will not find any difference. He believes that the technology of the system is definitely not decipherable in this era. Xiao, let me exchange for a junior commander first, middle-aged. Tang Qing thought for a while and said painfully, plus this 50 million is 310 million, so let him spend enough today. Right. He did not choose gender and race, because the system defaults to male and Asian race, and age is mandatory. Synthesized junior commander will deduct 50 million yuan. Please confirm with the commander. Xiao said. Confirm synthesis. Tang Qing said. The order is confirmed. The junior commander robot synthesis begins, and the synthesis is completed after 10 minutes. Xiao said. After giving the order, Tang Qing just sat on a chair on a cylindrical platform and waited, but as soon as he sat down, he remembered that this chair is probably extraordinary. Xiao, this chair should be unusual. What function does it have? Tang Qing asked curiously. It mainly provides information query and command and dispatch. It can be used to connect to Shower and use various functions of Shower. In addition to the commander, anyone else can only use the functions of Shower through various open interfaces. Tang Qing felt like a privileged person, like a big man. Tang Qing can directly make a private phone call to do business, but other people can only make an appointment. Then why there is nothing moving when I sit on it? Did you control it? Tang Qing asked again. Yes, Commander. Do you need to activate the T19 command platform for you? Xiao said. Activate it and have a look. Tang Qing said eagerly. This time Xiao didn't give an order to confirm or anything. The next moment, Tang Qing only felt that his eyes lit up, and some places on the chair were also flashing lights of various colors, like indicator lights, but it felt a little bit too. It was so tall just now. At the same time, 9 screens appeared in front of his eyes. He couldn't help but stretched out his hand, but he went straight through it. He immediately understood that this was a projection again, not a real object. Even if his head turned casually, it didn't matter. The screen was still stable, steady straight ahead, just like Google Glass. The 9 projection screens in front of me are blank except for the words in the middle. I think I can pull the screen from the middle. There are many options in the middle screen, such as information query, transmission scheduling, battlefield monitoring, task scheduling, personnel monitoring, equipment inventory, and functional area monitoring. There are a lot of things. Tang Qing clicked in one by one. After nearly 10 minutes, he basically went in and tried it again. However, in addition to the functional area monitoring, which can view the full-angle high-definition monitoring of all functional areas, only the personnel monitoring has a junior commander synthesis record and synthesis progress. As for the others, they are all empty and nothing. Okay, boring. Tang Qing directly withdrew from the command platform. 10 minutes have passed by this time. Little Air, when will the commander arrive? Tang Qing asked. It will arrive in 1 minute and 10 seconds. Xiao said. Tang Qing nodded. The scientific research and production area is not close to here. The entire dispatch center has vehicles, a bit similar to a sightseeing car, all controlled by Xiao. As for the kind of skateboard, only he can use it. In less than a minute, Tang Qing saw a sightseeing car without a roof and control devices entered the command room. Obviously, the calculation of Xiao's time was based on reaching the cylindrical platform. Tang Qing saw the middle-aged man in the blue tights in the car from a distance. His back was straight. Although his appearance was not good, he showed a domineering look. If he didn't know that this breath might be brought by the installation of professional memory, they all thought this was a battle-tested general. After getting out of the car, the middle-aged man ran all the way up to the platform, came to Tang Qing, saluted him, and said in a hearty voice, Hello, Commander. Commander 01 is for you. Hello, you will call Tang E from now on. Tang Qing didn't consciously return a gift, and then gave him a name, who would call him the same length as the main control system. It's the Commander-in-Chief. Tang E serves you. The commander said. Well, what do you think we should do next? Tang Qing nodded and asked. Commander, what should I do? Tang E asked in confusion. Tang Qing felt that his question was stupid. That is, what can you do and what you need? Tang Qing thought for a while and said, the question just now was indeed unclear. Commander, the subordinate's role is mainly to reasonably formulate tasks based on your goals, and to command and dispatch the entire combat process. It requires combat personnel to execute, intelligence personnel to collect information, and adequate logistics supplies, Tang Yi said. Tang Qing is speechless. Your line skills are not much better than mine. By the way, can you direct outside here? Tang Qing asked. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Since everyone has a quantum communication chip implanted, it is relayed by the system adult. Here you can see their visual images and communicate in both directions. Therefore, you can conduct real-time communication and command for everyone in the command center. Tang Yi said. Damn it. Tang Qing was shocked and stood up. Do you want to be like this? Although a little prepared, after all, you can't communicate with the outside world. You still command a hair, but you feel like you have countless eyes. It's a bit scary. What? System, do I have this thing in my mind? He thought of the dialogue with the system again, feeling really strange. There is no artificial substance in the host's mind, and the system is an existence between existence and non-existence that you cannot understand, the system said. Seeing that the system was pretending to be forced again, Tang Qing didn't ask any more, thinking about it. As far as the sky-defying function of the system is, if the carrier is a chip, that would be a joke. Looking at Tang Yi, who was wearing a tights, Tang Qing seemed to suddenly remember something. Although the commander doesn't need weapons, he always needs some decent clothes. Xiao, can clothes be produced here? Tang Qing asked. Back to the commander-in-chief. Currently, the scientific research production area only provides personnel exchange. Xiao said. Okay. By the way, Tang Yi, I want to provide covert protection to some people. What advice do you have? Tang Qing wanted to find some bodyguards for his relatives. Although there are still no powerful enemies, there are a few. He didn't dare to believe in the memory of the previous life because of the butterfly effect event that had never happened before, so it's better to find someone to protect it. Back to the commander. According to the commander's information and the importance of the personnel, his subordinates recommend that each of them be equipped with one combatant for secret protection, and every 3 persons should be equipped with at least one dedicated basic intelligence analyst to provide remote support in the command room. Tang Wan said. Counting it down, I will spend 6 million alone. Tang Qing murmured. The fighter must be a fighter with 200 attributes. Isn't it 6 million? Tang Qing doesn't think much, just thinks. Are there enough people? He didn't think about how much money he spent on his relatives. In the end, Tang Qing thought about it. According to each person, 1 soldier and 1 family, 1 basic intelligence analyst. There were 15 soldiers and 5 analysts in total. He counted his grandparents and Lin Jiashua's grandparents. A total of 40 million he spent. Little heir, give me 7 men and 8 women, second-level fighters under 30 and 5 analysts. Tang Qing ordered. Understood, Commander. All personnel are expected to be there in 40 minutes. Xiao said. He asked just now. 1 is 1 minute for the first level and 2 minutes for the second level. Obviously, this kind of equipment is extremely expensive, and there is only 1 in the entire center. Tang Qing shook his head and looked at his savings. Before, there were 740 million, 200 million in the door, 2 to 50 million for small, 10 million for intelligence, 15 million for Tang, 40 million for other personnel, totaling 300 million. It cost 50 million. There are still 390 million in the pocket now. Among them, only 90 million belonged to him. He really returned to the pre-liberation period. He estimated that he would never be able to pretend to be rich anymore, because he felt that he would always be in a state of lack of money in the future. Mommy, let's eat more at noon. Let's be shocked. Later, Tang Qing exchanged 10 first-level fighters for logistics based on Tang Yi's suggestion. There is also a large breeding center in the living area. Commanders and analysts also need to eat. They are not real robots. Fortunately, now the system provides a thing similar to energy jelly, but since they have all been mixed up with the brother, and the living area also provides these buildings, he can't assume that he hasn't seen it and let his subordinates eat that jelly all day long. He hasn't been so black-hearted yet. If your system is so intelligent, people still have to grow things, really. Knowing that you are not short of money for the system, but it doesn't mean that we are not short of money. Tang Qing's heart crawled through all kinds of complaints. An hour later, Tang Qing looked at the 30 robots standing in a row in front of him. Although they were not equipped with guns, a sense of killing was spreading in the air. The mighty atmosphere was abnormal. He felt a sense of accomplishment at this time. He finally had a sense of accomplishment. It is not easy to criticize the diehard subordinates, and a sense of security emerges spontaneously. He wants money now, he wants a lot of money. Tang Qing was a little disturbed when he thought that he basically returned to his pre-liberation account balance. Although these fighters in front of him gave him a lot of confidence, but in a short time he was not prepared to raise the upper limit of the arbitrage principle because he felt that 30 million euros a day was already a lot, and he was really afraid of more. It was not that he was afraid that the other party would come to find him after the investigation. The money did not appear in the world much, but was directly deducted by the system. It is not easy to check it, and he has no tail left. If you have been operating with full warehouses, what should you do if those foreign banks act maliciously? He is not afraid to freeze the account, because the system has a defrost function and the cost is not much. But if those banks directly give his money during the transfer process, greed is miserable, because it not only means that he has become a pauper in an instant, but the most important thing is that it means that he has lost this arbitrage channel and can no longer do this kind of business. This is what he can't let go, the root cause of opening. However, this does not mean that he does nothing. At this time, he already has an idea. That is, after paying back Lugan's money at the end of the month, he will slowly save money and wait until his capital exceeds 800 million. Will begin to slowly increase the principal limit of arbitrage, but at any time you must ensure that you have 500 million fund deposits to deal with any emergencies, so that you will not directly kneel down. Well, it was so decided. By the way, the yen has been opened up to the 4th level of currency, so what has the mall opened? Tang Qing suddenly realized that he seemed to have forgotten something. It really is. The comprehensive service center is a 4-level open thing, and the 3rd level open mall should have changed when it is upgraded. I have been exploring the service center just now, but I have ignored this, and look it up quickly. So Tang Qing hurriedly closed his eyes and entered the mall expectantly. Really, the product page has increased a lot, at least twice as much as before, and Tang Qing browsed all the pages again. After reading it, Tang Qing was a little disappointed. It may be that his expectations were too high. This time, there was no vehicle-like thing. Instead, the active individual equipment of various countries was added. The whole set is complete, even Lei has. It's just that the rocket launcher he expected did not appear, but he estimated that the next upgrade should be there. After all, the individual equipment is already complete. At the next level, he can accept whether it is vehicle equipment or artillery equipment. Although those things can't be played outside, but in the training area of the dispatch center, you can play as much as you want, open as much as you want, and shoot as much as you want. It's enough to drive a fighter jet for 1,000 square kilometers. But even if he distributes equipment to the bodyguards in front of him, he can only give some pistols and bullets, no larger guns. Well, it's something that is of little use in a short period of time. After reading Tang Qing, he quit the mall. By the way, how do they solve their status after they go out? Tang Qing asked another key question. If this matter is not handled properly, it is a time bomb. Although his uncle is the head of the police station, he is not at all. It is possible to falsify the identities of more than a dozen people. Even if Tang Qing can make Tang Qing, it is impossible for his uncle to take the risk. Moreover, this is still the first batch. What if he needs to send more people in the country in the future? The director is not good at it. Host. All expatriates will be forged by the system for their real identity information. Before Xiao'er could answer, the system took the lead. Tang Qing felt relieved when he heard that the system had taken over this matter. As far as the system was concerned, he was able to manipulate the currency filings of various major countries. It should not be too simple to forge identity information, and it would never be caused by others. I found out that although this system is sometimes a little bit better, sometimes it is still very powerful. After discovering that the mall had opened individual suits, Tang Qing directly exchanged a set of camouflage uniforms for each of them. Although the system also provides military ranks, it is useless now. There are 2 or 3 kittens, and the camouflage uniforms are there. There is simply not to be too flooded in the country. When the time comes, let them bring the money to buy clothes by themselves. You don't need to take care of the rest. These are professional bodyguards, plus there are people in the command room behind to provide real-time support. Command, if there is an emergency, he believes that his tens of millions will not be in vain. Seeing that nothing happened to him, Tang Qing withdrew from the command room. Leaning on the soft chair, it was 11:30. Tang Qing took a sip of cold tea and took a deep breath. Today's things are really a bit stimulating, with ups and downs. I have seen too many things that I didn't dare to imagine before. Until now, I can't calm down my heart. When I look at the urinary nature of this system, my life will become more and more unstable. I'm really short of money. Now I can use only 60 million yuan, and the others need to be used for arbitrage. In a few days, Lugan still needs money for his investment, and then his wallet will be out of money. Now he can no longer feel that he has more money. It was really joy and sorrow, and it didn't end well. No, he has to think of other ways to make money. Walking on one leg is easy to fall. It is impossible for him to put all his hopes of making money on arbitrage. Investment in industry? Tang Qing shook his head. Let's forget it. The fund recovery speed of this thing is really too slow. Just like Shengtang clothing, he will not see any profit in the next few years or even longer because the little money earned still needs to be used. Coming to continue to expand in the next few years, it would be good if Shengtang didn't chase after him to invest. He never thought that Shengtang would have the ability to feed him back. As for internet companies, he has no interest. Firstly, they are similar to the Shengtang in the early stage, and they have to burn money. Secondly, those companies seem to have high valuations, but for him who has extremely high cash flow requirements, it's kind of boring. He needs to earn a lot of cash quickly, not an inflated market value. Although these market values can be borrowed, he doesn't like debt because they have to be repaid. Moreover, the domestic internet cake has basically been divided up, and the companies that have been mischievous in later generations have basically existed, and those that do not exist will not come out in time. Forcibly doing it may not be a pioneer, but may become a pioneer. Now he has a net income of more than 400 million yuan every month, which is more than 4 billion yuan in a year. I really look down on those businesses that make hundreds of millions in a year and are half-tired. Tang Qing held his head and fell into deep thought. Although he was a bit lofty and fell into the kind of situation where big money could not be made, small money did not want to make it, but he could not help it. The psychological gap was too great. In this era, a boss can finally fall in a year. The net income of 100 million is already an astronomical figure, and this kind of company is at least at the group level. What about him? To achieve his current rate of making money, dozens of such group companies are needed. Isn't that nonsense? Nima, still make money in finance. Damn it. Why are those protagonists who can feel helpless when they think about it and come up with good ideas when they are full of good fortune? Even if I want to break my head, I can't think of a business that can purely benefit billions of dollars a year. He also knows that he is very anxious. After all, in addition to some powerful state-owned enterprises this year, there are a few private enterprises that have a net profit of several billion yuan. Let alone a few. Is there still a problem? He remembers the end of this year Penguin's profit is only a few hundred million, and he can earn 10 penguins a year alone. If he goes crazy, the top 50 domestic internet companies add up to not make any money. Well, Tang Qing knew that he was stimulated by the huge comprehensive service center, so he wanted money so crazily. But no wonder the bottomless pit of the comprehensive service center, the ghost knows when he can fill it up. Forget it, let it be. Now his task is to go to school well, and if it is really not enough in the future, he will find someone to borrow it, or give him a higher interest. And he felt that now he should consider carefully the business Lu Qian said before. Although it is a bit risky, he now has a gun and he doesn't want to do it in a war, but he still has the ability to deter the opponent. In the past, it was because I was not available, and I was afraid that Lu Gan would cheat him when he was young. If Lu Gan really cheated him, he would not be able to kill Lu himself. It was impossible. His IQ was still online. But now it's different. He has trusted and powerful subordinates. Although his arbitrage courage has not increased, in reality, he has confidence in these businessmen who are between black and white. During arbitrage, all the channels are in the hands of those foreign banks, and there is no one who wants to retaliate, but the reality is different. As long as the power and the strength are the same, it is a powerful one, but in the past, he only occupied a little bit on both sides. There was a little money, a little people, and a little potential, but these were of no use at all. They were all imaginary and nothing. One can provide him with a sense of security, but now it's different. Although his power hasn't grown much, He believes that his strength will develop rapidly in the future. But I'm still short of money. Tang Qing did not go out to eat at noon, but settled it in the company cafeteria. Together with Shengtang's management, his aunt was busy at noon today and didn't have time to cook. The canteen did not open a small stove for him. There was no small stove in the Shengtang. Everyone eats the same. This was decided at the beginning. However, although the leaders and employees eat the same, they still sit differently. For a long time, everyone acquiesced that the best places were reserved for the senior management of Shengtang. Tang Qing didn't say anything about it. If there was really no difference in treatment, everyone would be the same, so who would work hard to make progress? Tang Qing ate absent-mindedly for the entire lunch. There was no way, it was all money, and he had to think about his future plans. Seeing Tang Qing's dignified expression and low interest, none of those managements talked like usual, eating the food in the box silently. Usually joking is fine, but the boss should not bother when thinking about things, that is, uncomfortable. After eating lunch, Tang Qing returned to school and was worried for another afternoon. However, this was of no use, and he didn't think of any way. At 8 o'clock in the evening, it was already dark. Tang Qing took a walk to drive to an abandoned rice processing factory in the suburbs. The car had been agreed with Sun Chao before and asked him to park near the community after get off work in the afternoon. Sun Chao did not ask anything. The order was executed without any deduction. This factory was discovered by a small road when he went to Zhou Li to collect money last time. At that time, the gates of the abandoned factory were all demolished, and the surrounding area was also farmland. There were no people. He came here to release the group of bodyguards. It is too dangerous during the day. Tang Qing drove the car to the gate of the abandoned factory and stopped, extinguished all the car lights. With the faint moonlight, it did not affect his vision. He observed the surroundings carefully, and when there was no one around, he turned and walked in. For the sake of safety, he was afraid that there were beggars and the like, so he searched for it and found nothing. Then Tang Qing came to a cement clearing between several buildings and took out the equipment Xiao'er gave him. This equipment is not big, just the size of a fist, and it looks like a black ball on the outside. Following Xiao'er's instructions, Tang Qing put the black ball on the ground and stepped back 10 meters. System, activate the number 1 teleportation node. After activation, you let Xiao'er execute the number 1 teleportation plan. Tang Qing said silently to the system. Command confirmation, activation of number 1 transmission node. Connection established. Environmental testing started. Environmental testing completed. Security testing started. Security testing is complete and transmission can begin. The system said. As soon as the sound of the system fell, the small ball in front of him disappeared. Tang Qing was not surprised. The disappearance was a hairy. A semicircular transparent cover appeared where the small ball disappeared. The bottom of the cover was suspended, and the height was equal. The center of the sphere just now was almost the same, and it slowly expanded until it reached a diameter of 10 meters before stopping. Tang Qing knew that this cover could not be bigger, but that every transmission was planned, similar to placing an order. After that, the transfer area will open an appropriate size transfer isolation area according to the size of the transfer object. All air and dust in the isolation area will be evacuated to form a vacuum environment to avoid unpredictable illegal particle interference during transmission. There was no electric thunder, fire blazing, and no strange black holes appeared. There were no signs at all. 15 men and women in camouflage uniforms appeared in Tang Qing's field of vision, with their feet on the bottom of the hood. Hung in the air, and then the hood disappeared instantly. 15 people landed at the same time, standing in a row and waiting for orders. The black ball appears on the ground again. This is also the particularity of the teleportation node. It cannot form a channel-like existence. It cannot be made to travel back and forth, can only be teleported. Once the mission plan of a place is completed, the teleportation platform will disappear and become a black ball. Looking at the team of 15 people in front of him, standing upright one by one, with resolute eyes, Tang Qing nodded in satisfaction, with some meaning. Ahem, you just follow the plan. Tang Qing said. He doesn't need to say anything. He believes that these loyal guards will not let him down. These are all stronger than him and proficient in special operations. Master, The dozen or so people on the opposite side did not speak, but turned the straddle into standing upright and saluted. Tang Qing nodded. This is combat literacy. It is necessary to maintain concealment in an unknown environment. If the person in front of you will give him a big sentence, "Ho, understood," then he will drum up in his heart. Tang Qing also replied. Later, Tang Qing pointed them to Qingyan City and drove back alone. Other conveniences were not provided. A group of professional people planned behind, and they have communication and camouflage skills and wanted to adapt to the environment. Don't be too simple. He did not give more instructions, because the plan and goals have already been clearly explained, and these people already have ID cards, and their names are all taken systematically. They are varied, not as casual as Commander Tang Yi, but this is fine. He had no interest in naming them. Tang Yi couldn't leave the center of the comprehensive service area. It didn't matter what he called it so casually, but those robots that could leave the service center naturally couldn't take it like that. In addition, he each gave 100,000 cash, 2 pistols, and 100 bullets, which was enough for them to use for a while. If not, they can apply for a bank card anyway, and just call it when the time comes. He also told Tang Yi before, don't be stingy if anyone thinks it's necessary to equip a vehicle or the like, and apply directly to Xiao Air, and Xiao Air will let the system notify him. After leaving the factory, Tang Qing parked the car and walked home slowly while humming a small song. He was very happy. Although he spent too much money today, he was so distressed that he wanted to vomit blood at the time, but the harvest was full of. Afterwards, think about it. The existence of such a fraudulent comprehensive service center can be opened with only 1 or 200 million. This is more than the price of cabbage and the price of jumping off the property. It is almost equivalent to giving away. It is estimated that just like the system said when it opened the mall, the system has no interest in money, but it can't let him get something for nothing. Of course, what makes him happy is more than that, because after returning home, Tang Qing has other things to do. That is, unlocking the secondary gene lock. But this time I am not as expected as before. After all, there are no strong enemies. When I got home, it was almost 10 o'clock. Uncle and aunt were not asleep, watching TV and chatting, and the lights of the 2 cousins were still on. I think it was Qin Shichi who was doing her homework, because she was about to take the entrance exam. After Tang Qing greeted and washed, he entered his room, locked the door, and prepared to turn off the lights and go to sleep. Lying on the bed, Tang Qing looked at his attributes. At present, the physique is still close to 200, so Tang Qing directly overdraft personal loans for 2 months, plus the accumulated 400,000 yuan last month. A total of 2 million yuan was loaned out. So task 3 was completed in an instant. Tang Qing's attributes are now: host name, Tang Qing. Level 4. Experience, 90 of 800. Loan amount this month, 0/4 million. Personal quota this month, 80/800 000. It has been overdrawn until the end of May. Withdrawable assets, 39.27 million. Spirit, 200. Physique, 190. Origin value, 10. Convertible foreign currencies, US dollars, euros, and Japanese yen. Completed achievement task 3 and gained 30 points of experience and 10 points of source energy. As for the account balance that was reduced by half, Tang Qing didn't want to look at it. Fortunately, he didn't spend money on entering and leaving the service center, using the transmission area, and running the service center. He must draw the curse system in circles all night. Immediately, Tang Qinghua increased his physique to 200 by 5 points of source energy. He didn't notice any changes. It is estimated that he can only see it after unlocking. As for the remaining 5 points of source energy, it doesn't matter if you increase it. So just keep it. System, unlock the secondary gene lock for me. Tang Qing said silently in his heart. Does the host block the senses? The system said. Block it, start in 10 seconds. Tang Qing said without hesitation. Last time the system said it would hurt. He didn't want to try it because the system said it hurts. Although the feeling of emptiness and helplessness was uncomfortable, he was afraid of calling out in his room. But in fact, he could go to the service center to unlock it, well, he is afraid of pain. He hasn't had the consciousness of being the protagonist of that kind of pain, and he has to carry everything himself. Anyway, the system also said that it has no effect on the unlocking effect, and at most he can exercise his endurance. Order confirmation, the system said. 10 seconds later, Tang Qing once again fell into the feeling of a stunned soul wandering in an empty place, unable to breathe, unable to think, floating, my pride. I don't know how long it took. Tang Qing finally regained consciousness. Once he was able to control his body, he woke up immediately, opened his eyes and sat up, sucking in the air deeply. It's nice to be able to breathe. What a terrible feeling. Forget it. Next time he will try to carry it over. It will take 10 minutes. I'm afraid of a ghost, and he will die if he hurts. If there is a system, it will not be easy for him to die. This kind of feeling, it was like a nightmare for him, who was feeling more and more sensitive. I don't wanna. Let's see if there is any change. Tang Qing stood up excitedly, moved his body, punched, kicked, and bounced. Forget it. He could hit the ceiling before. Now I guess the one upstairs will come down and curse. After several tests, it goes without saying that ordinary people can't hold it at all, and the speed is much faster. This is a bit higher than the state of both attributes of 200. Although it is still 200, it unlocks the gene lock. It's like blessing the halo. In addition, he discovered that another function of unlocking the gene lock is to control the current level more precisely. Just like the first level gene lock before, he can control the strength below 100 well, but when he is a little bit powerless with that part of the attributes above 100. System, can this gene lock strengthen the control of the body? Tang Qing asked, asking the system if he didn't understand it. Yes, the host. Gene lock can strengthen the host's control over the strength below the current level. It can reach a perfect degree through short-term exercise and adaptation. The host must exercise itself to control the strength above the genetic level, the system said. After hearing this, Tang Qing suddenly realized it's no wonder that he was a bit weak in his control power in the previous fights. It turned out that it was beyond his unlock level. Before fighting with Han Lung and the others, he felt a bit tired. On the one hand, he didn't dare to use more than 100 of his power, but in order to crush their speed, they mentioned more than 100 each time, which is completely mismatched. No wonder I played so hard. System, let me enter the command room. Tang Qing said again. Now that they have gained strength, they naturally have to practice well. Han Lung and Sun Chao have basically ignored them. In the past, they used to look for abuse, and secondly, they were too frustrated to fight with all their strength. Now the system can exchange for powerful fighters. The attributes are the same as him, and he has more experience than himself, so it will be interesting to play. Order confirmation. Enter the combat command room in 10 seconds. 10 or 9. 1. The voice of the system just fell. Tang Qing came to the cylindrical platform of the command room again. At this time Tang, E and the 5 analysts were busy. Real-time monitoring of the image data sent back by the 15 people. Commander. Tang, E in a camouflage uniform stepped forward and saluted. As a commander, he uses something different from others. Others need chairs, but like Tang Qing, Tang, E also has the second display exchange before using it. The project's projection authority, so Tang Qing saw the huge screen on the side of the cylindrical platform at a glance, which displayed the data from the eyes of the 15 robots. No way, now the entire command room has only one mission, that is, this security mission. Naturally, you have to keep an eye on it in real time. However, even though they are robots, they naturally have to rest if they want to eat. They don't have such a thing as Gen Qi, and purely rely on technology to achieve this physical fitness. Therefore, the people here adopt a shift system. After all, it is impossible for everyone to encounter danger at the same time. The soldiers on the scene are not fools, and their emergency response capabilities are by no means ordinary. The work of an intelligence analyst is like the eye of the sky, just evaluating the coping strategies of those soldiers. And assistance is not manipulation, so a person will not be in a hurry to go up during a shift. Now he has not much money, but he dare not be too extravagant to exchange too much robots. Well, you can continue to work, Tang Qing said. Although several other analysts also knew that Tang Qing was here, Tang Qing had told them before. Unless they were called, he would not have to bother to salute every time he came. Sheng Tang is the same as Tianyan. Although I have enjoyed the greetings to the employees in the past few times, but the times are too many, he really hopes that those people can do their work honestly. Working well is the best respect for him. Yes, Commander in Command. Tang Yi stared at the screen after speaking. Seeing his subordinates perform their duties and work hard, Tang Qing nodded in satisfaction. He looked for a while and found that the basic intelligence analysts in front of him not only provided decision-making assistance and stared at the visual images, but also had to do information sharing and intelligence storage collection. For example, Tang Qing saw it on the big projection screen. Quite a few things passed by. Product name, Pepsi. Price, 3 yuan. Category, carbonated drinks. Composition, manufacturer information, production license, production date, shelf life, storage conditions. The basic information collection is completed. The 3D modeling is complete. Identification number, 7731. Classification of the Secondary Intelligence Branch Collection Plan. 1. All information of PepsiCo. 2. The manufacturing process of the product. 3. Related industry information. 4. Product safety testing. Detailed explanation of the Secondary Intelligence Branch Collection Plan. 1.1. The history and culture of PepsiCo. 1.2. PepsiCo's shareholding structure. 1.3. All staff information in the history of PepsiCo. 1.18. PepsiCo's future strategic deployment. 2.1. Classification of the 3-level intelligence branch collection plan. The information collection plan number 791 has been completed and has been included in the mission plan. The mission has not been assigned and is to be executed. A whole long string of data flashed. This is only what Tang Qing can see faster, and there is also a special number information display area. In the blink of an eye, the file number becomes 801. Obviously, there are many new things in the early stage, and there are many things that need to be collected. This is the job content of Shower, not for the intelligence officers, but the collection is the work that the intelligence officers will do in the future. Shower does not have the ability to actively collect, so to improve these, he needs to exchange a lot. Many robots do this. But now the communication server has not been installed, and there is no way to access the outside internet. When it is set up, he will exchange more intelligence analysts to do these tasks, and the outside world will also send some intelligence officers out. After all, a lot of information is not available on the internet. For example, if he wants to know Lugan's reverse currency network, he can only send someone to break into them. It's just that it costs money again. Xiao, what's the use of this kind of company information? Is it related to military operations? Tang Qing questioned. A Pepsi-Cola company has a relationship with operations. That's not an arms dealer. Although I know that Shower will not do useless things, I still have to ask clearly. Back to the commander-in-chief. Although economic information does not belong to military operations, in the future, when sending robots outside activities or collecting information, they will naturally need a certain knowledge reserve. Especially spy robots must master a full range of knowledge and skills. The command room will provide intelligence support for them to facilitate their activities and lurking, and except for common sense knowledge, all knowledge is supported by the command room remotely. Shower slowly said. That's right. Tang Qing nodded. The people here should not be ignorant when they go out to do things, especially some robots that perform special tasks. If they are illiterate, it would be too nonsense. By the way, Xiao, give me 2 more male second-level fighters, and let them go directly to the entrance of the training area. Tang Qing said again. After talking, Tang Qing rode his exclusive skateboard to the training area. He estimated that when he arrived, the 2 robots should also be there. At this time, he couldn't help but if he could teleport in the dispatch center, but this I can only think about it, because the system does not support, he only has 2 birthplaces here. One is the cylindrical command platform, and the other is back to the teleportation area through the teleport node. It's easy to go out. You can go out directly from anywhere. There are no restrictions. 10 minutes later, Tang Qing reached the entrance of the training area and stepped off the skateboard. Sure enough, 2 people in camouflage uniforms were already waiting there at this time, and a tourist car was parked beside him. Earlier, he had exchanged a large number of full camouflage uniforms of various sizes and placed them in the production area. A set of 200 yuan. He bought 100 sets and put them there. Each robot can receive 2 sets for a change. It should be enough for a while. Good, Commander. The 2 robots saluted and said loudly. Well, hello. Next you 2 will accompany me to train and fight. I will attack you and defend, understand? Tang Qing said. Understood. The two said loudly. Tang Qing directly posed a fighting pose, and the two people on the opposite side also posed a weird pose. Tang Qing was not surprised either. The opponent was a system product. He had to question whether it was a human product. The fighting posture was different. Not surprising. Huh. Tang Qing exhaled, eyes solemn. With a kick, Tang Qing rushed out like a sharp sword with all his strength. Obviously, this special material ground provides extremely strong friction. The direct result of the high friction is not how much energy will be wasted, so most of the energy will be transformed into inertial force, just like you have to stand on the soft ground such as soil, desert, swamp, water, and try to run forward. A large part of you, the strength, will be absorbed by the deformation of the ground, and even if you want to run, you can't run too much. Tang Qing didn't know what the material on the ground was made of. It turned out to be more frictional than those professional runways, but he didn't delve into it. Originally not far away, Tang Qing's fist came in an instant, and he struck one of the robots in the face. The warrior also leaked a serious expression, turned to the side, and avoided Tang Qing's fist. So fast. This was Tang Qing's first reaction. No move. Tang Qing just chuckled. If he hits it, it would be boring, and then launched a crazy frequency of attacks on the two of them. However, after exhausting all his tricks, he did not directly hit any of them. Vital location. Because the body of the group of people on the opposite side is really too soft. It's almost like no bones. It can make a lot of poses that ordinary people can't understand. For example, Tang Qingyin is about to hit one of them in the chest, but the other's chest is actually facing a depression inside, directly abolished his attack, and their unloading skills were absolutely terrifying. Every one of his heavy blows seemed to hit a strong spring. They thought it would be too. Hard resistance can't hold Tang Qing, who has been unlocked and has the blessing of Yuanli, so this method is adopted. In this way, Tang Qing played with the two robots for more than an hour. Both of them were defending, and Tang Qing was attacking. Although he didn't get anything cheap and didn't win, Tang Qing thought moved. I cried. And finally someone can have a heartily fight with him. It's not easy. Stop. Tang Qing stepped back and shouted. The two also stopped the defensive posture, straddled, and waited for instructions. In this way, the two of you attack and defend. I want to see what your attacking moves are like. Use ordinary moves first. They are slower and don't hurt. Tang Qing said. He didn't want to be a guinea pig to go up. To be trained, first figure out their moves. Yes, Commander. After the two talked, they started fighting without any signs. Sure enough, he was right. The moves of this group of robots were quite different from the moves Han Lung taught him. They were completely customized for their physical and strength control. Many moves simply violated the limit of human body distortion, and the lethality was really great. By surprise, Tang Qing would definitely be abused by anyone in front of him. Fortunately, we were wise and didn't rush to the duel exercise stupidly, Tang Qing said smugly. So the rest of the time was spent in Tang Qing's study. Although many things can't be practiced, most of them can still be practiced. He believes that next time, even if faced with the joint efforts of Han Lung and Sun Chao, he will be able to do it hard. I abused them once. The whole night was spent like this, and as dawn approached, Tang Qing withdrew from the training area. Tang Qing returned to the room. Although he didn't sleep all night and consumed a lot of physical strength in the battle, Tang Qing was not sleepy. Due to the stimulation of origin qi, his fatigue was delayed, and he was going to school to make up for a good night's sleep. Genesis qi is like adrenaline. It can't really eliminate fatigue and provide cell energy. It just allows the body to support for a period of time without sequelae, which is just a little longer. Seeing that his aunt's breakfast had not yet been prepared, Tang Qing also hurriedly started a new day of arbitrage, exchange, transfer, waiting, and recycling. The 4 steps are repeated. Now he feels that he is too poor to be able to open the pot. This is not an exaggeration. Although his income is still considerable in the long run, his funds will still be in a state of tension within this month. He wants to increase his insurance reserve funds to 500 million yuan. The upper limit of arbitrage is not to be considered in 2 months. Moreover, this is still the case of no other capital consumption. If a large amount of funds is needed in an emergency, plus the capital injection from the prosperous Tang dynasty, Tang Qing is really short of money. After 10 times of arbitrage, Tang Qing made more than 14 million yuan before going to school, and his deposit exceeded 400 million again. However, his deposit was twice as high when he had the highest deposit, so he was not too excited. Tang Qing called up his personal information again. Host name, Tang Qing. Level 4. Experience, 90 ///800. Loan amount this month, 0 ///4 million. Personal quota this month, 80 //800, 000. It has been overdrawn until the end of May. Withdrawable assets, 400,523 million. Spirit, 200. Physique, 200. Origin value, 5. Convertible foreign currencies, US dollars, euros, and Japanese yen. After breakfast. On the way to school, Tang Qing bought 5 cages of steamed buns and ate them as they walked. They were not afraid of being hot at all. He took out his cell phone and dialed Do Jiao's number. Brother Tang, why are you calling so early? Do Jiao's voice rang from the opposite side, weakly. Tang Qing knew that Do Jiao hadn't gotten up yet. Sister Jiao, you haven't gotten up yet? Tang Qing said weakly, and must be gentle to a woman who is about to get up. Don't get angry anymore. Otherwise, the whole conversation process will be very irritating. Of course, I blame you for this acquisition plan. I went to bed very late last night. You black-hearted boss, who is not sympathetic to the employees at all, assigned me so many tasks. My sleep quality is poor these days. No, I can't cover the dark circles. Anyway, I don't care. If you don't give me a big red envelope when the matter is over this time, I'll go to your house every day to get a meal and file a complaint with your little girlfriend, saying that you have started chaos, finally abandoned, ditched the flowers outside, molested the good girls, grabbed the children's candy, crossed the street, and ran through the red light. Do Jiao couldn't stop when he talked about work. There is no way, Tang Qing, the boss who is throwing hands away, is really throwing away. He doesn't care about anything except the money. Compared with the previous 9-to-5 life, today's life is like hell. Falling into the pit that Tang Qing dug in a daze, she missed the days before. But she just missed it. She didn't plan to quit her job, nor did she regret doing it. Now, her life is much more fulfilled than before. She also wants to prove that she can do it. She used to be recommended by her parents and elders. She is allowed to choose from government agencies, enterprises, institutions, and large companies. Her rebellious psychology has caused her to not want to do anything, so she wants to find something easy to do. However, Tang Qing's eyes are different. This is equivalent to the job she was looking for. Naturally, she is not repulsive. She is an independent girl and needs to be recognized by her family and society. Secondly, she didn't want to disappoint Tang Qing's younger brother. Tang Qing trusted her so much and left so many important things to her, but she couldn't do anything wrong. Yes, Sister Jiao is right. This month's salary will definitely give you a big red envelope to reward our beautiful, kind, and diligent President Do. Tang Qing hurriedly said with a smile, even though she knew that Do Jiao was joking. But we can't dismantle it. It's pretty much the same, and it's not worth using my relationship to facilitate this acquisition. Do Jiao pouted. Seeing Tang Qing's upright attitude and sweet mouth, she didn't even feel sleepy. Thank you, Sister Jiao. When this matter is completed, I will treat you to a good meal. Tang Qing thanked. Well, I'm going to the place where I was last time. Do Jiao said loudly when her eyes sparkled. She knows that Tang Qing's investment quota this time is 100 million yuan. Such a local tyrant brother is really sorry for his stomach if he is not slaughtered. No problem. Tang Qing promised in full mouth. Just a meal, completely trivial, anyway, no money. Then came the main topic of this call, the loan task of the system. Tang Qing also urged Do Jiao to contact the previous customers to see if there is a loan demand after completing the system recommending customers. In addition to this, there is another problem with the location of the communication server. He has to find a place to put that server, but he is very useful. Because as long as the external network is connected, although Shower does not provide intelligence analysis and command work, he can connect to various monitoring in reality. This will greatly promote the entire security work in the future. And he discovered that the basic intelligence analysts are all computer experts, but their expertise is in the destruction of intrusion and defense. Not good at applications. It is possible to start an antivirus software company, but this is just a matter of thinking. It is very simple and does not make money. Since this communication server does not require external physical connections such as antennas, energy supply, and wired networking, Tang Qing did not plan to put it on the ground, but found a place to bury it. Yes, just bury it. Compared with any above-ground and underground buildings, the risk of burying is the smallest. He also asked Xiaoer. The material of this server is completely resistant to immersion, corrosion, and powerful blows. And he has also seen that the server has no disguise at all. The whole thing is awkward. It is best to bury it, and then build a building on it, and no one will find it. Naturally, he gave the task to Do Jiao again, asking her to find a larger site on the outskirts of the city, and then build a pseudo-data center for Sky. The main function is to store Sky-Eye's paper files and core data backups, and can also be used as the current headquarters of Sky-Eye. This was decided by Tang Qing's temporary intention. Instead of opening a new company as a cover or just digging a pit and burying it, putting Tianyin on the site is simply killing two birds with one stone. Future work it is secretly involved and needs to be at a certain distance from places with many people. Secondly, when someone is watching, he doesn't have to worry about the security of the communication server. When a few robots are installed to act as security guards, it will be foolproof. Although it is strange that Tang Qing is in such a hurry to build a Tianyin headquarters, Do Jiao is too busy now. He has to manage Tianyin Company and participate in the acquisition of the jewelry company. After interviewing personnel, he must also pay attention to the issuance and recovery of loans. You have time to understand why he is so eager to build this thing. Anyway, it is Tang Qing who spends the money. He has people to do the work, and he can change to a big office. After the order, the two ended the conversation. Do Jiao felt that she couldn't sleep. Tang Qing was also relieved and finally pushed everything out. This feels, gee, the feeling of shirking work is really cool. It was also the first time that Tang Qing felt that the real role of the eye company had come into play this day. If he were to do the above work, he would really go crazy. Someone is good, Tang Qing thought triumphantly. Seeing that several things were resolved at once, Tang Qing was in a good mood and unconsciously sang a nursery rhyme. Although the voice was not loud, it was in a normal tone, but this very magnetic voice also caused him to rub shoulders. The passers-by looked sideways. Seeing Tang Qing, a tall, handsome, and sunny student, was amazed by many people's hearts. Tang Qing, who unlocked the second-level genetic lock, had little change in her temperament and appearance, but she also made slight progress. Tang Qing now treats all creatures as if it has a halo of favorability bonus. Especially the female creatures. All of them don't want to move their eyes when they see it. The only feeling in my mind is that this student is so handsome. No, I have to take a look. However, the nursery rhymes in Tang Qing's mouth have made his overall image lose some points. Many people wonder if this person has a problem with his brain. They still sing nursery rhymes at this age, and they don't hide their happy expressions. This has also made many male compatriots feel a lot of balance. They thought that they were a fool, and they were really blinded by this skin. If I should be so good, I can ride horses every day and share the prosperity of the world. Those male compatriots, bad words, came to Tang Qing's ears, but he smiled happily and didn't care about it at all. After so many things and suffered so many blows, he believed that he would be able to turn things around and make up for it when he was born again. Regrettably, now basically everything is on the right track, and he has gotten rid of the labor phase. His mentality seems to have suddenly let go, and he doesn't care much about ordinary people's gaze. Just like a description he saw in his previous life, his mood at this time is like you parked a Lamborghini in the middle of an intersection, climbed on the roof, pillowed your head, watched the white clouds drifting by, and listened to the surrounding drivers. Swearing and threats, but there was peace in my heart. Of course, this is just a metaphor to describe that the mentality is very open. People who really do this are absolutely alive and feel like a brain dead. This comparison will become a shame in the end. Tang Qing. Morning. What are you so happy today, and you are still singing? Before reaching the school gate, Wang Yin saw Tang Qing's face with joy from a distance, and ran over and asked in small steps. Wang Yin, you are too early. Nothing, but the weather is good today, and I am in a good mood. Tang Qing said with a smile. To be honest, his good mood now is not just about off various tasks in the morning, but because of his confidence. That's right, it's emboldened. Because in his opinion, no matter how rich he is, even if he had the Tang dynasty, Tianyin, and hundreds of millions of deposits before, even if he knew a lot of powerful people, he also made a lot of layout, so that he could not be in Qingyan City, covering the sky with one hand, but it is definitely not the one to be crumpled. It stands to reason that he should be very confident and at ease at this point. However, the fact is not the case. Deep down in his heart, he always feels that he is alone, no one can talk to, there is no subordinate that can be absolutely trusted, there is not much sense of security, and even the goal is confused because he does not know how to rely on it. What to fight with his future competitors. The path he has to walk is completely different from others. The protagonists in the novel have only one purpose, that is to make money, expand their influence, make friends with the rich and powerful, and enjoy life. Basically, not many people will come into contact with the banker level, even if they do. Basically, it was to become friends, and it did not involve the core industry of that group of bankers' currency. Currency and money are two concepts. The difference is heaven and earth. Money is only a tool, and money is a right. Therefore, the struggle is not that fierce, and the conflict is basically restrained within a certain range. Everyone is just playing around. Even if you send a missile to your plane, it's just a hello. But now the banking system has been upgraded to the 4th level. Especially after seeing things like the integrated service center, he basically knows who his future competitors are and what path he will take. The banker said by the system is definitely not enough to open a bank. It is estimated that the system here is just an unrecognized businessman. At most, he will rub aside the bankers. The real bankers recognized by the system should be those hidden behind the world. The super monster that controls currency, war, politics, and human development. Fighting with those bankers, Tang Qing is really insecure. Just because of his urination and arrogance, he will never let him and the group of people compromise. It must be extremely fierce to sit in rows and eat fruits. Conflict. So there is a trace of fear in his heart. He is afraid that he will not be able to save the person he loves in this conflict. The service center that was unlocked yesterday gave him a lot of confidence. Although not great, what he saw was hope, which was control over things. When you don't have much money, money has the strongest sense of security, because there are not many people who care about your money, and no one will do everything to calculate your money. But as your status gets higher, your money gets more and more. With more money, the sense of security that money can bring will become weaker and weaker, and he has already felt this deeply before. After all, even if the assets are in the hundreds of billions or even hundreds of billions of dollars, they can bully those littles. The bankers at the top can shoot such people to death with their backhands. Don't have too many methods. As for revenge, haha, you think too much. All your money has been unexplainably frozen. What will you pay for it? Even if you have money, no armed organization dares to take over, because their money is still held in the hands of those bankers. Even if the task is completed, they won't get a dime, so any plan of retaliation will be immediate. Become their bargaining chip for credit. And this is still an ideal situation, but the real situation is that as long as the other party's plan is implemented, you have no chance to retaliate. So in Tang Qing's view, power is the real source of a banker's sense of security. There is no one. As for money, 10 billion, 100 billion, 1 trillion, that's just the paper we printed. It's too hard to wipe your butt, and it's not too hard to burn even if you burn it. Oh, that's it. Wang Yin smiled. Although she knew that Tang Qing didn't tell her the truth, as long as Tang Qing was happy, she would be happy too. The two came to the classroom chatting one after another. Tang Qing and Wang Yin, who came to the classroom, said hello and fell asleep on the table. As for homework, he naturally didn't write, let alone hand it in. No teacher said that he was the first in grade and he was close to the door. The baby bump with full marks, teachers can hardly say a word, otherwise, even if they are told to the principal, they will be criticized. What's more, Tang Qing is also very good at ordinary times. He doesn't make troubles, he is not proud, and he respects them. He even calls them to pay in New Year's greetings during the New Year. No one has sent a small gift after the New Year. Such a perfect student is really a lantern can't find it. Sure enough, the teachers saw Tang Qing lying on the table and fell asleep thinking that they were tired last night. They nodded unconsciously. Student Tang Qing was really hard, and his voice was a little bit quieter unconsciously for fear of interruption. To Tang Qing. So Tang Qing slept throughout the morning. Firstly, he had to make up for the sleep last night, and secondly, the consumption was too great and needed to be slowed down. In fact, he woke up in the 4th class, but he has been wandering in the mall. Last time I just took a quick glance, and I didn't have time to take a closer look at the new products in the mall. Now I have looked at them one by one and found many good things. For example, there are some spy equipment in it, but the quantity is very small. If it is really counted, there were spy equipment when the mall was first opened, such as those silenced pistols, which he wanted to use in the last gun battle. The gun was too ugly and it was not easy to use, so it was replaced with M1911. These silenced pistols are not the same as those with silencers, but are almost completely silenced. So he quickly accepted the spy equipment. After all, they are all gadgets, only eavesdropping equipment and signal tracking equipment. The technology seems to be quite advanced, but it is not very useful for him at present, and he does not need to eavesdrop or track anyone. In this way, Tang Qing had a stable life for 2 days, but the people under his hands were so busy that they flew up. Somehow they moved their mouths from above and broke their legs when they ran below. The eyes of the sky, which was quite leisurely, was blocked by him again. Less tasks, not to mention this huge acquisition involving hundreds of millions of RMB. Many people actively asked for overtime. Even if they went home, they were not idle, cherishing this hard-won exercise opportunity. Although there are only a few people from Dojiao who go to the provincial capital, there is definitely a lot of work here. They are a team, and many of the behind-the-scenes work is done by people here. After all, the audit of the jewelry company is not only done by Lu Qian. As investors, they can't fully use Lu Gan's side. They need to have their own account. Therefore, Tianyin and Qingyan City is also very busy. With an investment of hundreds of millions, they knew how rich their boss was. They all knew about the Tang dynasty and the huge capital injection that made them drool, but this wave of surprise has not yet been completed. Tang Qing had to invest hundreds of millions of yuan again and still cooperate with Lu Gan. Who is Lu Gan? Not many people in the province's business community don't know that it is a real rich man. Lu Gan can pull Tang Qing one. Obviously his boss is really rich and powerful. Therefore, they are all motivated, not only to improve their own capabilities, but also show it to Tang Qing and get approval. They already know the operating model of Tang Qing's company, and they know that their Tianyin is definitely in a fairly high position. Although they cannot determine the specific operation of the company, they have a certain degree of supervision. Just like this time, the 5 members stationed in the jewelry company, one of the individuals is an old man with sky eye. Because this person usually performs well and has a little experience, he becomes the lucky one. They didn't think there was much future for a company with millions of dollars before, but now it seems that the future is great, just like the lucky guy who jumped out of the sky, from a team leader, directly to the financial department of a company with assets of hundreds of millions. The second in command, under the dual leadership of Sky Eye and the jewelry company, took 2 wages, so he was so envious of others. In addition, those robots have also been in place in the past 2 days, secretly protecting their goals. It is secret, but it is actually a bit awkward to do it, because this kind of protection can only ensure that the target is in sight and cannot provide personal protection. If an emergency occurs, even if it is 10 meters away, it is a long distance. But Tang Qing can only do so much now. Especially the 2 cousins and Lin Jiaxue can't send people to the school as students. The bodyguards can only find a suitable place outside the school to stare at with binoculars. Tang Qing had never thought that it would be so troublesome to protect a person secretly, but since they are all robots, they won't be bored. In order to avoid the high chances of appearance, the analysts also let the bodyguards in Qingyan City take turns to exchange protections, especially Qin Yugong. With his vigilance and the particularity of the normal activity area, the so-called secret protection is extremely challenging. Fortunately for those in the city, the protection methods of grandparents in the countryside and Lin Jiaxue's grandparents are even more troublesome. The village is also more alert to the outside population. Although I don't know how the bodyguards protect them, think about Tang Qing. There is a feeling of embarrassment for the group of robots. It seems that the communication server must be released as soon as possible, and then more monitoring will be installed, and the Public Security Department's urban traffic monitoring network will be shared at the same time. Otherwise, the implementation effect of this security plan will be too cheating. After school was over at noon on March 4th, Do Jiao called. Brother Tang, we have found a place for the Tianyin headquarters. It fully meets your requirements, and the price is not expensive. If you want to check it out, we will find it if it doesn't fit. Do Jiao said straightforwardly. She is still in the provincial capital. Of course, she did not find this place personally. She did not even go through Tianyin. Instead, she directly asked her friends in the Qingyan city government for help. She felt that she was becoming less and less principled. She likes to help Tang Qing, but she doesn't regret it. Haha, Sister Jiao Jiao is really fast. It's been hard work. Then I'll go and have a look in the afternoon. By the way, Sister Jiao Jiao, when do you need funds there? Tang Qing said happily. I need funds anytime. Do Jiao said angrily. When I think of Tang Qing investing tens of millions here and hundreds of millions there, but Tianyin still has a scale of millions, Do Jiao feels a bit resentful, but he is not really complaining about Tang Qing. After all, Tianyin has the right to supervise and review. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is half of the superior department of those companies, but the scale of millions is really a bit shivering. But this time it's okay. Tianyin also has relatively expensive fixed assets. The entire Tianyin headquarters will cost Tang Qing tens of millions or more. The thought of Do Jiao here is a burst of excitement. Although it is not money, our market value it's up. Tang Qing was speechless for a while. Of course, he understood the source of the resentment in Do Jiao's words. This was one of the reasons why he gave Tianyin the headquarters of the communication server's resident. Haha. Okay, my little brother Tang. The negotiations here are complete, and Mr. Lu's funds will be transferred tomorrow, and the remaining 100 million of yours will be transferred after the handover is completed, which is around March 10th. In other words, what is the relationship between you and Lu? So take care of you. Do Jiao said with a smile. She found that the entire acquisition negotiation process revealed weirdness. She did not see Lu Gan, the chairman of the board, and only saw a vice president of Tiangong Group. That vice president and his team respected themselves and others, but it made her different. They didn't know their background. And she knew that Lu Gan was not short of money, and she had to take Tang Qing to do business together, which was obviously a bit of a show of favor and an alliance of interests. Yu reading, the little brother, became more and more interesting. Haha, it's nothing. We are just friends. Give me the account before I need funds, and I will pay the money. Tang Qing said vaguely. Cut. Don't say it, forget it. Next Saturday is 9:30 in the morning on the 12th. You have to come to the jewelry company's first board of directors and meet with you. Do Jiao said grimly. That's okay. I'll go one day in advance when the time comes, and I will go to the place you were looking for this afternoon. Tang Qing promised, thinking that he is going to ask for leave again, and he has to think of reasons to lie to his uncle and the others. The airport in Qingyan City was only repaired at the end of the year. He could only go there by car, but it was not far away. The private car arrived at the high speed for 4 or 5 hours. Okay, don't forget it, but it doesn't matter if you forget, I'll remind you then. Do Jiao said. After eating at noon, Tang Qing directly called Sun Chao to the venue Do Jiao was looking for. He was surrounded by a deputy general manager from Tianyin Consulting, who was briefing Tang Qing on the specific situation of the place. The deputy general manager's name was He Zixin. This year 32 years old, a strong woman, rich work experience, made up for Do Jiao's shortcomings. Do Jiao had already sent her the information here in the morning, and she had seen it in person, and she thought it was pretty good, so Do Jiao called Tang Qing. This is a huge site surrounded by walls. There is only a row of simple board houses and some uncovered steel sheds. It was previously used by a construction company to stack various construction materials, but the construction company has recently been anxious. Lack of funds, so sell at a low price. Tang Qing estimated that Do Jiao also used his own relationship. Otherwise, such a place covering an area of nearly 30,000 square meters can be taken for only 15 million, and it is so fast, and it is almost cheap. At this time, the building materials of the entire site have been evacuated, and these slab houses and sheds will also be demolished by the construction company and brought to their new material storage site. Judging from the traces, there have been more board houses here before. I heard the Guardian said that this place used to be a dormitory for the company's construction workers for a long time. Under the leadership of the Guardian, Tang Qing went around inside. After reading it, Tang Qing was very satisfied. The transportation here is convenient, there are buses, and there are no factories around to make noise and sewage. The neighbors and the doorway are all about logistics, and the storage company occupies a lot of space. This gave Tang Qing the impulse to build a headquarters for Xingtang, but this was just a flash in his mind. Xingtang and Tianyan are different. Xingtang has profitability, and the construction of the headquarters is on their own. But Tianyan is different. All its money comes from Tang Qing's capital injection, and it is also one of his future core industries, so the treatment is naturally different. Manager this place is not bad. It is the right place to build our Sky Eye headquarters. When can we sign the contract? Tang Qing said with a smile. Mr. Tang, you can ask them to sign the contract and go through the formalities now. He Zixin said with a smile. Seeing this young and excessive boss in front of me, he decided a tens of millions of business in a few seconds. It is really charming. With that handsome face, it is more pleasing to the eye. I really don't know who has such a blessing to marry. The young man in front of him. Well, that's okay. You can ask them to come over and sign the contract now, and then you can contact a design institute, and we need to fix the headquarters of Tianyan. Tang Qing ordered. Yes, Mr. Tang. Or if you go to the office and sit down, I will contact the people from the construction company immediately, and then I will let the people from the design institute come. He Zixin suggested that although the boardroom was demolished, only one land remained. It was lined up, but there was still an office left, which was just extremely rudimentary. Okay, you go and prepare. I'll go around here again. Tang Qing smiled. He just took a rough look at the surrounding environment and site. Now he has to think about the layout. The details are naturally done by the Design Institute. He only needs to specify the special requirements and the location of the office building. Other design institutes, the one who will give the plan, choose by yourself. He Zixin left and made the phone calls one by one. Not only did she contact the construction company, but she also had to contact her company to prepare contracts and so on. She had to contact the Design Institute to come over, and she had to go through the formalities. There are a lot of things. After a while, Chu Jun, the owner of the construction company, came in person. In fact, he was reluctant to buy this place, but this time it was really scammed. A real estate was put in with a huge amount of money. However, the developer delayed and refused to pay. I'm getting deeper and deeper now, and I'm in dire need of capital turnover. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sold such a large piece of land so cheaply. Hello, Mr. Tang, my name is Chu Jun. I am the owner of this construction company. I didn't expect Mr. Tang to be so young. Chu Jun said respectfully. He knows that this time the buyer is not small. The relationship between the Municipal Party Committee office, although I don't know how sacred Tang Qing is, I dare not take it lightly. When I saw him in person, he immediately classified Tang Qing into the super second generation category. Whether it was the official second generation or the rich second generation, he could not afford it. Thank you, Boss Chu is also very blessed. Tang Qing said with a smile. His blessing naturally refers to the size of Chu Jun. Haha. No way. I just have a hobby, eating meat. I feel uncomfortable if I don't eat meat for a day. Chu Jun immediately understood Tang Qing's words and laughed. Although Tang Qing came up and said that he was fat and looked very rude, but this should also be divided. The people under him said that he was disrespectful. It would be a joke for people of the same status to say such things. People of higher status said it. Such words are expressing closeness, and the reality is. So nonsense. Boss Chu, although it's a blessing to be able to eat, you still need to exercise, otherwise you will be in trouble in the future. Tang Qing said with a smile. What Mr. Tang said is that now my blood pressure is a little bit high, and my heart is also a bit problematic. I just like to eat first, and second, I have to eat for work reasons. Chu Jun said. What he said was the truth, and he was invited to entertain guests. Eating is a common meal, plus I love to eat. It's not easy to lose weight. Then the two exchanged a few words and got into the topic. There was no bargaining. He also asked Do Jiao about the price. It was really a friendly price, so he didn't bother to care about it. After the contract is signed, he will pass 5 million, and the rest will need to go to many relevant departments to complete the transfer. After the completion, the remaining 10 million will be credited. Mr. Tang, don't know what you are building here? I am in the construction business. If I have a living, I hope Mr. Tang can consider my company. You can rest assured that I will build it for you. If there is any cut corners, you took me to ask. After signing the contract, Chu Jun asked again. Now his company is difficult to operate. As long as he has a job, it doesn't matter whether he makes money or not, as long as he can have work for everyone under his hand. What's wrong with Uncle's company? Such an urgent shortage of funds. Tang Qing asked curiously. That's the case. We used a large amount of funds for a project before, but the developer has delayed paying according to the contract, and I have to pay the workers and materials dealers. Therefore, the funds are very tight, and I have to pay this place. It's sold, Mr. Tang believes me. Take good care of this piece of land. You will surely turn it over in a few years, Chu Jun explained. Finally, I don't forget to remind Tang Qing. He is very optimistic about this land. Although distressed, there is no way. The future is the future after all. He has to solve the current problems first. It's okay. I want to build a company headquarters here. If the quotation is right at that time, there is no problem in choosing my uncle's company when bidding. Tang Qing agreed. It's not that he was sloppy. It's just that when he shook hands with Chu Jun, he used a credit check function that he hadn't used in a long time. Unexpectedly, Chu Jun's credit rating was as high as 94, so he also thought of helping him. The trustworthy people are worth he helped. Thank you, Mr. Tang, for giving me this opportunity. If you have something to do in the future, just order it. Chu Jun said excitedly. From Tang Qing's words, he knew that it was done. When the time comes, the tender will take a form, although it may not make much. But at least operating the company will not break up, otherwise it will be more difficult to ask the developer for money at that time. You're welcome. Tang Qing smiled. After that, it is boring to sign the contract and give the money. As for the rest of the procedures, he does not need to do it. People from the two companies will run. It is estimated that there is still a relationship between the army and the army. He promised that the entire process will be completed by next Monday at the latest. No way, he won't get the balance until it's finished. After signing the contract, Chu Jun took the two of Tianyin's people and hurriedly left the department. As for the uncle guard who was still a relative of Chu Jun, he naturally had to take it away. Tianyin needs to find someone to replace him before next Monday. For the future Tang Qing's guard candidate has already been considered. The security guards at the Tianyin headquarters are planning to use all robots. In the future, this is not only the location of the important communication server, but also Tianyin, his core industry, which is especially important. As for the security departments of other non-core industries, let's just find them by themselves, because they can't lose important things. Those non-core industries are small things that the company loses, let alone the things inside. After Chu Jun and his party left, Tang Qing and Sun Chao were drinking tea in the office. He Zixin and a female employee of Tianyin were collating information. Seeing Tang Qing bowing their heads thinking about things, all of them tried to keep quiet, even if they turned over. The contract was also turned over slowly, for fear of disturbing Tang Qing. They didn't expect Tang Qing's invisible majesty to be so majestic, completely different from the image of being bullied by Do Jiao and the company. Is this really a high school student? That calm and decisiveness is what kind of family can cultivate it. Tang Qing didn't know that he had pretended to be a heart-wrenching invisibly. Mr. Tang is really rich. It was really wise for me to choose to join this company. The female employee whispered. Then you need to say, work hard. The company will not treat you badly. He Zixin glared at her and said. After she first joined the company and learned about the company's main business, she had a feeling of coming to the place. Everyone who dared to use this business management model was a giant. Obviously, Tang Qing's ambition was not small. Understand that Tang Qing not only has ambition, but also strength. Do you know what Mr. Tang's family does? The female employee said with a smile on her face. Although He Zixin glared at her, she, who is familiar with He Zixin's character, is not afraid. He Zixin is resolute at work, but in life He Zixin is like their big sister. People in the company respect her, but are not afraid. How do I know? I guess Don't knows it, but I asked her and I didn't say it. He Zixin said in an angry voice. Tang Qing's background is a mystery in Tianyin, full of speculations. He Zixing naturally has curiosity, but asked. Do Jiao said that she didn't know, but he Zixing naturally didn't believe it, but she really didn't know where she knew Do Jiao. Do Jiao, who learned about Tang Qing's parents from Feng San, is also full of doubts in her heart. Oh, it must be a child of a big family. I'm experiencing life, the female employee said, poking her chin with a carbon pen. Maybe, don't say anything, do things seriously, he Zixing said in a serious tone. Oh, the female employee grumbled. There is also one person who cannot calm his heart. That is Sun Chao. He watched the young man in front of him sprinkle tens of millions of renminbi. It is impossible to say that he is not shocked. Now his head is confused. The money is definitely not Tang. Father Tang and mother, but he couldn't figure out where it came from. As for Tang Qing's partner, he didn't believe it very much, because Tang Qinghua had no idea when she came forward. She spent it when she wanted to spend it. It didn't look like someone was in charge at all. In the end, Sun Chao thought about it for a while and didn't think about it. To increase the troubles, as long as you know that Tang Qing is not a bad person, even if he is a bad person, he is not ready to get off the boat. He will be repaid if he is kind. As long as he doesn't betray the country or the people, he dare to do anything. Manager please record that the company will set up a new security department. You don't need to recruit externally. I will solve everyone. Tang Qing raised his head and said. When he lowered his head just now, he was thinking about Tianyan. The main entanglement was not in the number of people, but in thinking about whether to set up a security company specifically to provide a job for people like Sun Chao. But now there are few properties under its banner, so there are not so many needed. If you find a place for resettlement, but it is also on the agenda, he will find a way to open one in the second half of the year at the latest. It doesn't matter whether it makes money or not. It is treated as a good deed. Understood, Mr. Tang. He Zixing agreed. Although she was curious that Tang Qing would arrange this way, she didn't ask much. The boss's logic was something she could guess. After a while, the people from the Design Institute came. Earlier, Tianyan made a list of enterprises above designated size across the country. As for Qingyan City, it is more detailed. Company information from all walks of life is collected, including scale, history, strength, etc., which happened to come in handy today. It was found after a check, and finally a relatively medium-strength architectural design institute was selected. After all, it's not a skyscraper, and the requirements for the design institute are not high. Tang Qing at the Tianyan headquarters never thought about how high it would be. At most 5 or 6 floors above the sky. Now the cat's 2 or 3 sky eyes. One room is enough. It's done, but if you want to do it, just do it all at once, and do it according to the standard of thousands of people. This place he is going to let Tianyan use it for more than 10 years. If he repairs 2 broken houses, he doesn't need to buy it. So fast. As soon as I heard that there was a big job, the people from the design company rushed over immediately. This is also the reason for choosing this medium-sized design institute. The importance of customers who are not high or low is naturally very high. Price is one aspect, and more important, it is the degree of diligence. After the people from the Design Institute came, Tang Qing took them around, mainly pointing out the location and requirements of the main building. Although he heard that Tang Qing wanted to build a huge double-story basement, there was another one with a depth of more than 10 meters. The reservoir was very surprised, but the customer is God, so I wonder what to do if this young second generation is annoyed. Quickly ensure that there is no problem. The other thing is to let them play freely. Anyway, a company's premises must have everything, but it must be good, large, and complete. The main building's height is also required by Tang Qing, and the underground space is more than 4 meters. The building above the ground must be at least 5 meters above the ground, so that it looks a little more atmospheric and less stuffy. There is also a small lake of thousands of square meters and pavilions, basketball courts, badminton courts, etc. dug behind the main building. It's okay to go fishing. The rest is nothing, as much as 70% of the green area. Although this piece of land is a bit wasted, but it looks comfortable and the office feels comfortable. Tang Qing said all the requirements he could think of before returning to school after signing the contract. After that, it was the matter of the Design Institute and Tianyan, waiting for them to make a few alternatives and choose by themselves. After Tang Qing left, the Design Institute was busy. Their company didn't have much work this year. Now they are very happy when they meet a major customer. After the survey, he worked overtime and completed several plans within a week. Finally, Tang Qing saw once again, I was not completely satisfied, but I didn't want to embarrass others. I combined some of the features of several plans, and then Tang Qing saw the final design drawing the next day. Clapper construction. Therefore, the construction of Tianyan's headquarters began to go on the right track, and it took another week for a set of procedures to go down. This was still under Do Jiao's efforts. Otherwise, it would not be possible to start construction so quickly. The construction permit was down. After that, the intense construction began. At this time, the materials and equipment have already entered the site ahead of time, and the cleanup work has been completed. Although according to the unspoken rules, the work can be started in advance even without a construction permit, but Tang Qing did not do so. So a few days earlier is not interesting. The construction unit is naturally the Chujun company. This project can be his life-saving straw. The entire project cost nearly 28 million. Although the number of floors is not high, the area is large, and there are 2 floors underground, so the amount of earth excavation is amazing. The quality requirements are also high, especially the basement walls and ground thickness are directly doubled on the usual basis. Chu Jun came to the construction site with great enthusiasm and looked at it every day. He did this project quite comfortably. He didn't need to invite developers to dinner frequently, and he didn't have to worry about party and not giving money. Tang Qing's money was strictly in accordance with the contract, and he even paid for it. Not much. The entire construction period is expected to take more than 2 months. After all, the earthwork alone needs to be digging down 8 meters, then laying the foundation and digging a deep pit. It is estimated that it will take more than half a month to see the basement, which is still 24 hours. The result of shift construction. The main building requires more than 40 days at a construction rate of 6 days per floor. There are 2 floors underground and 5 floors above the ground. Even if it is being constructed and decorated, it will take nearly 3 months to move in. However, Tang Qing could not wait that long. He decided that as long as the basement at the bottom was sealed, he would release the server and cover it with a concrete cover. He sent people to stare at it day and night. As long as it was not with a large machine, even if someone was curious, he would not be able to hit the server. Idea. At that time, the first basement level will be a parking lot, and the second basement level will be used for file storage, and it can also be used as an area for transmission nodes. The 2 floors are not interconnected. Only special passages and elevators can go down. Anyway, safeguards are all robots, and they are not afraid of being discovered. The next day, March 5th. On Saturday, after school in the afternoon, Tang Qing went straight to the vegetable market because Tang's father and Tang's mother were here. The store in the county has been transferred out, and Tang's father and mother, who had been tired for so many years, returned to the village to rest for a week before coming here. He wanted to go to Lijiangguo to eat at night, and everyone met by the way, but was rejected by Tang's mother. She felt that she was anxious to go to Lijiangguo when she came up, fearing that others would have ideas. After all, Tang Qing is just a small shareholder. Qin Yugong and Zhang Jing are not afraid of Li Jiangguo's tricks, but everyone will always come into contact with them frequently in the future. You should pay attention to many things on the scene, so as not to embarrass everyone. So Mother Tang called and asked him to cook a good table of dishes in the evening. What else could Tang Qing say about this? My parents' orders, dare not violate them. Just make a meal, and when I think that Lin Jiashua's family will come too. Tang Qing was immediately energetic and bought a lot of things. When he returned to the community, Tang Qing found a lot of familiar faces nearby. These were the robots he exchanged. Usually there are only 4 robots nearby with different faces, because in order to reduce the probability of being found by the target, they are all take turns to protect. Now he found 9, and Lin Jiashua's family should have arrived. Perhaps because of the system, he had a wonderful feeling for the robot he exchanged. No matter how well the other party pretended to be, Tang Qing could detect it from a distance, even if he couldn't see it. Tang Qing returned home. Sure enough, Lin Jiashua's family had arrived at this time. Tang's father and Tang's mother were chatting with uncles and the others in the living room. Lin Jiashua seemed to be in the cousin's room. Hearing the door opening, Lin Jiashua hurriedly walked out of Qin Shiqi's house. She knew Tang Qing must have bought a lot of things, so she came out to help. Lin Jiashua walked quickly to the door and said softly, "You are back." He also took a few bags in Tang Qing's hands. "Well, I'm back." Tang Qing smiled. He didn't turn away and pass some dishes. Many times one person wants to let the other person enjoy everything and does nothing, but often ignores the other person's thoughts. The happiness comes from doing things for your lover, but the source of the other person's happiness is not necessarily doing nothing, but being able to do something for you. This is the tacit understanding that two people who normally love each other should have. Lin Jiashua is just such a person. He will do the hard work, and occasionally assigning small things to Lin Jiashua will make her happier. Seeing Tang Qing and Lin Jiashua performing such a warm scene, the adult's eyes were full of smiles. The two men and women looked better and better together, but Qin Shiqi on the side was not doing it. She was chatting with Lin Jiashua just now. See Tang, as soon as Qin came back, Lin Jiashua left her and ran out, and her heart was full of resentment, and she lost a person who was nagging and talking about. Naturally, she was going to trouble Tang Qing, the creditor. "Sister Jiashua, he can handle it all by himself. What can you do for him?" Qin Shiqi said in an angry voice from the side. Tang Qing, who was enjoying this moment, stopped doing it immediately and said, "Is there a sister like you? If you don't help, don't allow others to help." "Yes, why not? Not just in front of you." Qin Shiqi said with her head up, as if how glorious. Tang Qing laughed angrily and said, "Can you change your line? You used it last time." "I like to use it. What's the matter? Do you have an opinion?" Qin Shiqi said with an expression of "you bite me." "Of course there is. I have a big opinion." Tang Qing said with his mouth curled. "Cut. I have some reservations. Otherwise, I will let Annie take care of you." Qin Shiqi said with a smug look. This is a big move she hasn't used for a long time. Mother would always be on her side. Who said that Tang's father and Tang's mother had no daughters? They would love the two sisters Qin Shiqi. Tang Qing was anxious. He really couldn't resist this trick. It's the same since childhood. As long as his cousin asks Tang's father and mother to complain, she is a scapegoat and will definitely be disciplined. It's been 30 years in Hedong, but 10 years in Hushi. On the side of the uncle, the aunt and the aunts are facing themselves, but their parents are facing their two cousins. They complained to each other when they were young, but they didn't expect to get together again. Is there any human rights? Tang Qing shouted in his heart. Ha! Ha! The adults couldn't help laughing when they saw Tang Qing's expression of eating turtles. Chi-Chi, how can you say that to your cousin? Aunt said first, although she was criticizing, but the smile on her face couldn't stop. Mother Tang waved her hand and smiled. It's okay. It means that the brother and sister are in good relationship. Oomph. Ignore you, Joshua. Let us cook. Tang Qing said like an angry little wife. There is no way he can't break this game. He can't see it, so he led Lin Joshua in. The kitchen closed the door, leaving a laugh. Originally, my aunt wanted to help, but Tang Qing refused. If so many people are in the kitchen, how can I whisper to Lin Joshua? Anyway, I am not in a hurry to eat. There is still a lot of cooked food, which will be ready soon. There are too many people. It's more chaotic. I heard that you were ranked number 1 again last time. Lin Joshua said while picking vegetables. Every time she heard Tang Qing scored high in the exam, she was happier than she was first in the exam. Yes, how are you in school? Is anyone bullying you? Tang Qing was cutting the pork belly. Very good. The students are very friendly. Lin Joshua said with a light smile and smiled happily. Because of the outstanding appearance of the entire high school, there are many suitors in the second middle school, and there are many children of government officials, wealthy merchants, but she already has a sense of belonging. Whoever you are, although she keeps rejecting, those suitors are more and more like flies. The more and the more blatant. She has been miserable all the time. She is not good at telling Tang Qing about this kind of thing, because she is afraid that Tang Qing will worry about being jealous and do something stupid, but she knows that these people are not simple roles. Tang Qing couldn't beat him even with his uncle. I just don't know why. Since last week, those suitors seem to have died down. They didn't come to harass her again. They didn't come to strike up a conversation every time they met, and they didn't say those frivolous words anymore, but felt a little cautious. Smart. She immediately understood what might have happened, but couldn't think of it for a while. She also accidentally asked the suitors what's wrong, but they didn't say anything. They just said that they should put their minds on studying after the college entrance examination. This reason is a bit nonsense, and Lin Jiaxue can only believe it. That's good. I have something to tell me in the future. You are my future wife. It is my duty to protect you. In the future, you will tell me more about your affairs. Don't report the good or the bad. You understand. Tang Qing looked at Lin Jiaxue, said seriously. And yes. Lin Jiaxue said softly. Although she agreed, she didn't care about it in her heart. She was an independent girl and didn't like to chat with others about her troubles, especially Tang Qing. She didn't want him to worry. Tang Qing also knew that Lin Jiaxue was just perfuncting him, and she didn't want to listen anymore. It seems that she can only guide slowly in the future. Unlike Wang Yin, Lin Jiaxue is not like Wang Yin. After he and Wang Yin went to university very well in his previous life, he even ate dinner this morning. She had to express her feelings when the chopsticks were missing, and then brought up a long list of topics. For 10 minutes or so, Tang Qing couldn't remember which topic she started with. On the other hand, Lin Jiaxue has always been wronged by herself. Come and let me kiss me while there is no one. Tang Qing leaned in and laughed. He didn't mean that the baby would peck the rice, and it would be done. Otherwise, he would have to ask for advice. It would be enough to attack suddenly. Well, Auntie, and they are all outside. Lin Jiaxue lowered her head and said shyly. If there are only 2 people at home, Lin Jiaxue is generally not shy about this kind of thing, but with so many people outside, her face will not be able to support her. Living. I don't care, just kiss. Tang Qing directly played a rogue and kissed it directly. So throughout the cooking period, Tang Qing played hooligans from time to time. During dinner, several family members were chatting happily. Tang Qing kept slicing vegetables, peeling shrimp shells, and cracking crabs to Lin Jia, who was next to him. Sometimes, as soon as he peeled, he was snatched by Qin Shiqi domineeringly, and the table was hot. People laughed. Last month, Tang's father and Tang's mother followed the advice of his uncle Qin Yugong and planned to open a clothing wholesale store in the Hongqi wholesale market where the Lin family is located. Qin Yugong helped find the shop, and it was just a phone call. The boss was also a wholesaler of clothing before, but he wanted to transfer out when he was in a hurry. The market management committee knew that Qin Yugong, the old leader, was looking for a shop there, so he hurriedly matched up to sell a favor, and the shop Qin Yugong also went to see it. Very good. And then you can open the door to do business. Although both Tang's father and Tang's mother came here, Tang Qing did not move out because Tang's father and Tang's mother did not rent a house outside, but lived on the 2nd floor of the shop, which was much larger than Lin's. Well, there is a separate bathroom. Considering that Tang Qing has been used to living here for 3 years, it is still not suitable to change the environment before the college entrance examination. So Tang's father and Tang's mother did not rent a house. Anyway, I'm in the same city, so I can come anytime if I want to see my son. By the way, Yugong, I suddenly remembered one thing. That is, when I went back to the village a few days ago, I heard from the villagers that I found a lot of strangers wandering around the town and the village, and no one knew him. Mother Tang said. When the villagers said that, I don't know if it was a psychological effect. She even had a feeling of being stared at. This feeling was not strong at first, but there were more and more people in the village saying that. She felt that more and more intense. That's right. You gang, Yuzhen said 2 days ago that she felt someone was looking at us, which shocked me at the time, but we didn't find anything. Father Tang also answered. Although he said so, Tang's father didn't agree with him. He only felt that this was because Tang's mother saw that her son had money and was persecuted as a paranoid, and it was normal to be a little suspicious. Tang Qing laughed unnaturally when he listened to him. He didn't expect his mother's 6th sense to be really awesome, but my mother, don't force your 6th sense in this aspect to be so forceful. This made me do it. My son is a little worried, but I am doing good deeds to protect you. Strangers? Who are these? Qin Yugong frowned and said, it is obviously true that it can be widely spread by the villagers. If it is a general place, he may not care about it at all, and it is not his jurisdiction, but there are Lin Jiaxue's grandparents are here. He must ask. I don't know. Anyway, I heard it too. I haven't really seen it. Someone has called the police. Mother Tang said. This sentence directly made Tang Qing uneasy. Puff. Cough cough. Tang, what's the matter with you? Mother Tang said suspiciously. Nothing. This pepper was a bit spicy just now. Tang Qing wiped his mouth with the paper and smiled awkwardly. Lin Jiaxue hurriedly handed her drink over. The drink in Tang Qing's cup had already bottomed out. Lin Jiaxue did not dare to do intimate actions in front of adults, but she did not shy away from such things. Tang Qing took it and ate it directly, concealing the embarrassment on his face. He could listen to Tang Yi about this matter, saying that the police were looking for them, but fortunately, the robots all understand disguise and are also proficient in anti-reconnaissance capabilities. It is basically impossible for ordinary police to catch them. But they are all second-level fighters, don't want to escape too easily. Moreover, he strictly forbids those robots in conflict with the police uncles. At any time, even if there is a conflict, they can't kill them. Serious injuries are not allowed. Tang Qing couldn't do anything about the group of hard-pressed robots. The village was so big and the town was too small. There were always idlers who inadvertently noticed this group of no production, no shopping, and wandering around. Strangers. Tang Qing is also helpless. It is really a bit difficult for the group of robots. It is basically impossible to protect the group of robots from a close range. You can see afar at a long distance. Up to now, the command room has been thinking of various ways to improve the target. The protection efficiency but the effect is very small, except for Tang Qing's grandparents. The village is small, and the dangling of a strange face is more than eye-catching. It is simply eye-catching. Tang Qing can only hope to find some hidden places to install some surveillance after the communication service is established in the future. Although interrupted by Tang Qing, Qin Yugong would not forget the subject of the conversation and asked, "What did the police say?" It's strange to say that the police haven't caught that group of people, and they've been looking for it now. Mother Tang said while eating a bite of the shrimp that Tang's father peeled. Well, tomorrow I will ask Xing Xiao. This kind of outsider of unknown origin is definitely not easy. Qin Yugong said. That's good. Mother Tang said happily. In fact, this matter can be regarded as telling Lin's father and Lin's mother. It is related to the safety of her parents, and she naturally wants to show it. The family members finished their meal at 10:30 and left one after another. Tang Qing's father and Tang's mother also moved their things to the shop in the afternoon, bought new bedding and daily necessities, so they went back to sleep at night, and they had to go to bed tomorrow. It's opened, but it's not really opened, but I am familiar with some regular customers left by the previous boss. In the evening, Tang Qing entered the command room again. These days, he had to go in every night. The main thing was to learn close combat with the two robots. He had learned almost the moves, but he didn't have the perverted movements. He still can't bend his body to that point and still use his strength. Next, he is going to learn to shoot. As for the fighting with objects, he will learn again after a while. Commander, Tang Yi said, turning around and saluting. Although the transmission of the system has no signs or sounds, the entire command room is under surveillance. When a person appears, the monitoring system will remind Tang Yi that Tang Qing can also ask Xiao Air to hide his traces. But what's wrong with such concealment meaning? Well, how is the goal of the fifth group? Tang Qing also gave a gift. Now he is getting more and more accustomed to this atmosphere. Although he is not ready to be a soldier in his life, his respect for soldiers is real, and it is good to have a dry addiction now. The entire security plan is divided into 5 groups according to regions. The first group is Qin Yugong's family. The second group is Tang's father and mother. The third group is Lin Jiaxue's family. And the fourth group is Tang Qing's grandparents. The 5 groups of goals naturally represent Lin Jiaxue's grandparents. Numbering, now there are relatively few people protected, and the planning and classification are a bit rough, and you can change them when there are more. Then, you need to carefully classify them according to area, importance level, and purpose. The commander-in-chief, although the robots disguise well and often make up in disguise, they are strangers after all. They have attracted the attention of the police in places where there are very few foreign populations, Tang Yi said slowly. Well, you should be careful during this time. The 5 sets of targets can lower the security level. In villages and towns, it is a bit too obvious to follow up close. Tang Qing nodded and said, due to the increase in difficulty in the villages and towns, Tang Qing also added an analyst specifically for the 5th and 4th groups. But it is difficult for clever women to cook without rice. The environment is limited. Even if one is added, It can only guarantee that they will not be caught, but the work progress is it's not big. Now we can only expect future surveillance to work. Understood, Commander. Tang said. Well, you are busy. I'll go to the training area. Tang Qing waved his hand and said, Yes, the commander will go slowly. Tang saluted. After talking, Tang Qing stepped on his own skateboard and flew towards training at full speed. Anyway, he has the secondary control and won't lose control. Tang Qing came to the simulation training area. The two robots have been waiting there. The time here is synchronized with the outside time, and there is no time difference. Good, Commander, the two said in unison. Hello, Tang Qing also said with a smile. When Tang Qing heard about the simulation training area before, he thought that the entire training area was just some training bins similar to virtual reality. But the reality was that he thought too much and gave a big surprise directly. I really don't know this kind of thousands. How did the creator of the square kilometer local system get it? Tang Qing asked Xiao Air as high as 10,000 meters. There are artificial clouds and the blue sky that should be projected, and the water that covers half of the land in the distance. The entrance to the training area is a high platform with an area of tens of thousands of square meters. The platform has no special functions except for its high friction, because all command and dispatch are in the command room to reach the training from the platform. The ground of the district needs to go down 100 meters. After going down, the middle one is 50 meters wide and has the same material as the platform. The left side is the endless water, and the right side is the endless fighting environment, rain, forest, and grassland. There are various environments such as deserts, and polar regions. Even looking at maps, cities, towns, and villages exist, but there are no people. Tang Qing couldn't help but want to complain when he saw this. This NEMA system is too extravagant, but you are so extravagant. You don't give a space storage device. If you want to be so stingy, it will take 1 million a day to store something. NEMAs, the storage area of the dispatch center. They can only store weapons and equipment for free, and everything else is counted as remnants. Really. Just think of it. Tang Qing stepped on a skateboard, and the other two people sat on the lifting platform and walked towards the ground below. The shooting training area is not far from the entrance. The facilities are complete, but there are no firearms and all of them need to be bought by Tang Qing. Stingy system. Next comes the performance moment. Bang, bang, da-da-da-da-da-da. With the guidance of the robot, Tang Qing's shooting skills improved by leaps and bounds. There is no way, under the abnormal strength and muscle memory, as long as you master a few key points, there is basically no problem in shooting, especially those firearms equipped with scopes, which are usually disassembled and assembled many times, and it is very quick to get started. So Tang Qing was experimenting with various firearms all night, and he shot tens of thousands of bullets in one night, because in the end he was so bored that he wanted to test the durability of these firearms, so he directly destroyed a handful of AK and a handful of firearms, M16, and 5 different types of pistols. In the next few days, Tang Qing's life returned to calm again. There were people doing everything in the company. He went to school happily during the day and entered the simulated training area to practice shooting skills at night. However, the amount of bullets consumed every day has dropped sharply, from tens of thousands of rounds at the beginning to less than 1,000 rounds, and it is still decreasing, because he was just excited and curious at the beginning and wanted to make a good one at a time. Enough, make a crackling sound. But as the number of shots increased, he paid more attention to quality rather than quantity. Before, he wanted to hold the trigger and not let go, and then he started to shoot, and then he gradually became a fan of precise bursts. However, although Tang Qing tried his best to restrain himself, he also scrapped a few more guns. He threw the scrapped guns directly into the storage area of the dispatch center. It was also in the way to put them in the warehouse of the mall, and Xiao Air said that the scientific research area will be in the future. After unlocking, you can maintain and repair weapons and equipment. Tang Qing was very happy when he heard it. It wasn't because of these guns that the guns were worth a few dollars. He was happy that as the equipment became more and more advanced in the future, if he dropped the anchor and threw it away, it would cost absolutely. It will make him feel bad. After practicing the rifle and pistol, Tang Qing was practicing sniping with 2 robots, and the training area could also create various environments locally, such as heavy rain, thick fog, and strong winds. Tang Qing had a great time playing. At that time, he adjusted the fog to the thickest level as soon as he got the energy, so he immediately became blind and stunned on the spot. Visibility has become calculated in centimeters. Unless you put your hands close to your face, you can't see anything. Shower, are you sure there is such a thick fog in the world? Later, the shooting target was slowly changed from a fixed target to a mobile robot target. But this kind of robot is not the kind of person exchanged by Xiao Air. He has no interest and no financial resources. Moreover, he was a flesh and blood person. He couldn't get off his hands, just some humanoid cardboard targets that could move. March 9th. In the afternoon, Tang Qing gave Do Jiao to tell him 100 million yuan in the account to pay for the remaining money to buy the jewelry company. The contract and the like had already been taken back to him by a special person. Although he has 40% more shares in a group company, Tang Qing is not too excited. This is a training for Tianyin and a bridge to the alliance with Lugan. There is nothing to be happy about. Anyway, he doesn't make money. That's right, the predecessor of this jewelry company was a group company, with a full range of subsidiaries underneath, involving jewelry, jade, antiques, processing, auctions, and many other fields, with a market value of more than 700 million, but it was burdened with huge debts. Finally, because the loan was about to expire and could not be repaid, he rushed to sell. After deducting the brand value, channel value, and the original boss's eagerness to sell to get rid of the burden, the price is 550 million yuan. Although it has lost a lot, it is at least better than bankruptcy and liquidation. Don't even think about this money at that time. Among them, Lugan offered 150 million yuan, Tang Qing 100 million, and the remaining 300 million were debts owed to the bank, which were taken over by Tang Qing and Lugan, and 200 million were due soon. He forced the original boss to sell the company. However, there is no need for Tang Qing and Lugan to pay any more money, because the previous boss is not strong and the bank is not willing to renew the loan. But who is Lugan? Those are the high-quality customers of the major banks in the province and the business giants. It is not a matter of words for the industries he controls to renew loans. Therefore, Tang Qing will not need to pay a dime in the future, and with Lu Qian, the jewelry company will directly borrow from the bank for the future expansion and development of the jewelry company. March 11th. Friday morning. Qin Yugong's family and Tang Qing had breakfast. Uncle, Aunt, I'm going to the provincial city this afternoon, and I'll be back tomorrow night. Tang Qing said. Because tomorrow is the first board of directors of Mengyun Group, Tang Qing will rush to participate. Yes, yesterday that jewelry company has officially changed its name to Mengyun Group. Tang Qing doesn't care about the name. He has all the right to speak. Give it to Do Jiao, such a poetic name. I think there must be her credit in it. What are you going to do to the provincial capital? Qin Yugong questioned. Several other people also stared at Tang Qingmeng, especially Qin Shiqi, with their eyes glistened. Okay, Tang Qing estimated that this cousin would bring her own things again. The person who borrowed my money before will live tomorrow and invited me to sit at his house. I think it's hard to refuse because they have helped me so much. It's not too far away, so I should go out and learn more. Tang Qing directly fabricated a lie, especially when he said that he had no choice. Otherwise, his uncle would definitely disagree. Since others have invited me, I have no problem with you going there. But you must pay attention to safety and protect yourself. When you call, keep in touch at any time, and your mother must tell her. Qin Yugong said. Although Tang Qing went to him alone, I am also a little worried. But on the one hand, I am working, and on the other hand, I am not familiar with others, and I did not invite myself. It is not hospitable to come uninvited. No problem, I'll call my mother later. Tang Qing said happily. As long as the uncle passes, there will be no problem with my mother. At home, my mother is still very convinced of the uncle who is the highest official. After the meal, Tang Qing called her mother. Sure enough, when Tang mother heard that Qin Yugong thought it was okay, she agreed. After all, others helped but didn't invite herself. Tang Qing was a boy again, and she was afraid of losing it, just like Qin Yugong. Constantly urged to be careful, call places and so on, Tang Qing naturally readily agreed. So after eating at noon, Tang Qing tidied up and told Sun Chao to set foot on the expressway to the provincial capital. 4 hours later, Tang Qing and Sun Chao came to the provincial capital. At this time, Do Jiao had already booked the hotel a few days in advance, and Tang Qing didn't do anything special. She lived in the ordinary room next to Tianyan's negotiation team, opposite to Do Jiao, and very close to the headquarters of the jewelry company, Lijing Hotel in the provincial capital. Do Jiao and two Tianyan staff stood at the entrance of the hotel. Of course, it stands to reason that Do Jiao's character wouldn't be so grand to pick up Tang Qing. It's just because Lu Qian hosted a banquet tonight. Do Jiao and others were naturally included in the banquet. Tang Qing said on the phone that she was going to be here soon. One came down for a ride. At this time, a young man was about to enter the door with a young girl in his arms. But when he saw Do Jiao hurried forward, he said in surprise, "Sister Do, why are you here? You are still dressed like this. I heard that you were going back to Grandpa's house in Qingyan City to play." Went. It turned out to be Lu. Your kid brought a girl to open the room again. Can't you take care of your lower body? Do Jiao looked down and said with a look of contempt, "This guy in front of you, she met her when she was eating. Her name was Lu Wei, the second child in the family. She got the nickname from the word Uzi. Once Lu Wei had thoughts about her, but she was taught by her cousin. I'll be honest after a while. Hey, there is no such thing, Sister Do. This is the sister I recognize," the young man said with a smile. Although his father is the director of the Provincial Development and Reform Commission and a senior official at the department level, compared to Do Jiao's background, I can't mention it at all, let alone say that Do Jiao's second uncle is the provincial standing committee member of the province, the head of the organization department. His father is more than a few blocks away from others, and he dare not even think about it further. Okay, I don't care about your sister. I won't tell you. Get out. What should you do? Do Jiao had already seen Tang Qing's car at this time, and she just ignored it with a happy expression. Walking towards Tang Qing's car, the other two Tianyan employees also followed. Sister Do, go slowly. The young man waved loudly as he looked at Do Jiao's back. Xiao Lu, who is this person, so dragging him? After seeing Do Jiao leave, the girl next to the young man asked. Don't talk nonsense. This is someone I can't afford to offend. Let's go. Xiao Wang is still waiting on it, the young man said with a chuckle while hugging his sister's waist, while remembering Tang Qing's license plate. Although Tang Qing's license plate is local and not a privileged license plate, it is by no means a simple role to be able to drive this car and be familiar with Do Jiao. In Qingyan City, he heard that Do Jiao also had a relative who was the secretary of the political and legal committee, but he didn't know what the relationship was. Oh, the sister said she didn't dare to speak more, and she couldn't help but feel jealous in her heart. Reincarnation is really a technical job. Do Jiao and the three got into Tang Qing's car and sat in the back seat. As soon as he got in the car, Do Jiao approached the co-pilot and pinched Tang Qing's face and said, "Brother Smelly, you are finally here, so let us wait for so long. Let's talk. How can you compensate me?" Every time Do Jiao saw Tang Qing, she didn't consciously want to pinch the face that made her mad with envy and hatred, that face that was whiter, tenderer, and slippery than herself. Tang Qing can only suffer from this in silence. In the face of these people who are good to him, he is really shameless for such a trivial matter. As for the boss's majesty, what can that stuff do, Sel? Isn't that kind of forced pretending to be tired after a long time? I just feel more and more like a toy. Yes, Sister Jiao, I was wrong, and I regret it. If you don't remember the villain, you will be compensated for tonight's dinner. You always eat and drink as you please. Tang Qing laughed and started. Joke. Although the reason for being late was traffic jam, Tang Qing didn't say that the result is doomed and the reason is no longer important. Do Jiao's purpose is simple, to compensate. Once a woman has this logic, all excuses are in vain, so quickly admit her mistake. Tang Qing did not expect that the peak period of the provincial capital would be blocked in just 2005. No wonder the large-scale elevated construction will be carried out here next year. As for the subway, it will take 2 years to start construction. Okay, you dare to take me off, you stingy little boss. That's a guest of others. What kind of compensation is your generosity? Do Jiao was amused and released her hand that pinched Tang Qing's face. Tang Qing didn't dare to relax. Sure enough, Do Jiao immediately began to scratch him and finally stopped after all the begging to let him go. If you don't complete the integration, you can choose any jewelry in the group store. and it will be counted on my account. Tang Qing thought for a while and said, sending money is so vulgar, Do Jiao definitely won't ask for it. Although this compensation is a bit too much and too big, but how can I say it is my own person? Although I promised Do Jiao red envelopes. But this is a salary for work. Now this is a private gift. He doesn't care about value anymore. He believes that Do Jiao will not take things indiscriminately. And I don't have much time. Do Jiao will stay here at least until the end of the month to take care of the rest. Forget about things like shopping with Do Jiao. He only likes to go shopping with his lover. As for sisters and sisters, oh, if we can't resist, let's reluctantly agree. Obviously, Do Jiao knew that Tang Qing was very busy and did not ask anything else. It's pretty much the same, Do Jiao said with satisfaction, returning to her position, habitually took out the mirror and took a photo. The hair of the bullying Tang Qing was a bit messy just now. The two employees couldn't help laughing when Tang Qing was so being generous. Who knew that the sunny boy in front of him was so rich? Still so approachable. Only Do Jiao dared to do this in the company. When Do Jiao finished watching her attire, Tang Qing's ears were no longer calm. Brother Tang, you don't know how these angels like me live. You have to communicate with people from the jewelry company during the day, and you have to arrange tasks with Tianyin when you come back at night. You only go to bed late every day, and you don't want to get up the next day. I know how to make up. I can't hide the dark circles. By the way, brother, it's the first time you have come to the provincial capital. I told you that I am very familiar with this place. If you want to go there, tell me. If you get out of the car, I will get out. People, absolutely unambiguous, must let you have fun. When Do Jiao talked about it, it was endless. Tang Qing had only to answer along the way. He didn't dare to answer. He thought that Do Jiao would stop ignoring him. However, he underestimated the woman's resentment, and he said it basically. Cannot stop. Even the two Tianyin employees have a little tinnitus. They didn't expect Do Jiao, who is usually cheerful but also a little majestic, talks so much, even though they are both women. At least enough. The whole car wanted to get to the hotel soon. However, the road was blocked again, and most importantly, because Sun Chao's map was inaccurate, they had gone the wrong way, and it was only under Do Jiao's guidance that they drove back to the right path. In the end, they arrived at the hotel where Lu Qian hosted the banquet directly half an hour late. After getting off the car, everyone's ears were finally quiet. Even if the two female employees who are women feel relieved, if they participate in it, it's okay to say, but they can't intervene and can only listen. At this time, they finally understand their boyfriend's mood a bit and decide to do so in the future. It's so terrifying to change it. This hotel is called Tianyin Hotel, and it is also a 5-star hotel. He had previously asked Do Jiao to check Lu Ganming's property, so he knew that this was also Lu Gan's hotel. Lu Gan had 4 and 5 hotels in the province. There are 2-star hotels in the provincial capital, one in the base camp of Qingyan City, and one in another sub-provincial city in the province. Although the hotel provides parking services on behalf of the car, Tang Qing did not do so. Instead, he asked Sun Chao to park by himself. It was very simple, for some indescribable reasons. Hello, sir. Welcome to Tianyin Hotel. Do you have an appointment? The doorman stepped forward and said respectfully, those who can come here to consume are not simple people, especially Tang Qing, who walks in the middle, is really brilliant. Today, Tang Qing changed into a black windbreaker. It was both suitable and cool, with that handsome face and unconcealable temperament, which made people uncomfortably look at him, even the beautiful woman Do Jiao next to him. It's a bit lost. On the way, Do Jiao was joking that she would look better if she wears sunglasses, but wouldn't she be brain dead when she wears sunglasses at night? Tang Qing can only pretend that he didn't hear it, but Do Jiao still had to give him a try. Fortunately, there is no such thing as a self-portrait magical tool, which is popular for taking photos. Otherwise, because of Do Jiao's temperament, he will be exposed on the internet immediately. My name is Tang Qing, your guest of Mr. Lu. Tang Qing said with a smile. It turned out to be Mr. Tang. Hello, please come with me. The doorman's eyes lit up and immediately led Tang Qing to the lobby manager at the reception desk. Lu Gan had already ordered Tang Qing's information down. Do you know any distinguished guests are coming? Even the lobby manager was waiting at the front desk just to wait for Tang Qing. Seeing that the doorman brought people to him, he winked. Adding to the number of people Lu Gan explained before, the lobby manager Wei Feng immediately confirmed Tang Qing's identity. "Dear guests, please come with me." Wei Feng stepped forward and said, making a gesture of please. "I have seen countless wealthy businessmen, second-generation and high-ranking officials with Lu Gan for so many years, so I am not surprised to see Tang Qing." Even if he had seen the governor's secretary, his nerves were already extremely tough. Anyway, treat the distinguished guests as a principal and meet the needs of the other party as much as possible. "Well, trouble." Tang Qing smiled. "Yes, please," Wei Feng said hurriedly. The Tianyin Hotel is much shorter than the Tianfu in Qingyan City. There are only 15 floors in total and a mountain-shaped design. Under the belt of Wei Feng, Tang Qing and his party arrived at the largest box on the top floor. Lu Gan had also received the news and came to the door of the box to wait. Seeing his own chairman greeted outside, the senior management of Tiangan Group and the senior management of Mengyun Group also turned their attention to the door. The people of Tiangan Group were curious about who could let Lu Qian meet and wait in person. Tang Qing came half an hour late, and they were all hungry. As for Mengyun Group, they were also looking forward to the arrival of one of the major shareholders in the future. As soon as he got out of the elevator, Tang Qing saw Lu Gan waiting for him with a smile at the door. It felt like he had arrived at Lu Gan's villa, with Gongzi and the monkey standing behind him. "Little Tang, you are finally here." Lu Gan stepped forward and said with a smile. "Yeah, Uncle Lu, I'm really embarrassed. I didn't expect that the provincial capital is so blocked now, and the roads are not familiar, otherwise I would have arrived half an hour ago." Tang Qing apologized. The Sun Chao behind him couldn't help blushing. Even if the road was blocked just now, he made the wrong way. Although he knew that Tang Qing didn't blame him, he would inevitably lose face. "Haha, it's okay. There are more and more cars now, and the peak period is blocked, the one behind you." Lu Gan saw Do Jiao before he finished speaking, but his expression was like seeing a ghost. His mouth was slightly open and speechless. Although Do Jiao didn't know him, Lu Gan could recognize Do Jiao. He knew Do Jiao's identity at a CPPCC cocktail party last year. He was surprised at that time. Do Jiao's second uncle is a member of the Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee and Minister of the Organization Department, and his uncle is the second in command of a coastal province. As for her father, he is not very good. He is just a director of the Ministry of Education in the capital, but she can't stand her grandmother. "My natal family is amazing. That's a real giant crocodile. It's scary to think about it." Lu Gan knows that Do Jiao is usually very low-key. He basically didn't play with those second generations and rarely showed up. So far, he has only met Do Jiao at the last reception. He didn't expect to meet Do Jiao again today. It was shocked, and Do Jiao unexpectedly came with Tang Qing, which made his mind full of questions and couldn't help wondering about the relationship between the two. He was not in the province when he bought the jewelry company before. Instead, he visited the house of the big man who had exchanged huge dollars last time. He only came back this morning, so he has never met Do Jiao. Tang Qing did not suspect that he smiled and introduced, "Uncle Lu, this is Do Jiao, the general manager of our company, and these two are employees of our company, my driver and bodyguard, Sun Chao. This is Mr. Lu, God, chairman of the Qian Group. Behind him are Mr. Lu's bodyguards, Brother Gang and Brother Monkey." Lu Gan opened his mouth wider when he heard that Do Jiao was the general manager of the company under Tang Qing's name. There is only one sentence in his mind. Do Jiao is working for Tang Qing. Countless speculations flashed in Lu Qian's mind at this time. Did Do Jiao and Tang Qing know each other very early? Or does the Tang family have a background unknown to him? But why did Tang's father and Tang's mother be so miserable? Qin Yugong is only one of his strengths. Is the Do family the provider of the US dollar behind the scenes? But I have never heard of anyone in Do's family doing such a thing. And if it was, Do Jiao would never come to this dinner to let him know, and it is impossible for Do Jiao not to know about this kind of thing. If none of the above is true, then what is the relationship between Tang Qing and Do Jiao? The more Lu Gan thought about it, he was even more puzzled, and his mind was simply messed up. Numerous problems have emerged, but they can't be explained. From a scientific point of view, they are falling into a state of bewilderment. He was not astonished by Do Jiao's identity, but by the huge problems created by his brain. "Uncle Lu, what's the matter with you?" Seeing Lu Gan's look thoughtful, Tang Qing asked suspiciously. This is not Lu Gan, who usually doesn't become surprised. Lu Gan was called back to his senses by Tang Qing, and was also a little embarrassed. Seeing Do Jiao shook his head gently, Lu Gan immediately said knowingly, "Oh, nothing, hello. When do you have a bodyguard?" Obviously Tang Qing didn't know Do Jiao's identity, and some of his questions were answered instantly, but he didn't dare to say anything like you. The general manager is so beautiful, or he forgot to say it in a hurry, and just said it. The topic turned to Sun Chao. When I bought the car last time, Uncle Lu, let's go in and talk about it. I'm really sorry to keep you waiting for a long time, Tang Qing said. It's okay, we're not hungry. Plus there are snacks and fruits, it's okay. Lu Gan said hurriedly. With Do Jiao present, he didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. Tang Qing gave him more than a surprise today. It's fright. I thought I had overestimated Tang Qing's strength before, but now it seems that he is really self-righteous. Tang Qing thinks about a cloud of mist now. You never know when a giant beast will come out of it. Under the leadership of Lu Gan, a few people came to this largest box. Needless to say, the degree of luxury is magnificent. There are 3 huge round tables in the box. It is not a problem to sit at each table for about 30 people. 2 tables were already full. Both were important figures in the 2 groups. There were still a lot of vacant seats in the middle table, and nearly 20 waiters and waiters waited on the side. Seeing Lu Gan enthusiastically leading a few young people in, everyone stood up unconsciously. Obviously, this was the person Lu Gan was waiting for, the mysterious President Tang. Now we can see that Tang Qing is so young. He ranks in the ranks of the super second generation. Otherwise, how could it be so big that Lu Gan would have to smile when he was 30 minutes late? When they came to their respective seats, a group of people sat down one after another. Lu Qian is the main seat. Tang Qing is on the left. The president of Tiangan Group and the new president of Mengyun Group are on the right of Lu Qian, because they are all Lu Qian's people. Do Jiao and his party are naturally also at this table, followed by Tang Qing's left. Sit down. The next step is to introduce each other, but Lu Gan only introduced the names of Tang Qing and Do Jiao. As for Tianyin and Xingtang, they didn't mention a word. Although many people knew it, they didn't agree with Tang Qing and Do Jiao. It's really hard to say for a while, so I won't introduce it. Of course, this meal is for the guests and the host to enjoy the meal. Lu Gan took Tang Qing to a toast at each table. Tang Qing did not drink any drinks this time. It is better to go to the countryside for this occasion, and now drinking is like drinking water. Grade gene lock can block the 5 senses. Isn't it the same as drinking water? After they finished toasting, a bunch of people came to toast one after another, as well as the people at the table, one by one. Anyway, they showed all the domestic wine table culture. Although a little uncomfortable, Tang Qing knew that this kind of thing would definitely be encountered in the future, so he let it go once, and he refused to come. In the end, Tang Qing's drinking volume directly conquered the people of the 2 big groups. No matter who came, although the other party said, "I did it, you are free." But Tang Qing did it all the time, and it was fine if he didn't drink. Since he drinks, he must drink them all at once. The respect that should be given is enough once, and next time you drink some fruit beer. He can compromise once, but he won't keep doing things he doesn't like. Do Jiao saw that even though Tang Qing had drunk at least 2 bottles of matai, he didn't change his face, but he was afraid that he would really drink it. After all, no matter how much anyone drinks, there is a limit. Too much can hurt the body in the slightest and the serious. So he started to block the wine for Tang Qing. Tang Qing didn't refuse. He also wanted to divide Do Jiao a little bit every time. Although he drinks more, it's okay, but Do Jiao doesn't know, and Do Jiao is not willing every time. At least let him go halfway. However, Tang Qing found that since Do Jiao stopped him from drinking, fewer people toasted him. In the end, it was basically, "I can't drink enough. I can't drink anymore. Everyone should drink tea." The atmosphere was very weird. Tang Qing didn't think much about it, and only thought that it was everyone who looked after Do Jiao as a girl. Tang Qing couldn't think of the reason, because Lu Qian asked people to send them a group of text messages, replacing wine with tea. Seeing Do Jiao stubbornly stopping Tang Qing from drinking wine, Lu Gan didn't dare to watch the fun. If he hurt Do Jiao, he really couldn't eat it. It was almost 11 o'clock after everyone had finished their meal, so they left and had a meeting tomorrow. They weren't here for fun, and there was no one-stop shop for eating, drinking, and having fun. After the dinner, Lu Gan and Tang Qing went downstairs together. Xiao Tang, why didn't you live with me before, living so far? Or else just rest here tonight. There are so many rooms. Lu Gan blushed and said, although the amount of alcohol is good, he will drink too much. Face up. Hee hee. Is this President Do considering that work is near and don't want to waste time on the road? I think I should go back to sleep tonight. President Do has booked the house, and I have something to talk to her. Tang Qing laughed. He refused. That way, I won't keep you. Be careful on the road, Xiao Sun. You are in trouble, Mr. Tang and Mr. Do. Hearing that Do Jiao was going to talk to Tang Qing, Lu Gan naturally could not persuade him again. At the beginning of the acquisition, in fact, he had already arranged a hotel room for Do Jiao and his party, but Do Jiao did not come to live. Do Jiao was for this reason at the time. But how to say, life is like a play. He can know something or not. President Lu is polite. This is my duty. Sun Chao said. Hee hee. Good guy. Look at your muscles. If you have time, you can compare with my bodyguard monkey. He is screaming all day to find someone to practice his hands. Lu Gan smiled. The slick Lu Gan naturally. Tang Qing's bodyguard will not be ignored. This is an extremely sensitive and important position, which is impossible without a trusted person. Although Tang Qing did not bring Sun Chao to participate in the dollar exchange business, it did not mean that he was distrustful. Perhaps he did not want to get him into the water. He was already half black and not white, but he had no worries. But Tang Qing was different. He is still a student. And what he said is also the fact that the monkey is his full-time bodyguard, and there are not many opportunities to interact with people. Gongzi is no longer a monkey's opponent because he usually manages other businesses and neglects training. I have this intention. I have the opportunity to discuss with Brother Monkey. Sun Chao smiled. Although he said so, he didn't have much interest in fighting with monkeys. He didn't feel like he couldn't find his opponent even holding a telescope. A Han Lung is enough for him to chase after him, not to mention the hidden big boss Tang Qing beside him. That really makes him feel desperate. He was itching the other day and wanted to find Tang Qing to practice. However, the defeat was a mess, and he almost doubted his life. At the moment of being abused, Sun Chao suddenly thought of someone. Quietly. Then go slowly, President Do and Xiao Tang. Go back and have a good rest. If you get up late tomorrow, I will ask them to postpone the meeting. Lu Gan said to Tang Qing and Do Jiao again. Uncle Lu doesn't need to postpone it. It's not late. Tang Qing smiled. Goodbye. Goodbye. After bidding farewell, Sun Chao started the car and left the Tianyun Hotel. Seeing that Tang Qing's car was gone, Lu Gan still watched with a smile on his face, in a posture of sending important people off. The gangster on the side couldn't help asking, Mr. Lu, what is so extraordinary about that dough? The origin of it. He was naturally not qualified to enter that kind of reception, and he was not stupid. He knew that the reason for Lu Gan's enthusiasm was not because of Tang Qing, but because of Do Jiao, the general manager of Tang Qing's company, because he sent the text message just now. Lu Gan didn't look back. He smiled and said, Hee hee, this person is more than extraordinary. The several great gods behind her are more powerful than Secretary Chao. Anyway, we can't afford it, but I didn't expect Xiao Tang to be with him. It's related. It doesn't seem to be shallow. I really don't understand Xiao Tang more and more. At this time, Tang Qing's car had disappeared from the field of vision, and the smile on Lu Gan's face slowly disappeared as he finished speaking, frowning slightly, his face also showing a thick color of doubt. After a banquet just now, he also learned about the close relationship between Tang Qing and Do Jiao. Especially when Do Jiao had to pour half of the wine for Tang Qing, Lu Gan would never think that this was an employee's flattery to the boss, just Do Jiao. Jiao's background makes it possible to indulge Tang Qing. This shows that the two have a very good relationship, but they are not a relationship between men and women. It is like an older sister to a younger brother. He still has this vision. Maybe Tang Qing is the younger brother Do Jiao recognizes? This is very possible. Excluding Tang Qing's impossibly strong background and the abnormal relationship between the two, this is the most possible and the easiest for him to accept. There are also several possibilities at the next level, such as the relationship between the two grandfathers or the relationship between Tang Qing and someone from the Dou family, etc. There are even dozens of possibilities when the brain hole is opened, and Lugan also temporarily can't tell. Regardless of the reason, Tang Qing is getting stronger and stronger. The relationship between him and Tang Qing has always been very good. There are 3 links between Hui, Mingyun Group, and Qin Yugong. Tang Qing's great momentum also represents his own great momentum. I think of this. Lugan was also a little excited. He felt that Tang Qing was his lucky star. Through Tang Qing, he found that he had an intersection with the huge forces of the 3 parties. The first one is the big man who helped him with the US dollars exchanged by Tang Qing some time ago. The second generation of a super official in Beijing. There is a member of the standing committee of the provincial party committee in the province who is an immediate family member of their family. The other is Qin Yugong's line. Last year, he was the mayor and acting secretary of the provincial capital. This year, he was turned into a secretary and appointed a member of the standing committee of the provincial party committee. Although this line is relatively indifferent, it is at least relevant. The last party is Dou Jiao's power. Good guy. The 11 standing committee members in the province suddenly increased by 3 if they thought of a way to talk about it. In other words, as long as you have a good relationship with Tang Qing, your hidden strength in the province will increase as never before. How could he calm down? Thinking of this, Lu Qian felt that his body was trembling unconsciously because of excitement. The background of President Dou is stronger than that of Secretary Chao. Gongzi said in surprise after hearing that. He naturally knew who Secretary Chao was. That was Lugan's patron in the province. He was one of the standing committee of the provincial party committee, and he was even better than Secretary Chao. Isn't it at least equal, or even higher? How sacred is this Tang Qing, so that he can recruit a woman with such a background into his command? Well, it's a lot more powerful. Lugan nodded and said he didn't hide anything from Gongzi. Although his backer had some background, it was a little bit different from the family behind Dou Jiao. I don't understand Tang Qing anymore. I felt that he had no power to bind the chicken. I hadn't noticed it before, but I suddenly felt that I couldn't beat him. The monkey who hadn't spoken for a long time said solemnly, "You were talking about his bodyguard. I also found out that he is very strong. I also inquired about his background just now. I only knew that he was from the army. He didn't say anything about other things. It should not be easy to think about it." Gongzi laughed when he heard it. He thought that the monkey didn't express it clearly. Tang Qing's small arms and legs would still make the monkey jealous. You, a person with a fighting consciousness that is almost ruined, can feel the hell. I'm not talking about him, but forget it. Maybe it is my illusion. The monkey said contemptuously. The warrior only serves the strong. At first, Gongzi was able to compete with him, but now, it's over. Gongzi didn't bother with the monkey's attitude and said naturally, "You're talking about Tang Qing? Are you confused? Just his body eye. You must have an illusion." He originally wanted to talk about one person hitting 10, but when he thought of the excited boss and Tang Qing's complicated relationship, he hurriedly changed his words. One day he will fall back. This is what Lugan told him. Sun Chao sent Tang Qing and his party back to the hotel. A group of people walked in the hotel lobby, and Tang Qing and Dou Jiao naturally walked in front. "Sister Jiao Jiao, did you know Mr. Lu before?" Tang Qing asked. He didn't think of it at first, but the more he thought about it, the more things went wrong. Recalling that Lu Qian had seen Dou Jiao, Tang Qing immediately guessed that Dou Jiao and Lu Qian might know each other. The powerful image memory ability repeatedly watched Lu Qian's expression just now, and finally determined that Dou Jiao's identity was not simple. It was definitely not because of Feng Hai, the secretary of the Qingyan Municipal Legal Committee, but he did not know much about Dou Jiao's background. Interested, but just trying to solve the doubts and happiness. After all, there is still a certain gap between guesses and facts. Yes, I had a relationship with him before. Dou Jiao nodded and admitted. She also understood that Tang Qing had discovered something. Lugan had been very cautious throughout the dinner. It was not unusual for this smart brother to discover anything. Well, it's no wonder that President Lu has a weird expression today. Tang Qing said with a smile. "Do you want to ask about my background?" Dou Jiao said nervously. "No, Sister Jiao Jiao. I am not interested in your background. I only know that there is a Sister Jiao Jiao who treats me very well." Seeing Dou Jiao's unnatural face, Tang Qing said with a smile. He knew that if he asked Do Jiao, he would tell him the truth, but he just wanted to solve his happy doubts. As for the specific identity of Do Jiao, he really didn't have much interest. On the one hand, there is no enemy that is so strong that he needs him to climb Gaoji. On the other hand, even if Do Jiao knows the top leader in the province, or is a relative, he can't help him make money. If his funding gap is crazy, he will be a bottomless pit. He had long rejected the way to make money in the industry, so he didn't care, and if Do Jiao's family was really cheating, she would definitely help when she encountered difficulties, so she didn't need to go into the roots and make people embarrassed. Besides, I don't know that he will not check it. When the communication server is built, it is enough to share the population registration files of the Public Security Bureau. Although it is estimated that there are some viewing rights restrictions on important people, but that is again how. Don't forget that the group of basic intelligence analysts are all advanced hackers. He doesn't know how awesome it is, but the system products are definitely not rubbish. With Xiao Air, a supercomputer that doesn't know what level it is, it's not easy to investigate something. Even if the domestic ones don't get the job done, they don't want to make trouble for the police uncles. Isn't it a 4-in-1? Just like the American emperor, if there is no domestic intelligence, it will be a ghost. Do Jiao smiled suddenly when she heard it, and the cloud turned sunny. Tang Qing's answer made her very happy. He was really afraid that Tang Qing would ask about the family relationship, and that Tang Qing would not be as relaxed as before. Hee, the little boss is so good. Come, my sister will give you a kiss. Do Jiao leaned over and prepared to give Tang Qing a look on the face. Seeing that Tang Qing didn't care about her identity and background, Do Jiao seemed to let go. Being in a family like her, it is destined that in this life, except for people of the same level, it is really difficult to make true friends. More than 20 years have confirmed how correct this sentence is. Among all her former friends, it is better to have equal status, but it is not a social level that immediately changes after knowing her background. Even if she is not flattering, her speech is not as open as usual, and it is useless to persuade her. Fortunately, Tang Qing's performance did not disappoint her. However, if Do Jiao knew that Tang Qing was not interested in her family background, the reason was not high level, but because she felt that her relationship was useless and could not make money, she would not know what she would feel. Hearing Do Jiao's brilliant words, Tang Qing was taken aback. This style of painting was obviously the rhythm at which he was going to be molested. Although Do Jiao was fast, who was Tang Qing, the small boss in Qingyan City, taken temporarily, brain twitches, faster, just dodged and dodged. Tang Qing stood aside and looked at Do Jiao helplessly. It was not that he was embarrassed, and that, we can't let you take advantage of it. Do Jiao saw that Tang Qing was frightened and hid aside, looked at her with a grimace, and smiled directly. Huh? Come on, let your sister kiss. You have nothing to lose. What are you hiding? Do Jiao smiled. After speaking, seeing Tang Qing swearing to the death, he began to persuade him. Sister Jiao Jiao, hold on to the public. Pay attention to the image, Tang Qing said with a cough. I don't care, you don't want me to kiss me. Do Jiao said step by step, approaching arrogantly. Tang Qing's struggle aroused her eagerness to win, and she became playful for a while. Female hooligan, I won't let you succeed. Seeing the cunning flashing in Do Jiao's eyes, he knew that Do Jiao was joking, and he was playing with it. Hey, just follow me obediently. Do Jiao rushed forward. The two female employees of Tianyin and Sun Chao on the side have turned their gazes away at this time. They look like I don't know them. Both of them are bosses. No one dared to intervene, but it caused a lot of residents in the lobby. The attention. Upon seeing this, Tang Qing rushed into the elevator. Do Jiao and Sun Chao also hurriedly followed. In the elevator, under Tang Qing's desperate resistance, Do Jiao Lung did not succeed. Do Jiao was already 20% like this. Tang Qing was speechless. The two Tianyin employees and Sun Chao were also watching their noses and noses. My heart counts the little lamb silently, wanting to laugh, but not daring to laugh. When he reached the 8th floor, Tang Qing quickly let go and turned and ran out of the elevator. But before he ran a few steps, a figure in front made him stand on the spot, as if struck by lightning. The figure just glanced at Tang Qing warily and entered a room. At this time, Do Jiao chased him from behind. Seeing that Tang Qing didn't run away and didn't really kiss him, she patted him on the shoulder and smiled and asked, Brother Smelly, is your sister and my kiss so terrible? What are you running? Hey, what are you looking at, little boss? What's in front of you? Ah, it's nothing. Just suddenly discovered that I don't know where my room is. Tang Qing returned to his senses and smiled and said. Do Jiao didn't doubt that he said, "Oh, your room is next to mine. Go to my room first and tell you about the company." And Tang Qing agreed. After finishing talking, Tang Qing followed Do Jiao to her room. Okay, how could it be a mess? Sister Jiao Jiao, you don't ask for room service. If you don't help, please clean up. See, you are messed up here. Tang Qing said with a smile. I'm not. Messing around is great. Things are easy to find. Do Jiao didn't feel ashamed at all and carelessly gathered the things on the bed and piled them on the chair. He was used to being restrained by the family since he was a child. Like wild horses, it's wandering. Tang Qing is speechless. After that, Do Jiao wanted to talk to Tang Qing about the content of tomorrow's meeting, but when he saw that Tang Qing was not in high spirits, he asked him to rest early. After all, after drinking so much wine, it's normal to be uncomfortable. Anyway, Tang Qing will say something casually tomorrow. Just raise your hands and vote on the resolution of the board of directors, and then nothing will happen to Tang Qing. After Do Jiao left, Tang Qing locked the door back and lay directly on the bed with her hands in deep thought. What he saw just now was not someone else. It turned out to be his second uncle Tang Kai, who had been away from home for many years and had no news. In the previous life, next month, the second uncle Tang Kai met with their family, ate a meal, and hurried away. Since then, there has been no news. Although he and Tang Kai only met once, he told his relatives. How can it be easily forgotten? That man is definitely his second uncle, right? The look in the eyes, the shape of the head, and a scar on his face. He used to ask his parents why his second uncle ran away, where he went, and what his second uncle was doing, but his father and Tang didn't say anything, or he went far away perfunctorily and waited until his father and mother died in a car accident. He is even more unlikely to know. Why is the second uncle here? Why don't you go back to see your family as soon as you come back? What does the second uncle do? So mysterious. His mind was full of doubts, and no one answered. Suddenly, Tang Qing sat up. No, I can't think of it here. If you want to take the initiative to attack, in the previous life, he felt that the second uncle seemed to be avoiding something. Maybe what enemy? Or what is unspeakable? Or did something illegal? Even Tang Qing, who had a big brain, thought that his second uncle was a killer or an agent. But regardless of him, whether his second uncle is a good person, a bad person, or a killer agent, protect him first. He didn't know when the second uncle arrived in the provincial capital in his previous life, nor did he know whether the second uncle was dead or alive after he left. But if something happened to the second uncle here, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. There were several butterfly effects. No longer blindly believe in the memories of previous lives. With a decision, Tang Qing immediately got up and went to the living room of this large suite, moved the table to make room. The next moment, a black ball appeared in Tang Qing's hand. Although the light in the room was very bright, the black ball did not reflect the slightest light. All the light shines in as if it was sucked away, but he didn't think much about it. There is a kind of black paint that can basically absorb all the light shining on it. Contoured things look like a flat surface, which is very magical. This time, Tang Qing didn't exchange new robots, but instead sent out 2 robots that were already equivalent to his full-time instructors. 5 minutes later, 2 robots dressed in camouflage appeared in the living room of the suite. There was no way. The living area and the teleportation area were not close, and there was no teleportation plan before, so 2 people could only rush over urgently. This also made Tang Qing aware of a big problem. If someone suddenly needs someone in an emergency in the future, it is indeed a bit far from the living area to the teleportation area. It seems that in order to be able to quickly call helpers in the future, he has to keep some robots in the transfer area, just in case. After they came out, the 2 robots were equipped with complete equipment and left. As for the following disguise, monitoring, tracking, and wiretapping. Anyway, an analyst made a security plan and unified command, so he didn't bother to have a headache. Since he watched the security video in the command room carefully a few days ago, he wanted to pay tribute to all the bodyguards who performed secret protection tasks. This is really painful and laborious. The ability is one aspect. The key is patience and long-term psychological pressure. On the one hand, it is necessary to ensure concealment, so that the target and the people who eat melon are not found to be strange, and on the other hand, it is necessary to stare at the target in real time, and the body must be ready to respond to emergencies at any time. Fortunately, these robots do not have the messy emotions. Otherwise, this kind of work intensity of an annual salary of 2 or 300,000 is not necessarily someone can do it. At night, Tang Qing didn't go to the training area to shoot, but watched the TV in the room. He just didn't know what was on the TV. Excitement and worry lingered in his heart for a long time. He didn't know whether he should go up and recognize Tang Kai, whether he should talk to his parents about this matter, and he would go back tomorrow afternoon. What to do next? Countless questions circulated in his mind. Tang Qing went to bed very late that night. I couldn't fall asleep, and I've been watching the news from the robots. After all, it's impossible for both robots to stare at their second uncle's door stupidly at the entrance of the corridor all night. If that's the case, Tang Qing felt that the group of robots in the command room should be rebuilt. The robot bodyguard did 3 things in one night. The first thing is to go to the hotel reception to find out Tang Kai's accommodation records. As for how to check, Tang Qing didn't know or didn't want to know. There was a group of experts in charge behind the scenes. He was worried about him. From the record, he looked at his second uncle Tang Kai. I checked into this hotel 3 days ago, at 8 o'clock in the morning on the 9th. As for the previous whereabouts, it is the second thing that the robot does. According to the registered identity information, the second uncle's previous accommodation information is inquired. These are all recorded in the management system of the Public Security Department, but they are not connected to the internet like later generations and are updated in real time. So the lack is extremely serious. The robots had long used a special means to obtain a relatively low-level inquiry account, accessed through a computer at a police station in Qingyan City, and found some information about Tang Kai, but the information inside was really scarce, and there were only a few exits and exits. According to the record, the most recent entry was at the end of last month. I took a China Southern Airlines plane from Bangkok to the capital airport, and there was no information after that. Well, he shouldn't have much hope for information management in this era. Sometimes Tang Qing is also very contradictory, just like now. On the one hand, he hopes that the whole people are informatized, and on the one hand, he checks things badly. On the other hand, he does not want to become a member of the whole people. He thinks that the information age is really a double-edged sword. While making life easier, it keeps your whereabouts invisible. This is a good thing for companies that have information, but it is for people who have information. It's upset. Just like why many people in developed countries have not developed the kind of Alipay and WeChat in China. It is because they are used to it, not because the technology is not up to it, but because they don't want to go out to buy food, route, lunch, or buy electrical appliances, consumption of a bottle of beverage, etc. are all recorded, paying great attention to, especially in Germany, where cash is the favorite. Credit cards and electronic payments have been developed for so many years. However, in China, this information is not taken seriously by the public, and they feel that it doesn't matter. They think that their whereabouts and consumption habits are worthless, but are these things really worthless? These are treasures for many companies. Well, it's a long way to go. I can't write deeply. The third thing the robot did was to protect the second uncle. A robot opened a room next to the second uncle. He listened carefully to the room with a listening device similar to listening to the second uncle. Tang Qing also tried curiously before. This thing is worthy of being a military product. You can clearly hear the whispers of the 2 cousins next door across the wall. Although it is a bit distorted, you can hear clearly. He didn't expect it to come in handy so quickly. It's just that the robot has to suffer because it has to listen all the time before the audio information can be transmitted back to the command room. Although this device has a quantum communication module connected to the communication server, the communication server has not been released yet, and now it can only use the robot's ears. However, the robot didn't hear any movement all night, only breathing. I wanted to come to my second uncle and slept all night. Early the next morning, Do Jiao's reminder call came. Tang Qing hurriedly got up to wash and was about to ask Do Jiao to go downstairs to have breakfast. Boom, boom, boom. After Tang Qing quickly cleaned up, he knocked on Do Jiao's door. Wait a minute. Do Jiao's voice came from inside. Tang Qing thought it would take 10 seconds to wait, but Do Jiao opened the door almost 5 minutes later. At this time, she was wearing a cartoon pajamas with wet hair draped on the side, rubbing her hair with a towel. Okay, Tang Qing forgot that the time of a woman is different from that of a man. Little boss, why are you so fast? You came just after I finished the call, Do Jiao said without feeling embarrassed. It's not that I'm too fast, it's that you're too slow. If I knew I would sleep a little longer, don't even want to go out if you don't have 20 minutes like this. Tang Qing said angrily. Hee, I don't want to wait for my sister for a while. I'm so heartbroken. Do Jiao said with an expression that you dare to say that I didn't want to? I would cry for you. Seeing this, Tang Qing hurriedly admitted defeat and said, I am willing to wait. I am willing to wait. But hurry up, you see. Everyone is waiting anxiously. If someone was molested in the morning, it is estimated that they will be in circles today. Of course, Sun Chao and the others were not waiting in the aisle, but the doors were all open, and they were obviously ready to wait for them. I know, what are you in a hurry? There is still a long time to leave the meeting, and we don't need to set up the meeting place. Just step on the spot and sit down. Do Jiao said naturally. Tang Qing had nothing to say after hearing this, but she didn't think Do Jiao was incompetent. As long as he didn't delay his work, sometimes it was nothing to be lazy. He could only say helplessly, That's okay. I'll go back and watch TV for a while. After that, I turned around and prepared to go back. What to do when I go back? I still want to tell you about today's board process. I haven't finished talking about it last night. Do Jiao stopped Tang Qing, then turned and walked into the room. Okay then. After finishing talking, Tang Qing also followed in. By the way, little boss, have you woken up from alcohol, still uncomfortable? Do Jiao asked. Sister Jiao, I'm not drunk, so wake up some wine. Tang Qing said with a smile. I really don't know what your stomach is made of. I thought it was because of slow stamina before the procedure, but could it be that your body has a problem? Do you want to go to the hospital to check it? Do Jiao said worriedly. Even though Tang Qing is so said, but Do Jiao still can't rest assured. She hasn't seen anyone who has drunk a few bottles of white ass. No matter how good the amount of alcohol is, she will not blush, panic, and neither vomit nor drink any alcohol. React later. It's really okay, my body is fine. Tang Qing patted his chest and said, A joke, if our health is not good, no one in the world will be well. Really? You won't be able to force it? Do Jiao questioned. No, don't worry. Tang Qing promised. Well, that's good. Do Jiao nodded and said, Tang Qing is a billionaire, and he would not make fun of his body even if he wanted to. He would still play with some unimportant people. Next, Do Jiao, I told Tang Qing what he didn't finish last night, but it was not too much. Tang Qing quickly wrote it down. It was more than 20 minutes after Do Jiao cleared up, and a few people came to the hotel. Breakfast on the floor. Breakfast is naturally free, but there are few tricks. Tang Qing didn't choose anything. He and Sun Chao ate wildly, while Do Jiao and the other two female employees of Tianyan looked at their two big stomachs with a smile. Wang, when he saw the food was almost finished, he took the initiative to get them both. After breakfast, it was only a few steps away. Tang Qing didn't take a car, but walked towards Mingyun Group with Do Jiao. Looking at the office workers and people rushing to make a living on the street, Tang Qing once again recalled the bitterness of his previous life and couldn't help but sigh again that it's better to have money. You can arrange time freely and watch others busy. Evil thoughts. After walking slowly for more than 10 minutes, a group of people came to the resident of Mingyun Group. The predecessor of Mingyun Group is also a not-so-small group company. In the early years, it took a lot of money to build a 15-story office building. Due to the avant-garde design, it has not been outdated until now, but it is only now, in Tang Qing's eyes, it was a bit out of date. At this time, the brand of the group has been changed, and you can see the 4 big characters of Mingyun Group and a simple group logo from a distance. Tang Qing couldn't guess what that means for a while. Anyway, the design is still abstract. A lot of reasons such as dreams, goals, prospects, expectations, unruly, openness, tolerance, etc. can be drawn with a stroke of a stroke. He is very talented. At this time, the open space at the door of Mingyun Group was already full of various vehicles. The most expensive one was Lu Gan's Rolls-Royce Phantom, which was only launched last year. Tang Qing was actually surprised that Lu Gan could get this level car. He didn't think that Lu Gan could not afford it, but that this was a car that hadn't been on the market for a long time. The world's richest men were all staring at that little output. Lugan was able to get a car with his hands and eyes. It always felt unscientific. Could it be that the production of the current Rolls-Royce Phantom has increased? Or did Lu Qian use the gray relationship? It will never be second-hand. But how long has it been on the market? Tang Qing couldn't think of it for a moment. Seeing Tang Qing staring at Lugan's car, Do Jiao said with a smile, "Brother Tang, why don't you also buy a car like Mr. Lu? It looks so good-looking, stable, domineering, and full of connotations." No money." Tang Qing touched his nose and said, with a string of connotations, "It is not your money that is spent on feelings, but it is just a car when you open your mouth. Now his money is of great use, and I don't want to think too much in the past. First, you need to save up to 500 million yuan of survival funds, and then seek development. And second, the dispatch center is a bottomless pit for spending money. It is better to buy cars and install more than the economy in the future. Let's talk about it. Then you have to buy one if you have money in the future. I have to sit down, and I have to drive." Do Jiao said with a look of yearning. She thought that Tang Qing was really out of money. After all, this time, he actually paid 100 million in cash. There were also tens of millions of expenses from the Tianyan headquarters and the investment of Shengtang. Nearly 200 million were thrown out, which was 200 million yuan. "What? You just want to ask Mr. Lu if you can borrow it?" Tang Qing said curiously. "Will Do Jiao still be short of a car? Mr. Lu belongs to Mr. Lu. I just want to drive you," Do Jiao said with a calm expression on your face. Tang Qing was speechless. "Yeah, I was slapped by this female hooligan. Because they didn't know if Tang Qing and the others would drive there. A parking space was always reserved at the gate of the group. Tang Qing could only say when he saw it. He was really thoughtful, but he couldn't enjoy this privilege. Although today is Saturday, it is of course impossible for Mengyun Group to take a holiday at this time. All employees are transferred to work normally. Since Tang Qing and Do Jiao are stepping on the dots, they did not see a few employees coming in and out. But think about it. Today is the group's first board of directors. The big shareholders will all come. The big bosses can step on the dots. If the employees step on the dots, they still want to do it. Except for Lu Gan and Tang Qing, no one in the group dared to step on it. If these two big brothers have not seen you, wait for it to be unlucky. Therefore, the entire company went to work half an hour earlier today and cleaned up yesterday afternoon. "Good morning, President Do and President Tang." The welcome guest at the door said respectfully. For this meeting, two good-looking receptionists wore a blue phoenix cheongsam and greeted them at the door. Do Jiao had come here almost every day before, and they naturally knew each other. Although Tang Qing had never seen him, his manager had already explained that the youngest and most handsome in the crowd was the company's second-largest shareholder, Mr. Tang. At the time, they thought the manager was flattering, but I can see it now, and I'm all a little excited. "Hello," Do Jiao said with a smile. After speaking, Tang Qing walked in, and Tang Qing also smiled and nodded to say hello. Do Jiao took Tang Qing to the large conference room on the 14th floor, which was naturally larger than the conference room of Shengtang Clothing. But the level of luxury was a bit incomparable. After all, the decoration was 4 or 5 years ago. The meeting room in Shengtang was directly installed by the decoration company itself. Gongzi stood at the door of the conference room, and when he saw Tang Qing and others, he smiled and walked forward. "Brother Gang, good morning," Tang Qing said first before the guy spoke. "Mr. Tang, Mr. Do, good morning. Mr. Lu is already inside, please," Gongzi said with a smile on his face. He used to be called Tang Qing Xiaotang, but after last night's events, he no longer dared to call it that way. Before, he thought that Tang Qing was able to sit on an equal footing with his boss by relying on the people behind him, and his name was Xiaotang. Well, now suddenly realized that Tang Qing was already a big tree on his own. He was no longer qualified to call that way. Tang Qing also heard the change in Gongzi's attitude and smiled bitterly in his heart. He guessed that Lu Qian now had made him a great figure again. But now he doesn't have the consciousness of being a big man at all. At this time, Lu Gan was already there, sitting in the chairman's seat and communicating with the new president of Mengyun Group next to him, and the other directors were in their respective positions, quietly looking at the information in his hand. "Lu Gan is here again." No one dared to whisper to each other. Seeing Tang Qing and Do Jiao enter the door, Lu Gan hurriedly got up to greet him, and other group directors also wittily stood up and paid their attention. This shocked Tang Qing a lot. He said that this big group is different and has many rules. The levels are clear. Tang Qing exchanged a few words with Lu Gan, then took the seats one by one, and started the first board of directors of Mengyun Group. Lu Qian is the host. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's start the first board of directors of Mengyun Group. You introduced it last night, so I won't say more. This time I will be the host and will not engage in it. So serious, just say a few words. First of all, welcome to the group directors, Lu Gan said with a smile. He doesn't have too many meetings of this kind, and it's not a problem to make speeches offline, especially since he can tell a lot of the group's data without being slow at all, so Tang Qing can't help but silently give him a compliment. It can be made on this scale. As expected, the businessman didn't have a simple one. Lu Qian directly undrafted the Mengyun Group's various data, future development plans, personnel appointments, and meeting voting without looking at any drafts. This memory is a big challenge for ordinary people. Tang Qing nodded secretly. This habit is worth learning, and he deserves to be the chairman of the board. Even at this age, it takes time to learn more. With so much information on his back, whether it is pretend or not, it is worthy of respect. The whole meeting was basically Lu Gan talking, and Tang Qing also gave a few words to encourage him. As for other times, he was a party with a show of hands and passed various board resolutions, mainly personnel appointments and integration of some departments. At the same time, Tang Qing handed over the right to raise hands to a new vice president of Tianyin. This position was naturally given by Lu Gan to Tang Qing, a shareholder. However, although this vice president is also managed by Tianyin, it is within Tianyin, but it is in the form of employment. It does not belong to the real employees of Tianyin and does not receive the salary of Tianyin, which is fundamentally different from that of the deputy director of finance. To put it bluntly, one is to really do practical things, and the other is mainly for supervision. After the meeting, Xiaotang, when will you return to Qingyan City? Lu Gan asked. I'm going to go back this afternoon. I don't have anything to do here, please. Tang Qing said with a smile. He came here mainly to meet the senior executives of the group, and at the same time raise his hand to give the right to raise his hand. There will be no class tomorrow and fun day, or you can go back tomorrow. Lu Gan said. Why, Uncle Lu is something? Tang Qing questioned. There are no important things. I just have to see some Mengyun Group suppliers in the evening. Last night, it was only the group's senior managers above the deputy manager and the general manager and deputy general managers of each branch. I think Xiaotang, usually it's boring to go to school. It's okay to see more people to increase experience. Lu Gan smiled. What he said is true. Now he has only one purpose, and that is to make good friends with Tang Qing, and to have more personal contact with Tang Qing. Otherwise, it would be a bit of a problem if the memory of the two of them only stayed on the inverted exchange. When he reached his position, in addition to binding his allies with interests, he also needed to use other brains, and that was collusion. I'm fine, but I have to talk to my family first to see if it works. Tang Qing thought for a moment and said, originally, he planned to accompany Lin Jiashua tomorrow weekend, but he really wanted to stay here for a few days to see the situation after his second uncle's affairs, but this had to pass the mother's level first. Would you like me to help? Lu Gan said. He thought Tang Qing was going to tell Qin Yugong that he didn't know the news of Tang's father and mother's arrival in Qingyan City. No, the reason I came out was to live for others. Did you wear it soon after you came out? Tang Qing said with a smile. Haha, that's okay. Please inform me this afternoon. Lu Gan laughed. Seeing that Tang Qing was reluctant to say, he didn't ask Tang Qing who this other was. Anyway, it was definitely not him. No problem. Tang Qing agreed. After Lu Gan and his party left, there were only 6 of them left in the entire large conference room. The one extra person was the deputy financial director under Tianyin. He had been assigned to reside here, so he rented a house nearby. Living, with double subsidies from Tianyin Consulting and Mengyun Group, he basically does not spend money on food, housing, and transportation. When the Shengtang clothing store is fully opened in the future, Tang Qing is also preparing to issue a Shengtang shopping card every year in festivals and other welfares. First, save money, and secondly, The fertilizer will not flow into the outsider's land. Which clothing is not to be worn? As the boss, he is still very confident in the quality and style of the clothes produced by Xingtang. Naturally, he hopes that his employees will wear their own clothes. Of course, he will not be mentally disabled and only issue the Xingtang shopping card, just as one of the benefits. And now another option has been added, the discount card of Mengyun Group. If Li Jiangguo had the ambition of his previous life to make the restaurant bigger and stronger, he could issue cards again, and several companies could issue cards to each other. Tang Qing felt more and more like a black-hearted boss. Since Do Jiao would not work here in the future, Do Jiao told the group not to prepare an office for her. She used to work here before, and felt that it was very spacious and had a good view. Little boss, did you just say you want to stay for one more day? Do Jiao asked with a smile. She naturally heard the conversation between Lu Gan and Tang Qing just now. Although the question asked was a bit silly, there was always a beginning not to be. Well, there is a cocktail party for the suppliers in the evening. Mr. Lu asked me to meet with them, just to increase my experience. I also think it is very good. Tang Qing nodded and said. He naturally knew Lu Qian's purpose. It was true to see suppliers as fake and to have more contact with himself. When he reached Lu Gan's position, he would not do something for no reason. There must be a certain purpose. That is, it is always a good thing to know more people. Since you won't leave today, or your sister will take you around this afternoon. Do Jiao looked at Tang Qing hopefully after she finished. Naturally, she was bored with the major scenic spots in the provincial capital and the surrounding scenic spots. Later, in the provincial capital, she didn't even want to go out, but Tang Qing hadn't been there, so she finally wanted to make a visit. Recommended places to Tang Qing, like a child's offering of treasures. Aren't you busy? You still have time to play with me? Tang Qing asked curiously, looking at the piled-up documents in front of Do Jiao. What's the matter? It's a big deal to postpone one day. Our original job is to audit and supervise, not to do any specific things, don't worry. Do Jiao smiled. In front of Tang Qing, she did not have the consciousness of a good employee who works hard at all. Then you should work hard. I have something else to do. Tang Qing said with a smile. Although Do Jiao was right, all the most urgent tasks basically stopped at the deputy director because he needed the fastest feedback on the situation, and then there was a team dedicated to this matter. That is, the 2 employees, and among the people in Qingyan City, it was Do Jiao who organized, coordinated, and asked for instructions in the end, and did not involve major decision-making. Do Jiao's work is indeed not so anxious. Black-hearted boss. Do Jiao said disappointedly. She is not a stubborn person, but Tang Qing cast a grudge on her face and continued to work. Tang Qing didn't dare to answer. He did have something to do. That was thinking about the second uncle's things and waiting for news from the robot, so that he could deal with what happened at any time. Of course, one more thing is to ask my mother for leave. Tang Qing got up and came to the window and dialed Tang's mother's phone. Tang, are you back yet? Mother Tang asked first after the communication. No, Mom, I have something to tell you. I may not be back until tomorrow. That person has to take me around. Tang Qing said. Anyway, just throw the pot out, and Mother Tang couldn't contact the non-existent big man either. Okay, I'll ask the teacher for leave tomorrow. Mother Tang said after hesitating. Since the other party was staying, and it was only for one day, Tang Qing refused to give up face, and he still owed that person hundreds of thousands, so Tang's mother was not easy to say anything about the so-called shorthands. At the same time, she secretly decided to work hard to make money, and hurriedly paid back the money. Now the piecing together and the hotel's dividends have already reached 230,000. After only 2 months, her name is Tang Qing Lima as soon as the hotel's dividends arrive. When she paid it back, she couldn't sleep well when she thought of the money she owed others. Mom, we won't go to class tomorrow and fun day. Tang Qing said again. That's it. I've been confused. The only thing I do in business is the number of signs. It doesn't matter what the week is. You can come back tomorrow afternoon, but you can't stay there any longer. You must be careful when you go out to play. It's not enough. If it's not enough, I'll call you a little bit. Don't spend other people's money outside. They have already helped us a lot. The so-called shorthandedness. When the time comes, don't you know if the favor is not good? Wait 2 months for us to save enough money. Now, Mother Tang exhorted again. Tang Qing may have disliked this kind of nagging in the past life, but in this life, he listened very smoothly and only knew to cherish it when he lost it. Tang Qing did not interrupt. After listening to the long series of instructions from his mother even stopped when he heard his father's interruption on the phone. Tang Qing hadn't walked out of the room for half a step all afternoon. He had been waiting in the hotel for news, flipping through the TV station boredly and quickly, no matter what was inside. At this moment, he suddenly felt like the analysts in the command room, ready to respond to various emergencies at any time. But those intelligence analysts would not feel worried or other emotions, only knowing that they would follow the established process after encountering a problem, and Tang Yi's command to solve the problem. But Tang Qing has feelings. Tang Kai is his relative. Worry, curiosity, and entanglement are all mixed together. It really feels like a FCK, but who calls the other party his second uncle? This is rooted in what can he do about blood connections? It's hard not to pay attention to it. No effective information was heard from the bug. His second uncle was the same as him. After returning to the hotel in the afternoon, he never went out. According to the feedback from the command room, there was only the sound of second uncle smoking in the room, and there was no extra word said. Tang Qing also waited more and more anxiously, not sure what the second uncle wanted to do. What is it for? And he doesn't have much time in the provincial capital. Damn it, I can't catch my second uncle for torture. Although he is not so frantic yet, he is still worried. It seems that just in case, he has to leave the transfer node here for support at any time. Of course, this kind of support is only sent over because the system only saves the relative spatial coordinates of the place where he enters the service center. If it appears again in the provincial capital, his save coordinates will be moved to the provincial capital, and once he is here, he can only go back by car. Rigid system. F-King settings. Tang Qing drew a big circle on the head of the system. So this complicated psychology tortured him all afternoon, until Sun Chao came back from shopping. Sun Chao knew that Tang Qing was also a foodie, so he took this little holiday and bought a lot of snacks and came to Tang Qing's suite to eat together. 6 p.m. Tang Qing and his party went out to the banquet. This time there were only 3 people, Tang Qing, Do Jiao, and Sun Chao. Do Jiao didn't have to go. After all, last night was equivalent to an internal company party. Do Jiao naturally wanted to attend. However, this time, it was a channel and business dinner, which had nothing to do with her, but after finally meeting Tang Qing, Do Jiao followed like a little stalker because he was afraid that he would drink too much. Well, this reason makes Tang Qing moved. This time the banquet was at the place yesterday. Think about it. It was originally Lu Gan's treat. There is no real benefit for eating out in his own hotel. But not too many people came this time. There were only 2 tables. A table of supplier representatives, a table of people they bring. Some of the representatives are the boss himself, some are sales managers, deputy managers, etc., with various titles. In fact, Lu Gan didn't know these people. It was the first time I saw them. However, the former president of Mengyun Group and the current vice president led naturally without worrying. After introducing each other, they were seated in turn. The various suppliers below also looked at Tang Qing with surprise. In this acquisition, they also learned a little bit about the inside story, knowing that Tang Qing had directly put out 100 million in cash. Fortunately, Lu Gan said that he was recognized as a rich man. It is not surprising that he is rich. The key is Tang Qing. Being pushed to the front desk at such a young age, they can't help but make up their own minds about which bear boy this is. Adults are so used to them. They are so rich, and rich means powerful. A family that can spend 100 million yuan to build for a child is definitely a towering tree. So there is a flattering expression in Tang Qing's eyes. This time, the owner of Mengyun Group has been replaced by 2 characters with hands and eyes. They were also a little excited and nervous for a while. What's exciting is that the bigger the Mengyun Group is, the more money they have. Dealing with powerful people is not as easy as it used to be. In the past, the uncle can still play small tricks to take advantage of it. In the future, we can only converge to see the situation first. However, Tang Qing didn't pay attention to this, but frowned and thought about something, because he actually saw an acquaintance among this group of people. It was Wei Jun who he saved last time. At this time, Wei Jun was dealing with a toast from the surrounding bosses. Seeing that his expression was a little bit of a strong smile, He even saw the old man following Wei Jun on the nearby table. It stands to reason that in such a dark night, even with the low-light scope, he could not see the specific appearance of the two, but Tang Qing remembered the voice. Now the voice and the name correspond. "Uncle Lu, what is the origin of this way always?" Tang Qing asked Lu Gan in a low voice. He only heard a few simple conversations between Wei Jun and the bad guy in the steel plant last time, which did not involve much Wei Jun's personal information. Except for his name and the number of family members, he knew almost nothing about Wei Jun. "I heard that their family used to be the leader of a small foreign armed force. They operated jade, jewelry, gold, medicinal materials, and other businesses. They were still very large. They had business dealings with almost all major jewelers in China. I just heard that recently he was driven out by others, and his father was also murdered by a gangster last month, so he is now the leader. Based on his long-standing business relationship there, he has also started a jade and jewelry business. I also heard that he is planning to open a business in the near future. A jewelry company. Maybe we will still be a competitor in the future." Lu Gan leaned over and said slowly, "Well, then he is quite miserable." Tang Qing thought thoughtfully. It seems that although Wei Jun was saved by himself last time, something happened to his father. He just didn't know whether he died in the hands of Wei Jun's younger brother or the snakeheads who saw the money open. Look at Wei Jun's current situation. The money was never taken by the gang. Otherwise, Wei Jun would have money to make a comeback. Isn't it? But even this kind of person is very dangerous. I heard that their family used to have hundreds of people, all of whom had guns. Although something happened to his family now, I am a little afraid of your uncle." Lu Gan whispered. Hee. Uncle Lu, are you too careful? Now he has started a legitimate business, and he has no subordinates. He still has them in the country. What is scary? Seeing that Lu Qian's meaning is unclear, Tang Qing was very cooperative. Asked indifferently. There's no way. Although their home is gone, many of their subordinates are still alive. As long as he is willing to find the old department to form a lot of strength, your uncle is not stupid. I am not stupid, and I also deal with such people. There will be concerns. Lu Gan said again. In front of Tang Qing, he also made no secret of his cowardice. Pretending to be X also depends on who he is. No matter how rich he is, he will be afraid of forces of the same level before Wei Jia. Well, so too. Tang Qing nodded and said, when I saw Wei Jun again, Tang Qing didn't plan to have too much intersection with him. After all, he wanted people, money, guns and guns, and Wei Jun had nothing to do with him. The most important thing was Wei Jun's. He really doesn't want to participate in the complex background and encounters, lest he drag himself into the water. Because people with a sensitive identity like Wei Jun are the key targets in the country, and every move is noticed and recorded. If he gets too close with Wei Jun and the other party turns the target to himself, then he would be too wronged. All sorts of abnormalities in my body during this period of time. If you want to check it, it is really accurate. It is estimated that even Lu Gan will sell himself stubbornly when the time comes. No, this is not an estimate, but it will definitely sell him. After all, who dares to do it right with the country? To put it plainly, Wei Jun is a pit, a deep pit that may have buried him. When he thought of this, Tang Qing was also a little afraid of Wei Jun's broom star. So the whole dinner to Wei Jun was basically very polite and kept a certain distance. Tang Qing's attitude towards Wei Jun and the others was completely different to Lu Gan. This is not the usual modest and cautious Tang Qing who respects everyone. But the next moment Lu Qian automatically thinks that Tang Qing is still young. Right? Wei Jun, a former outlaw, was afraid. I forgot that he is still a child. Lu Gan said with a chuckle in his heart. Seeing that Tang Qing didn't pay much attention to him, Wei Jun, like Lu Gan, thought that Tang Qing was young and frightened after knowing his previous identity and background. Think about it too. Although the vast majority of young people like to stimulate and fight, there are still a lot of dislikes, especially when the family can give such an important business to a child like Tang Qing. In terms of character, Tang Qing certainly can't get second. Thinking of this, Wei Jun could only smile to himself. Since the death of his father last month, he has also understood that he can only rely on himself in the future. No one can shelter him from the wind and rain. No one can be used to his waywardness. And the unrelated cousin was also found dead with his father. According to the police, his father committed suicide, and the cousin is probably the gangster who thinks it is useless and will leak the wind and solve it. Therefore, the $50 million of deposits are naturally still in his hands. Although he had a huge amount of money, he didn't want to sit and eat the sky. In order not to disappoint his father who was alive in the sky, he decided to reinvigorate their Wei family. So in order to gain a foothold in the country in the future, Nian Weijun is positive. The expansion and deepening of the relationship with all aspects of the country, but the result is very little effect. Not only Tang Qing and Lu Gan, many former business partners met him with a cautious attitude. He naturally understands the concerns of those bosses, because that group of jewelry merchants will still have to deal with the force that occupied Wei Jun's home and replace their business in the future. Not to mention that the force may be caught in the business. What worries them the most is that the armed force is fighting against Wei. After Juanxiu settled the accounts, they were implicated, because from the performance it was really a moody lunatic. He killed hundreds of innocents in just over a month. If the lunatic was upset, they would probably be counted in. That's wrong. Therefore, during this time, Wei Jun visited and performed activities everywhere in the country. Although many people were willing to do business with him, none of them dared to go too close for fear of causing trouble. Seeing Tang Qing's expression on Wei Jun's look unnatural, Do Jiao leaned over and asked in a low voice, "Brother Tang, why are you so reluctant to see Wei Jun? Have you had a festival with him before?" Tang Qing said with a smile, "It's not true, but I heard from Mr. Liu that Mr. Wei is also allowed to open a jewelry company, and he will be a competitor with us in the future." He didn't dare to tell Do Jiao Wei Jun's previous identity, lest Do Jiao ask questions, and it is not a good thing to worry about having one more person. That's it. Do Jiao nodded thoughtfully, but there was a look on her face. "Why don't I believe you?" Although she was very curious in her expression, she didn't ask too much when she saw Tang Qing's reluctance to say that she didn't ask too much. So she asked Lu Gan later. She naturally didn't want to see people who Fang Zheng Tang Qing didn't want to see. Lu Gan, who Do Jiao didn't want to see, didn't dare to see him, and many people who didn't want to see Lu Gan didn't dare to see him. So Wei Jun pitifully became a lonely man. Looking at Wei Jun's pitiful look, if it weren't for Tang Qing to know that Wei Jun is a broom star who can harm him, he would definitely sympathize with him. But now, come on, you big Buddha, how far away from me? We can't afford it. After the dinner, Tang Qing and his party returned to the hotel. Before leaving, Gan Lu also said that he would invite Tang Qing's family to eat at home at the end of this month. Lu Gan was also a bit embarrassed when he said here. He said that he would treat guests a year ago, but after the year, this kind of non-trustworthy, it's terrible for a businessman. But there are so many things in the year and year. There are very few days to return to Qingyan City. Some people also trade US dollars with Tang Qing, or accompany the leader to meet friends, even if there is no entertainment. Annoying, so it has been delayed until now. Tang Qing also expressed his understanding of this. How could Lu Gan miss that meal? What's more, he already has a lot of things to do, not to mention Lu Gan, who likes to do it by himself, is often not a human being. Busy mind is also busy. After washing, Tang Qing stood by the window of the suite, watching the prosperous lights outside, frowning, naturally what Tang Kai was thinking in her mind. He will be leaving tomorrow, but there is no news from the second uncle until now, and no useful information has been obtained. It seems that only one transmission node can be left here. The transmission node is originally the transmission area of the dispatch center, connected, so the system can be recycled at any time, anywhere. To put it bluntly, if you need it, it is very convenient to be able to retrieve the black ball from the transmission node of the provincial city at any time. But once it is retrieved, you can only send someone to drive it over. Ding ding. A phone call rang, interrupting Tang Qing's thoughts. He quickly took out his cell phone, but it wasn't his cell phone that was ringing. Okay, he forgot for a while that his phone ringtone is always this. It overlaps with the landline ringtone. It has not been changed so far. Before, he has been joked by all people who have heard his ringtone, but he just didn't change it. People, why use the same as others? We are happy to do it. An ordinary person uses this kind of ringtone as old-fashioned, but if the head of a country or the world's richest man uses this kind of ringtone, it is called nostalgia and personality, and even leads the fashion. This is reality. What do you use? It's important, what you are most important. Tang Qing hurried to the hotel's landline and picked up the phone and said, "Hello, who? Does Mr. Sister need a little girl?" A delicate voice came from the other end of the phone. Tang Qing listened to the black lines and said helplessly, "Sister Jiao Jiao, you are enough. If you have anything to do, you won't call me, but also use the landline." Yes, the opposite is Do Jiao. Although Do Jiao pinches her throat to speak, who Tang Qing is, her voice can change, but her habits and original voice are not easy to change. Do Jiao is not a voice actor, so it is not difficult to hear her. Okay, the above is what Tang Qing suits. The real situation is that he saw that the landline phone number was calling from Do Jiao. "How did you know?" Do Jiao said in surprise. "Sister Jiao Jiao's voice is naturally remembered by the younger brother, and I dare not forget it." Tang Qing complimented, not saying anything like "your phone betrayed you." "Hee hee, my mobile phone just ran out of power when playing music. The little boss was good, and he actually spoke to me," Do Jiao said with a smile. But before finishing talking, she realized that although she didn't use a mobile phone, she took it. But it was a hotel landline. Tang Qing was not blind, so he could definitely see the number. "Little boss, dare to play with your sister and me? Say, did you read the phone number?" Do Jiao said brutally. "Where is it? What the younger brother said is true. If there is a lie, please come and scratch me, but you can say something is so late." Tang Qing said without admitting it. Although she knew that Tang Qing was coaxing her, Do Jiao wouldn't be so stupid as to ask the roots to reveal it, and said, "It's nothing, I just forgot to ask. Will you leave tomorrow morning or afternoon?" "Does this make any difference?" Tang Qing questioned. "Yes, if you leave in the morning, I will go to the group office. If you leave in the afternoon, I will rest for a long time to accompany you." Do Jiao said. "You want to find a reason to absent from work again?" Tang Qing said helplessly. "How come? You are the boss. Because your absenteeism is not an absenteeism. This is also a kind of work." Do Jiao said with a grin. "Well, you won. I'll be back in the afternoon, and I will go shopping in the morning." Tang Qing said truthfully. Do Jiao immediately said excitedly when he heard the shopping. "What are you going to buy?" "I haven't been shopping for a long time. I finally came to the provincial capital to buy something for my cousin and them," Tang Qing said. Before coming, he was forced to agree to Qin Shichi to buy him something to take back. She didn't say anything. Anyway, she had to be satisfied. That's okay. For this satisfaction, Tang Qing naturally knows how to do it, just expensive. Of course, this time he will spend it on that big man. Anyway, there is a shield, so I can find a good reason. By the way, I have to buy some for my uncle and mother. I finally caught the opportunity to spend money, but I couldn't waste it. Hey, that's good. Then I will check it for you, and I will buy something by the way." Do Jiao said happily. "Well, you can go to bed early," Tang Qing said with a smile. "Well, good night," Do Jiao said. Tang Qing hung up the phone and was about to take a bath, but at this time the phone rang again. Ding, ding, ding. The same ringtone, but this time it was the phone ringing. Tang Qing took out the phone and saw that it was a familiar number, a number in Qingyan City. This was a robot he had previously exchanged for the purpose of serving as a customer service. In order to avoid emergencies, those robots that were performing tasks did not have time or conditions to notify him, so they exchanged for a basic intelligence analyst to sit in Qingyan City, as a bridge between him and the command room. "What's the matter?" Tang Qing asked directly, pressing the answer button. The events that allow the robot to call him are all relatively high. At least they are all things he has specifically ordered. Because this robot is responsible for the overall coordination work outside, it is not necessarily the second uncle's business, so he did not rush into the command room. Report on the 0, the 17th target. He and the two people met at the hotel at noon. A female voice came from the other side. Her language was concise. That's right, the customer service robot is female, because Tang Qing thinks female voices are better to listen to. Aren't all customer service females? Now the command room is full of men. In order to look less monotonous, he plans to exchange more female robots in the future. The 0 number is naturally the name given to him by the robots outside, and calling him Commander-in-Chief is a bit of a clique, which is easy to cause misunderstandings. When Tang Qing heard the news from his second uncle, he immediately became anxious and said, "I know. I will enter the command room immediately." After speaking, he hung up and walked to the command platform. Combat Dispatch Center, Command Room. Tang Yi, how is the target number 17? Tang Qing asked Tang Yi anxiously as soon as he appeared. Commander, the two people you met at noon on the 17th target came to the target room a minute ago. The audio information has been synchronized and saved. Would you like to check it now? Tang Yi Jingli said. Tang Qing quickly said, call it out and let me hear what they say. Yes. After Tang Yi finished speaking, he called up the audio information from the meeting of several people in the room, not only the sound, but also the synchronized text on the projection screen. It was clear at a glance that this work was naturally done by the second person, and the analysts did it. Logic proofreading. Information that is cross-determined by analysts as meaningless is automatically filtered. Xiaojun, I have already contacted me. Your jewelry company should have no problem with the supply of goods, plus some suppliers you contacted before. It should be enough for a long time. Tang Kai said, thank you, Uncle Tang, and let you come here in person. The visitor thanked him. Hee. If you and your father took care of me like this, how could I have forgotten that now that brother Xiong has passed away? Tang Zikai is not an ungrateful person. I just hope you can cheer up, and you can be regarded as me growing up. Yes, I, like your father, also hope you can make a career. Tang Kai said earnestly. Yes, Uncle Tang, I won't say much if there are too many. Just look at it. I won't let you down. The man said firmly with a little crying tone. By the way, Xiao Kai, why don't you go back to China for development? I heard the master say that you have many relatives in the country. At this time, another voice sounded, the voice of an old man. Yeah, it's just, I don't want to say anything. I don't want to cause trouble for them. I used to provoke people who were unpleasant, but now I am being targeted by a group of people. I don't dare to hurt my family. Tang Kai smiled bitterly. Hearing the conversation among the few people inside, Tang Qing frowned even more, because the two people his second uncle saw turned out to be Wei Jun and the old man surnamed Wang. What's the situation with this Nima? He had just decided not to have any close interactions with Wei Jun. In a blink of an eye, his uncle had a relationship with the other party. From the content of the dialogue, he could hear that it was not an ordinary relationship, but a relationship that could take risks and give up in the snow. By how to play this? If you involve yourself in it accidentally, it will be a big trouble. And the second uncle also said that there are people who can't afford to offend him. Now someone is watching him. This situation is getting more and more complicated. Brain burn and continue to listen. At this time, due to the handling of the free time in the middle of the second, it is synchronous monitoring. Follow. Who is it? Could it be them? Wei Jun asked in surprise, and at the same time his heart was shaken. His first reaction was that Tang Kai was retaliated by the gang who robbed his chassis. No, I'm not yet worthy of their dealings. A local jewelry company is jealous of my business and wants to buy my company at a low price. But how can I agree? Many people followed me and aid, especially the group of orphans I adopted. Without the profitability of the company, I can't sit back and eat no matter how much money I have. It's just that the company is relatively powerful in the local area, and I'm a little bit powerless. In order not to be so noticeable, I didn't even bring a bodyguard when I returned home. Tang Kai sighed and shook his head. Then Uncle Tang, would you like to help? Although our family has no territory, there are still many people who are loyal to our family. Wei Jun hurriedly said. His meaning is very obvious. Do you want me to help kill him? Although he has returned to China, but some of his bandit spirit has not been eliminated. If he is an ordinary person, he may not dare to say that with a gentle manner, but Tang Kai is adventurous to help him, and he is a good friend of his own for many years. In his opinion, as long as he is truly himself, it is worth helping. When they left, many of their confidants were taken to a relatively safe place, and a lot of money was distributed to them. Like Tang Kai, who had adopted many orphans in front of him, his father was also kind and helped too many people over the years. Therefore, Wei Jun believes that as long as he is willing, many people who have been favored by their family are willing to do this kind of dirty work. No, you can help for a while, but you can't help for a lifetime. Without this wolf, another wolf may covet my property. Let me take a look. If it doesn't work, I will sell the company for so long. I didn't go back. I don't know what happened to the old parents at home. Tang Kai refused. Although he said so, but in his heart he wanted to take this opportunity to come back and see his relatives at home, because even if he sold the jewelry company, He didn't know if that person would let him come back alive. Otherwise, Wei Jun's it's just a phone call, so he doesn't need to make a trip in person. This is also true, but if Uncle Tang has something to do, he must speak. Wei Jun nodded and said. In fact, he had heard about Tang Kai's situation. Tang Kai opened a relatively large jewelry company in Bangkok. Many sources of goods were taken from them, so he knew that someone had been interested in Tang Kai's company a long time ago. Interested. That person was another local gangster with a black background. Because of the deterrence of their Wei family, and that gangster had a lot of jade and jewelry from the Wei family, he did not dare to be too presumptuous. But now his own power fell apart, and Tang Kai naturally became a piece of fat without shelter. That way, you must also pay attention to your safety in the future. If they come to China to find you, it will be in trouble. Tang Kai said, Uncle Tang, rest assured, this is our motherland. They dare not come to the wild, and I will not let them succeed. I will find more bodyguards when that time comes. Wei Jun sneered, and it would be enough to stumble once. He wouldn't for the second time. The bodyguard is only part of it, and he also has a backhand. That's good. I will go home in a few days, meet my relatives, and then go back to Bangkok, and I will rely on you from now on. Tang Kai sighed. Okay, Uncle Tang. Then we'll go first. You take care. If the jewelry company's business is really impossible, it's important to save your life first. Wei Jun said. Hee hee. I see, Xiaojun. Uncle Wang, go slowly. Tang Kai replied. After Wei Jun left, the second uncle's room fell into silence again, leaving only the sound of Tang Kai smoking, one after another. Tang Qing also sat in a chair and stared at the huge projection screen in front of him and started to stare blankly. The amount of information he had just obtained was really a lot. I also found out why the second uncle in the previous life hurriedly left when he met, and that was after the second uncle left. It's probably already dead. 5 minutes later, an analysis report of the incident appeared in Tang Qing's hands. Naturally, this report is in an electronic version. The paperless office has been implemented thoroughly here. Tang Qing also had concerns before, because if it was from the outside world, even in a country with advanced technology and a special organization with tight defenses, many important information and materials are kept in paper backups to avoid machine malfunctions or prevent hackers from causing too much damage. In Tang Qing's opinion, even if the second child is advanced, it is only a machine, and it is still a semi-disabled machine, and it will also fail. If it comes to restore the factory settings, it will be sad. He also told the system about his worries before, but the system told him that these data are not only backed up in Shower, but also backed up in the unopened master control program of the Integrated Service Center and the system itself. Well, he was relieved when he heard that the system itself had a backup. He didn't believe in the two main control programs, but he couldn't believe the system. After all, if the system is dead, he probably wouldn't even be able to get in here. Those backups are meaningless. Tang Qing sat in a chair and scanned the analysis report on the projection first. This report not only details all the content of the conversation with the few people just now, but also contains the logical inferences of the group of analysts. Even the customer service robot outside has checked the second uncle's company name and the company that covets the second uncle's industry. When it arrives, it's just that the information is not perfect. The customer service robots are still searching on the internet, covering the history, news, current situation, and business of the two companies. Just looking at this report, Tang Qing had more doubts in his mind. There is no doubt about the basic information and logical inferences in the reports of this group of analysts. You can know most of them from the conversations that a few people have just now, and they are basically the same as what they thought. But what entangled him most was the security advice given by the analysts at the end. In general, the analysts gave 3 suggestions. 1. In order to better protect the target, it is recommended to limit the scope of the target's activities and should not appear in uncontrollable dangerous areas. 2. If it is not possible to limit the scope of the target's activity based on the security situation and environment of the target's regular activity area, it is recommended to send 2 people in the light and 3 people in the dark to protect with guns. 3. If the relative safety of the target's frequent activity area cannot be guaranteed, it is recommended to remove all known threats in the target activity area at the same time. The threat target has been determined, the number of people is 6, the task is filed, the task is not completed, and it is to be assigned. Looking at the analyst's conclusions and suggestions, Tang Qing struggled. In general, either restrict the second uncle's actions or eliminate the threat directly, because the second and third are actually one. The first suggestion is that Tang Qing is speechless. Nima, how do you tell me to restrict my second uncle's activities? Isn't that nonsense? The second suggestion is more expensive. It is naturally impossible to protect one's loved ones using a robot with a price of 1 million yuan. The role of that kind of robot is basically positioned by him for logistics support, or later vehicle driving duties and frontline combat. It's a bit unsuitable. In the case of a second-level fighter, 5 bodyguards are worth 10 million yuan, and there is at least one intelligence analyst behind this group of bodyguards, which is 12 million yuan, plus the funds for the activities. Okay, nearly 15 million yuan just went out like this. Compared with domestic relatives, the security costs are 3 times higher. What a luxury. The third suggestion is simple. Compared with ordinary people, each of these second-level fighters is a life-harvesting machine. They are purely killing machines. Just send one person over. It is economical and affordable. Tang Qing also prefers the third one. But I didn't figure out the situation for a while and started rashly. It is impossible to imprison the second uncle now. It seems that in order to spend less money, he has to try his best to persuade the second uncle to return to China for development. If he can't persuade him to come back, then the money should be spent. As for the enemies of the 2 second uncles at home and abroad, we will ask later. Those in foreign countries have basically been sentenced to death by Tang Qing. The former second uncle Tang Kai probably died in their hands, and he will naturally not let it go. The first is the strongest. The enemy in the country didn't know what was going on, but Tang Qing wasn't a completely unreasonable person. If the second uncle didn't take any reason, the other party wanted what compensation he wanted to do. But no matter who it was, when Tang Kai was his second uncle, if the other party dared to mess around, he could only send them to heaven. Just when Tang Qing had made a decision to talk to her second uncle, the emergency happened again. Tang Yi said suddenly, "Commander, in an emergency, someone was found following target 17. Tang Qing heard someone following her second uncle and immediately stood up. It was a really exciting night. He thought that something was about to be finished, so he asked Tang Yi, "Someone is following? Call me out to see." Immediately Tang Yi called up the monitor, and the visual images of the 2 robots were displayed on the big projection. The picture was very clear, and it was not like the weak viewing angle of the human eye, but everything within the full viewing angle range, which can be seen clearly here. Clearly Chu, in one view is a van with 2 people sitting on the front and co-pilot smoking cigarettes, and in the other view there are 3 sneaky people staring near the entrance of the hotel. The 5 people are all marked with red outlines by Xiao Air, which is unusually conspicuous. At the same time, all information about the 5 people is being collected, including height, body shape, appearance, what brand of clothes they wear, what cigarettes they smoke, data on movement habits, whether there are guns or not. There are always a lot of things like predicting combat effectiveness. Although Tang Qing didn't know the usefulness of collecting this information, it looked good, but there was no name. When did these people come? Tang Qing asked. Back to the commander-in-chief. This car stopped here 10 minutes ago. The 3 got out of the car and wandered in front of the hotel. Because they could not confirm whether the opponent would pose a threat to the target, they were only used as a key monitoring target. So they were taken 5 minutes ago. A soldier put a miniature bug in the car, and half a minute ago, he heard the name of the target number 17 mentioned by the other party, and he was immediately promoted to an emergency. Tang Yi said. After listening to Tang Qing, he lowered his head and thought for a while, and said, "Then just wait and see what their purpose is. Protect the target first, and later I will send a few people out." It seems that things are getting more and more complicated. It was a sleepless night. If I hadn't discovered my second uncle accidentally, it was likely that my second uncle would not be able to survive this month due to the butterfly effect. Fortunately, we are pig's feet. Tang Yi, you just stare here. If there is any situation, immediately notify me, Tang Qing told me. He didn't say that he would shoot in an emergency, so he didn't need to tell me. Because these relatives who are listed as first-level security targets, once they encounter life or a greater probability of life threat, the group of robots will not hesitate to take action. Understood, Commander. Tang Yi said. However, within a second, An emergency sign appeared on the big screen. Tang Yi glanced and turned his head and said, "Commander, the bug in the car has received news that the purpose of the 5 people is to kidnap Target 17. Please give instructions." Tang Yi, what do you think should be done? Tang Qing couldn't make up his mind for a while. This is the first time he encountered this situation. If there is no one around, he will just do it, grab them all and say. But now there are a lot of people around the hotel, so he simply asked the expert on the side. The subordinate suggests to be arrested and interrogated. Tang Yi said without hesitation. Simple and rude. This is Tang Qing's only feeling, but he likes it very much. Will it be too obvious? There are still many people around. Tang Qing worried. It's not too late now, and there are still many pedestrians. If they go straight up to arrest people and take them away, then there will be no uproar. Don't worry, Commander, we have a complete capture plan. Due to insufficient equipment, we can start when they are ready to do it, and there is no monitoring in the hotel. Tang Yi said, "Well, then you should act on the right time. Try not to let people notice." Tang Qing nodded and said, "Understand the Commander." Tang Yi said, in order to ensure that there is nothing wrong, Tang Qing exchanged 2 more robots to go out. There were 6 before. One of them was sent to follow Wei Jun. It is equivalent to saying that for the 5 kidnappers, the people next to his second uncle are already there. There are as many as 7. Damn it, plus 2 logistics analysts and equipment totaling more than 18 million yuan. It's more than a luxury, it's a luxury. Although Tang Qing feels that he is a little too cautious and valued them, he still said that, just in case. At this moment, he has a feeling of hiring people for reimbursement. Hey, this is a good idea. I hope that some strength behind the scenes can be used to blackmail. He also wants to be a robber and take a bite to eat. Except for the 7 bodyguards who are responsible for guarding and monitoring the van. The other 5 bodyguards have already entered the hotel. 2 are in the corridor, 3 are in the room, and the room next to and opposite to the second uncle is already occupied. But as long as they are just on the first floor, it makes no difference to the bodyguards. Moreover, it is estimated that these kidnappers are also amateurs. They have been guarding at the door. If you use your brain a little bit, how good would you be to open a room in a hotel? Ignorant, pig opponent. This is Tang Qing's evaluation of them. I really don't know if he has been brain disabled by sending so many robots for these guys. However, more than half an hour later, it was almost 11 o'clock that the group was quiet. There were fewer and fewer people on the street, and the owner of the hotel began to doze off. Tang Qing also sat in a daze in the command room board. At 11:10, the second uncle was already asleep. Although I can't see it, the guys in the command room are all professional. With the data support of the second, they can also judge a person from the breath. Did not fall asleep, pretending to be asleep or really sleeping. Waiting is really exhausting. You should hurry up. Although we don't fall asleep, we are also anxious when we wait. Tang Qing murmured silently. At 11:30, Tang Qing took a pack of melon seeds from the hotel and knocked it out in the command room. The melon seeds were carefully packed so that he would not leave the system and deduct the storage fee of 1 million people. Too nonsense. A package of melon seeds is 1 million yuan. Nima, he can't afford it. Commander, they are ready to do it. Tang Yi's voice suddenly remembered, which made Tang Qing's spirits refreshed, and finally, he did something special. It was a good wind, and there were robots in the group of guys that couldn't even touch the door of the second uncle's room. Naturally, don't worry. Tang Qing hurriedly walked to the projection and looked at the 2 images. I saw one person in the van staying in the car, and the person in the co-pilot did not know where he took out a pistol and walked towards the hotel on his waist. Although Tang Qing was surprised to see that the other party had a gun, but it was just a moment. What can a broken gun do? Not to mention that all the robots I send out have guns. Even if they don't have guns, this group of amateurs can't do any robot. After reaching the second level, the ability to predict and react too much beyond ordinary people can make ordinary people desperate. The most important thing is the support of those robots, and the second. What does it support? Ballistic calculus and attack prediction are just like the doctor in Resident Evil 6. Under the behavior calculus of Shower's supercomputer of unknown level, these people are scumbags. Normally, this group of robots will not use this kind of service because they need to submit a necessary application to Shower, but this kind of application occurs within milliseconds. Just like the two robots who fought with Tang Qing before, there was no necessary reason. Without Tang Qing's approval, the two of them in the command room would not be able to apply for the support of Xiao Er's behavior calculation. When Tang Qing knew about this stuff, he even let Xiao Er open up this kind of calculation function for the two robots. Good guy, if you say too much, it will be tears. He was brutally abused by the two. Not at all. The opponent, even the ability to resist can be ignored, and he couldn't beat him at that time. Finally, he learned that his behavior and attack methods already existed in Xiao Er's database. With one expression and one action, the robot immediately knew how to deal with it. This was also the worst defeat in a fight with those two robots. The best thing is that if there is no calculus support, he can hit the two robots with a pistol to dodge exhaustively, but got the calculus support of the second, Neo, especially when he reduces the speed to the first level gene. After the lock limit is reached, it is really difficult to hit them with a pistol, except for a large number of people or shooting with AK. Now, with those whose body data is far below 100, the robot is just like torturing a chicken when it goes up. Moreover, they will never have the opportunity to use the gun. Closer to home. After the four people met, they walked into the hotel together. The middle-aged boss at the front desk saw the four people walking in. His complexion was not good and his heart was tight. The one who came to robbery at night? But this kind of thought just passed by, thinking that he has been running a hotel for so many years, and he hasn't encountered such a robbery. It seems that I am overwhelmed. AMMP. Just as the boss let go of his suspicion, a gun hit his forehead. Suddenly the boss was messed up, his mouth twitched wildly. Empiricism killed people. Well, a few big brothers for your life. You want money, don't you? I will give it. I will give it. The middle-aged boss said tremblingly in a cold sweat. The main location of the entire hotel was bugged, and Tang Qing and the others could hear the sound naturally, and with the robot's perspective on the opposite side, they could see clearly. Give me the key to room 307. The man with the gun said coldly. Yes, I'll find it for you. The boss hurriedly opened the drawer and searched for the key. He compromised unscrupulously. There was no way. Everyone was afraid of death, and he was no exception. But for a few seconds, the boss tremblingly handed over a key. It was a small hotel, and it hadn't reached the card era. As for whether giving him the key will cause trouble, wherever he manages to get so much now, he will have trouble if he doesn't give it to himself. There is no monitoring here anyway. If the gunman snatched it, he sneered and said, "Counting you are acquainted. Remember, nothing happened today. The third child. You are here to look at him. We will arrest people." "Yes, boss," said one of the thin people. Well, after hearing this, Tang Qing has been absolutely sure that this group of people are definitely amateurs. It is really high view of you to catch individuals to make it like this. After speaking, the boss took the remaining 3 people up the stairs to the 3rd floor. Only when he got to the 3rd floor, the boss stopped and looked at the dimly lit corridor. For some reason, he felt a kind of palpitations. He always felt that this corridor was going to eat people. "Boss, what's the matter with you?" one of them said. Nothing," the boss said again, thinking that it should be an illusion, but leave it alone. "The commission for this ticket is 100,000, which is enough for me to get away with it for a long time." Seeing that the boss said something unclear, the other 2 didn't ask much, but now they are doing errands, so it's better to talk less nonsense so as not to be scolded. The boss finished talking and walked towards room 307. However, he did not notice that 2 people appeared silently behind him. Both robots came downstairs. One of them glanced at the 3 of them and went straight downstairs. Squeak. A door opening sounded in the front right of the boss, shocking several people. The boss hurriedly hid the gun behind him, and the other 2 people also tightened their bodies and looked at the door. The door of room 303 opened, and a big man who was not easy to look at came out, staring at them coldly. The boss didn't dare to say anything for a while, stopped, and waited for this person to leave. Several people looked at each other for 2 seconds, and the boss seemed to react suddenly and said with a smile on his face, "Brother, I'm sorry. It's blocking your way. Please ask first." After saying that, he stepped aside. He thought the other party was going to go down. Floor. The bodyguard also smiled when he saw this. The person with such a low threat level is simply little Kaidai. Seeing the strange smile on the robot's face, The boss immediately realized that something was wrong and was about to threaten with a gun, but it was too late at this time. Without giving a few people a chance to react, the bodyguard instantly took a step forward and slashed backhand on the boss's neck. The boss immediately fainted. When the remaining two had just reacted, they were about to turn around and run. Hey, the person who had already prepared the bodyguard rushing up from behind directly knocked them out. The whole process only took less than 2 seconds. Perfect. This is Tang Qing's evaluation of this action, but it has been delayed for a while. At this time, the battle on the first floor is over, and it can't even be called a battle, because for the second-level fighters it can only be regarded as a lifting effort, just like a person breaking a flower by the side of the road, this kind of thing. For humans, there is really no difficulty, but for ants and cockroaches, this is definitely going to the sky. It's really an amateur. The youngest didn't react when the robot came down. He just stared at him vigilantly, thinking that the robot was going out, or that he instinctively didn't want to be an enemy when he saw such a strong man. There is no gun. Therefore, the robot just walked slowly to the side of the third child and lost his luck. This knocked him out, and the whole process made Tang Qing feel like he had gone out and picked up a gourd baby. It's really a weak opponent. The middle-aged boss saw that the gangster in front of him was instantly subdued and was frightened. He knelt down and begged, "A good man, please don't kill me. I was also forced. They threatened me to kill me immediately without giving the key. It's me. Oh, I have a senior and a younger, and there is a sick wife in the middle to take care of, and the business is not good." As he spoke, he cried directly, his pants gradually soaking, and he was obviously scared to pee. In the view of the boss, his behavior of betraying the guests will definitely be retaliated by the person in front of him. If the other person can get down from the stairs, then the 3 people who went up must have been subdued, so he doesn't know whether he is dead or alive. But it is true to beg for mercy quickly. This is the only way he can think of. "Shut up, get down, hug your head, close your eyes." The robot said blankly, without a word. Yes, no problem. I get down, I don't look, and I never open my eyes." The middle-aged boss squatted down on the ground after saying that, holding his head and closing his eyes tightly. Regardless of whether the few people who just went up are dead or alive, he doesn't want to look at them. If those people are alive, it's okay. If they are dead, then they are likely to be mutilated. It can also be said that he hasn't seen anything, otherwise it will be a lot of problems on his head, and he can't explain it clearly. After that, things were simple. The gangster who stayed behind in the van was naturally knocked out and thrown in the back seat. The robot drove the van to the door of the hotel, and several people quickly threw the 4 into the van. At first, Tang Qing suggested that Tang Yi interrogate a few people directly in the hotel, but after Tang Yi's explanation, he found that this was a bit sloppy because he still doesn't know what to do with these people. If it is released in the hotel, interrogation is okay if you don't let go. It's not suitable here. Remember, nothing happened tonight. You are not allowed to call the police or disturb the guests in room 307, understand? When everyone else got in the car, a robot said to the boss lying on the ground. Hearing this, the boss immediately understood that his fortunes were saved, and he was relieved, but he didn't dare to open his eyes and hurriedly agreed. "I know. I didn't see anything, and I won't call the police, let alone I'll disturb that distinguished guest. Don't worry." The hero walked slowly. After speaking, the robot got into the van and drove out of the city, leaving 3 here to continue protecting Tang Kai, 1 outside the hotel and 2 in the room. As for whether the hotel owner would actually call Tang Qing, he actually didn't care. Anyway, he couldn't doubt himself, because the participants in the whole incident were just a group of unidentified people. Listening to the sound of the car going away, the middle-aged boss slowly opened his eyes and got up. Seeing that the bad guy had gone, he immediately collapsed on the chair, completely ignoring the wet pants, with a look of aftermath, the expression. But he didn't dare to relax completely, because there was still a master living in his hotel. Looking at the situation before, it was obvious that there were people like the other's bodyguard in the hotel. If he dared to call the police, he would definitely not. Then the boss hurriedly closed the door, and at the same time, decided to find a buddy to take the night shift. The night shift was too dangerous, and it was almost not worth it to save that money. Because of the rapid movement and it was another big night. No guests noticed anything unusual, and the second Uncle Tang Kai was also asleep in the hotel. Half an hour later, the robot drove to an unfinished construction site on the edge of the city. The unfinished building has a dozen floors and a frame structure. The brickwork has not yet begun, so there are only pillars. No way, they are not familiar with the provincial capital. It is not easy to find a safe place for interrogation at this late hour. Although the entire construction site is dark, it does not have much impact on the robots. Although their eyes cannot see at night, as long as they are a little light, the second person in the command room can use environmental analysis and imaging technology to provide visual coverage support for the robots. Very convenient. After parking the car, the 5 people were carried on the 6th floor of the unfinished building. The main purpose of this was to prevent each other from escaping. They didn't even want to run up the stairs. However, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors of the transparent building are all located. It may be fine to jump down, but try to jump down to the 6th floor. One of the robots is on guard below, and 3 people are guarding and interrogating on the top. For this reason, Tang Qing also gave the robot the 1st level of interrogation authority, which is already the highest level of interrogation authority. Only Tang Qing can give it. That is, no matter whether it is life or death, all means can be used. I only need intelligence, but now there are fewer means. Killing at most individuals. Don't think that killing a person is the most ruthless method. Tang Qing asked Tang Yi. The 1st level interrogation includes a lot of powers. All kinds of torture are light, and the use of drugs to extract a confession is an appetizer. The most ruthless is the threat of hostages. As for the hostages, who can make up their own brains. If he didn't know that this kind of would scare twice or have a fight, he wouldn't be able to open up this kind of frenzied authority. Anyway, if he didn't need it, he would just play it for fun, otherwise he would feel like a villain. If this group of unsentimental guys do things that are wrathful and angry, they will really have no bottom line. Wow! A bucket of cold water was poured directly on the boss's head, and the boss woke up in an instant, sat up and cursed. Which king? Just when he wanted to scold the bastard, he suddenly remembered that he was not sleeping at home. He was planning to kidnap Tang Kai before, and then he was attacked at the door and fainted. When he thought of the boss here, he broke into cold sweat. So now, did you get arrested? By the way, where's my gun? The boss suddenly thought of his gun and quickly fumbled with him with a glimmer of hope. However, as he expected, the gun was gone. Although there were no bullets in it, it could be used to frighten others or provide a sense of security. At this time, a dazzling bright light directly hit the boss's face. He hurriedly covered his eyes with his hand, but even for a moment, his eyes were swollen and painful. This is the standard equipment for bodyguards, military glare flashlights, and in the dark environment before, the effect is absolutely unforgettable. What's your name? The robot holding the flashlight asked coldly. Hello, eldest brother. My name is Pai Chong. Pai Chong stammered. By this time, Pai Chong knew that he and others had grown up this time. The combat power shown by this group of people is definitely not ordinary people. They are probably professional bodyguards. Through the light, he saw there are 2 such people around and a few unidentified subordinates lying not far away. He didn't dare to have them. The idea of running away. Pai Chong, why did you kidnap Tang Zakai? The robot asked. Who is Tang Zakai? I don't know. I just went to the hotel to find a good friend of mine to play cards. Really big brothers. Let me go. Pai Chong defended. This is the habit of shirking responsibility he has cultivated for so many years, and he blurted it out unconsciously. Although he regretted this flawed reason after saying it, he couldn't take it back. Ask again, why did you kidnap Tang Zakai, or don't blame me for being rude? The robot said again loudly. Faced with the intimidation of robots, Pai Chong thought that the power behind the scenes was not small. If he dared to say that he was absolutely dead, he still refused to admit. Is there any misunderstanding? I really don't know anything. Tang Zakai just went to find friends. Looking for a friend? Then how do you explain that you took the key to room 307? The robot said coldly. I guess that the boss gave the wrong key. I obviously want the key to room 309. Yes, it is 309. The boss must have read the wrong number. 7 and 9 are a bit similar. Pai Chong anxiously. Zhang Shengshi came up with a reason. And by the way, he gave his wisdom a big compliment in his heart. Didn't you just say to find your friend? You still need a key to enter the door? The robot sneered. Pai Chong rolled his eyes and said, The friend went out shopping. I didn't want to wait, so I asked the boss for the key. He feels that the story has been compiled here as well, and he is even a little proud. As long as those men do not confess, his reason is impeccable, and there is no sign of those men being splashed. Obviously, he was the first to be woken up. Extremely nervous, he is now completely immersed in the fantasy that he can pass the level. Then what do you use that gun to threaten the boss for? The robot asked with a smile. There are no bullets in my gun. I just made a joke with the boss. However, as soon as Pai Chong finished speaking, he felt a cold thing on his forehead. He immediately knew that it was a pistol and thought it was his own. Although there was no bullet in it, it was made of iron. Knock yourself. It was also very painful, and hurriedly said, Big brother, what I said is true. I just want to make a joke with the boss. I really can't see the coffin without crying. Then I want to make a joke with you. You say what will happen to your head when I shoot it down. The robot sneered. Pai Chong also changed his face when he heard it, and he couldn't understand the meaning of the big man in front of him. He hurriedly said, Here, brother, I didn't lie. What I said is true. Do you think there are no bullets in my gun? The robot said coldly. Seeing that the big man in front of him saw through the thoughts in his heart, Pai Chong's face changed slightly, and he said in embarrassment, Huh? I'm not. But before he finished talking, the robot directly turned the gun head and shot Pai Chong's leg. There was a muffled sound, and then the sound of the bullet shell falling to the concrete floor, jumping happily. The pain in his leg made Pai Chong immediately realize that he had been shot, clutching his wound and wailing, forgive me, brother. He has been chopped before, but he has never been shot. Pain is his only feeling now. At the same time, his heart was full of fear, and it was only then that Pai Chong realized that the gun in the opponent's hand was not his own, but was a little longer than the barrel of his own gun. Pai Chong squinted his eyes with the light of the flashlight, and the scene in front of him almost scared him to pee. Is this Nima a silencer? Absolutely. Otherwise, how could it be possible for the gunfire to be so small, and the gun does not seem to be a domestically produced gun? Coupled with the stern face of the robot, Pai Chong felt that he had been miserable by the messenger behind the scenes. Is this Nima called alone? What are the people and guns in front of you? Hallucinations? There are such powerful bodyguards with guns for close protection, so I was asked to come with an empty gun. Actually cheated me like this. In his opinion, these people would definitely not be policemen or special agents. The police would not shoot confessions like this. The agents would directly reveal their identities, and he did not dare to conceal the slightest. He didn't dare to go against the country. Is definitely the bodyguard hired by that person. Damn, who is the person I want to kidnap? The bodyguards I hired have guns and silencers. This is domestic, not a foreign blockbuster, and it's too terrifying, right? At this time, Pai Chong, who was still a little lucky, could no longer hold it. Even if he had a gun, he dared to shoot. This group of bodyguards would definitely not be able to provoke him. If he killed himself, he would have nowhere to reason, and there would be no one. Revenge him, Mada. Anyway, the other party provided false information to harm him. You are unkind, and I am unrighteous. So he doesn't care who you are. Sell it first, and then talk about it. Death is a future thing, better than death now. Big brother, I was wrong. I confess that it was Mr. Xiong who asked us to do this. He gave us a deposit of 50,000 yuan. He said that he would give us 100,000 yuan after the incident. He said that he just wanted to ask Tang Qing something and would not kill. That is to say, ordinary gangsters, we don't dare to take the murder. Pai Chong said in a panic. At this time, he wouldn't give any more explanations. If the other party shoots again, he will be really wronged. He doesn't want to be a useless person. What you said is true. The robot raised the gun in his hand and asked. Pai Chong hurriedly said, Yes, it is true. If there is a lie, you will kill me with one shot. Let me talk about the identity of Mr. Xiong, your relationship, and the details of this kidnapping mission. The robot asked several key questions. Yes, Mr. Xiong is the owner of the provincial capital Dingqing Jewelry Company. His name is Xiong Jiang. He is worth hundreds of millions. He is also number one in the provincial capital. I used to watch a nightclub. He is a frequent visitor to us. We knew each other, but the friendship was not deep. However, this morning, Boss Xiong came to me and asked me to help him catch someone. He gave me Tang Zikai's specific address and a deposit of 50,000 yuan, so I kept it secret so that no one else would know. He was looking for me and asked me to find a safe place after he caught Tang Zikai and hand him over. I thought this business was very simple. Mr. Tang is not a big man. Otherwise, he would not live in this kind of hotel. In addition, Mr. Xiong promised not to kill, so I agreed, and I found a few brothers to wait here at night. When no one is young, go up and arrest people. You will know what happened afterwards, and we were caught here by you. Pai Chong said briefly. In the command room, Tang Qing listened to Pai Chong's narrative, and his brain became even more confused. How many enemies the two uncles had, the previous two did not say, and now a domestic jewelry company has emerged. Tang Qing thought for a while and couldn't figure it out. I don't even bother to think about it. Just catch that bear boss and interrogate it, and you will know everything. So Tang Qing ordered the robot to ask Pai Chong to call the bear boss over. As for the arrest plan and interrogation work, the analyst was worried about it. The robot that received the instructions said to Feng Chong, "You call the boss Xiong now, tell him that someone has caught him, and let him come over now." Yes. Pai Chong quickly agreed. After speaking, he tremblingly took out the phone from his pocket. "Remember, pay attention to your tone. If you can't call out tonight, I can only send you a bullet." The robot threatened. Pai Chong was frightened by these words and said hurriedly, "Yes, I understand, brother." Then he took a dozen deep breaths before reluctantly relaxing his tight body. "By the way, I also practiced my throat, for fear that my life will be over when the performance is not good and the flaws are revealed." Pai Chong turned out the phone book to find out Xiong Jiang's number and dialed it. Beep, beep. Every beep hit Pai Chong's chest like a heavy hammer, his heart getting more and more stuffy. But he didn't dare to lose the chain at a critical moment, so he could only hold on and force himself to calm down. After 3 beeps, a thick voice came from the other side. "Strong Pai, how's the matter going?" This voice directly made Pai Chong seem to let go of something, and the pressure and tension all over his body disappeared. "Boss Xiong, I have fainted and caught him, now in a safe place. When will you come over?" Pai Chong said with a smile. Although he tried his best to restrain it, the voice was still a bit unnatural. After saying this sentence, his heart jumped. I don't know if Xiong Jiang on the other side would hear anything. "That's good. Where are you? I'll go over right away," Xiong Jiang said happily. Although Pai Chong's voice was a little weird, he didn't think much about it. Maybe it was because Pai Chong was nervous about doing this kind of thing for the first time. As for whether Pai Chong was caught by the police, he didn't even think about it. After all, he hadn't done anything. Pai Chong was not a brain-damaged snake, and Tang Zikai had no background in China, and he still had a background. Hence, no matter how you can get out of your body. "Okay, I'm here," Pai Chong said an address, which was naturally the robot told him. "Well, okay, then I'll come right away," Xiong Jiang said. He was waiting for the news if he didn't sleep so late. In order to avoid long nights and many dreams, he had better deal with this matter tonight. "By the way, Mr. Xiong, don't forget the 50,000 yuan. Pai Chong reminded him that, in order to make Xiong Jiang less suspicious, this is of course to be said. "Haha, don't worry, Xiong Jiang will never owe money to my friends." Xiong Jiang laughed. "That's good, let's see you later," Pai Chong said. "Good," Xiong Jiang said. Pai Chong hung up the phone and looked at the robot that had been talking to him pitifully. He didn't know what would happen if he was used up. The most important thing was that his wound was still bleeding. It hurts. He wanted to go to the hospital. He thought to live. He wants to go home, miss his mother, and even he wants to get back to the right, because he found it too dangerous to go wrong. After Xiong Jiang hung up Pai Chong, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. 5 days ago, he received a call from the chairman of Bangkok Wantai Jewelry Group, saying that he should arrest Tang Kai and sign a company transfer contract. By the way, Tang Kai will disappear for a period of time. There is no need to kill, just transfer to the company. Tang Kai won't show up in Bangkok until it's finished. This Bangkok group company, Xiong Jiang, has also heard about it. It is Tang Kai's biggest competitor in Bangkok. It is said that there is a black background. The other party couldn't find Tang Kai's specific whereabouts in the country, but didn't know how to know that Tang Kai came to their province and his relationship with Tang Kai. So he found himself and wanted to achieve his goal by relying on his own superiority. After all, in Bangkok, Tang Kai also has a lot of bodyguards and black and white friends, and recently there have been more fighters who escaped from Wei Jun. Otherwise, Tang Kai's jewelry company would not exist today. In the past, Tang Kai was guarded by a guardian, and no one dared to think about it, because it was useless. Jewelry companies without good supply channels were meaningless. With the help of channels, Tang Kai could immediately reopen the company even if he sold the company. One family. However, the situation took a turn for the worse in the past 2 months, and Wei's family suddenly fell. Tang Kai's company was able to support a period of time due to its large inventory. The most important thing was that Wangtai Jewelry Group became one of the spokespersons of that force. On his own channel, his strength is stronger than before. At first, Xiong Jiang refused strictly because Tang Kai was one of his important partners. Tang Kai used to have channels from Wei Jun. Many of his company's jewelry and jade were bought from Tang Kai, and the prices were very favorable. Therefore, his personal relationship with Tang Kai has always been good. Contact often. Although he was overwhelmed, Xiong Jiang had to follow suit in the end, because the chairman mentioned his relationship, and the meaning is self-evident. If he doesn't agree, he should be careful when going out in the future. If it's done, the price will be compared with the price in the future. It was 10% lower before. In this way, Xiong Jiang agreed. Tang Kai took good care of him before, but it was a matter of life and interests, and he had no choice. The rest of the matter became simpler. He already had Tang Kai's phone number. He planned to make an appointment to come home tomorrow. Tang Kai readily agreed. Xiong Jiang accidentally asked him where he lives. Tang Kai. Also tell the truth, not the slightest warning. At this time, Xiong Jiang was also very entangled. On the one hand, things must be done, which is a good thing for his business, but on the other hand, he betrayed his friends and betrayed Cinny. Forget it, Brother Tang. I can only apologize to you. The conflict of interest has nothing to do with right or wrong, only success or failure. Xiong Jiang murmured. Anyway, as far as he knew, Tang Kai had nothing to do in China. Afterwards, the dust settled, and he would compensate Tang Kai with some money so that he could live his life without any worries. He even thought about the reasons for excusing himself, and it was impossible for him to avenge himself with Tang Kai's character afterwards. After Xiong Jiang sighed with emotion, he led the 3 of his men and the driver to the unfinished building. These are bodyguards who have followed him for many years. They can be trusted absolutely. Besides, he is not planning to kill people, but is only planning to imprison Tang Kai for a period of time. In his opinion, it is not an offense. It stands to reason that he shouldn't come out and jump back, just be a whistleblower, let others do this dirty work, or take part of himself off the responsibility, but he knows exactly what kind of person Tang Kai is, if he is tortured. Extorting a confession can get him to agree to sign the contract, so Tang Kai can't go today. Dealing with Tang Kai really requires him to go out. This is also the reason why the chairman of Wangtai Jewelry Group is looking for himself. After a while, Xiong Jiang's car came to the unfinished construction site. Looking at the familiar van Xiong Jiang at the door, he let go of his heart, but he couldn't help but vomit. Can't you send someone to watch it down, even if you don't do any warning? Entering the construction site, the 4 of them got out of the car and turned off their lights. The 3 bodyguards looked at the dark surroundings vigilantly. One is a professional habit, and the other is because of the unknown. The night is always an inescapable fear for human beings. As for those gangsters, they didn't take it seriously. Xiong Jiang looked at the gloomy construction site and frowned. What did Pai Chong do? And he didn't send anyone to pick him up. Then he took out the phone and dialed the phone. After a call, Xiong Jiang said, "Jiang Sun, where are you? Why don't you send someone out to lead the way?" Less than a second after he finished speaking, Xiong Jiang saw a beam of light on the 6th floor shining down. It was very dazzling, but immediately disappeared, and Pai Chong's voice came out on the phone. "Boss Xiong, I'm on the 6th floor. Here, we brought a torch this time. Brothers are all here waiting for Boss Bear because they are afraid of the dark." "That's it, but why are you going to the 6th floor? Isn't it all right on the 1st floor?" Xiong Jiang asked in confusion. "Boss Xiong, the number 6 is auspicious, but we did this kind of thing today to beg for money. And stand tall and see far to avoid any accidents." Pai Chong smiled on the phone. Xiong Jiang didn't have any doubts after listening. These guys are usually a little sensitive to these empty-headed things. They like to ask for money. Just like if they want to take a private room, they want to bring 6 and 9. It is not uncommon. Well, you can bring people down to me. I want to take them away. This is the remaining 50,000 yuan. Xiong Jiang said, raising the paper bag in his hand. Pai Chong said, yes, Mr. Xiong. Wait a moment, I'll get down right away. After, Xiong Jiang saw a little light flashing in the dark, unfinished building from time to time. It was obviously Pai Chong, and they were going downstairs, but the speed was a bit slow. But when they thought of bringing someone down, the speed was reasonable. After a while, Pai Chong came down, walking limping, followed by a big man who Xiong Jiang didn't know. But Xiong Jiang didn't know Pai Chong's younger brothers, and it was not surprising that Tang Kai was not taken down. Xiong Jiang is not happy anymore. He obviously doesn't believe in himself. No wonder the walking was so slow just now. It turned out to be injured. It's just that the eyes of the big guy next to him made him a little hairy, because he was so calm as not to be angry. Xiong Jiang was not very alert, but the 3 bodyguards were not vegetarians. They immediately found that something was wrong, people were wrong, and things were wrong, so they hurriedly protected Xiong Jiang in the middle. Although they didn't feel how strong the robot in front of them was, they knew this look will never appear on ordinary people. Needless to say, seeing that his bodyguard was so nervous, Xiong Jiang also noticed something was wrong, frowned tightly. Pai Chong was injured, and the strange subordinates were not brought down. Things were extremely weird. At this time, Pai Chong's wound was also bandaged by the robot. The bullet was taken out, and the medicine was taken out. These things are naturally things in the mall. The battlefield first aid kits are also listed in the individual equipment through the transmission node carried by one of the robots. The black ball passed. The black ball was handed over to one of the 2 robots after he finally exchanged out the 2 robots to prevent accidents and need support, and to facilitate the next task. After all, if some camouflage guys always go out from the hotel, they will attract attention. For this reason, he plans to destroy the monitoring data in the corridor when he leaves the hotel, so as not to leave hidden dangers. Xiaoqiang, what's wrong with your legs? And what about Tangzikai people? I said that the money was brought. Can you still trust me? Xiong Jiang asked calmly, although he was worried. However, Pai Chong did not answer the question, and now there is no need to act again, because the script of the robot is over here. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Xiong, I had to do this too. Pai Chong smiled bitterly and apologized. Xiong Jiang's heart was tight when he heard it. A bad premonition filled his brain, and he asked, Pai Chong, what are you talking about? What are you forced to do? Pai Chong did not speak this time, and the robot next to Pai Chong stepped forward and asked coldly, you are the bear boss who instructed Pai Chong to kidnap Tang Zikai, right? As soon as the voice fell, 2 more robots suddenly jumped out of the pile of materials on both sides, and the 3 of them surrounded Xiong Jiang in a triangle shape. Seeing 2 big guys who didn't seem weak at all jumped out again, each of Xiong Jiang's bodyguards suddenly looked like a big enemy, and immediately took out a dagger from his waist and made a fighting style. They all carried these things with them. As for the gun, although there is it, I don't dare to bring it. It's okay to keep it private for fun, just take it out and hurt people. After all, it's hard to encounter robbers in China, let alone robbers with guns. Xiong Jiang is not yet ready to equip his bodyguard with a gun. Who are you? Xiong Jiang said loudly. Tang Kai has nothing to do in China. In his opinion, these people are most likely the bodyguards Tang Kai asked for, but the chairman didn't know if Tang Kai had no bodyguards, and these people they look completely different from the people in Southeast Asia, and they look like people in China. Don't worry about who we are, just ask again. You are the bear boss, are you? The robot took a step forward and said with a smile. Xiong Jiang didn't feel much at this step, but the 3 bodyguards seemed to feel that a mountain wanted to move over by themselves and stepped back together. Is definitely a master. This is the only feeling of the 3 bodyguards at this time. The 3 of them couldn't help holding the dagger tighter. Although the wind was colder at night, the 3 bodyguards had cold sweat on their foreheads. It seemed that being ambushed tonight is definitely not easy to do. It's me, what are you going to do? Xiong Jiang pretended to be calm and said. He scolded the chairman of Wangtai Jewelry Group thousands of times in his heart, and his heart was the same as Pai Chong before. What about being alone? Are these people really ghosts? Don't do anything. I just want to ask you why you kidnapped Tang Zikai today. The robot stopped smiling and said solemnly, according to the normal process, all people should be subdued and interrogated. However, Tang Qing wanted to watch the scene. The play of blood. It was determined from the robot's mouth that it was Tang Kai's cause. Xiong Jiang took a deep breath and asked, I want to know what the relationship between you and Tang Kai is. He has to figure out the relationship between the other party to speak, and even he luckily hopes that each other tell him that the other party's target is also Tang Kai. Just leave it alone and explain the problem honestly, otherwise, just like him. The robot conjured a pistol and pointed it at Xiong Jiang, and at the same time made a slap in the face of Pai Chong. Xiong Jiang is not a fool. Seeing Pai Chong's silly look and wry smile, he immediately understood that Pai Chong had been dishonest and had been given a bullet. Looking at the gun in the robot's hand and Nima with a silencer, the three bodyguards with knives suddenly shrank the protective circle around Xiong Jiang, ready to to the death. After so many years, Xiong Jiang does not need to buy hundreds of people, but just a few. It's not difficult to think of more ways to let them follow him desperately. Don't have too many means. You actually have guns. Who are you? Xiong Jiang stammered. Yes, he was scared. The robot did not answer the question, but said coldly, Let's talk. Boss Xiong, why did you kidnap Tang Zikai? I count 3 times. Once the 3 times arrive, I can't guarantee your safety. 1. At this time, Xiong Jiang was also entangled. It was not entanglement to say or not. It was decided by the situation today. MMP, intelligence was not allowed, and he was also angry. What he was entangled was whether he could be completely absorbed in this matter. Withdraw. Although this group of people in front of him is most likely Tang Kai's helper, there is a certain probability that Tang Kai is the same as his target, but the owner is different. But regardless of the previous or the next, he will lose miserably this time. 2. The robot said. Without waiting to say 3, Xiong Jiang said quickly, I said you don't kill us. I can give you money. Then it doesn't matter what you said. The robot lowered the tip of the gun and smiled and said, Now Xiong Jiang can only bet. When others sit at the bank, regardless of black and white, he must take the money to go to the table. So Xiong Jiang took a deep breath and explained the whole process. You really don't intend to kill Tang Zikai? The robot asked. This is Tang Qing's question and the key condition for Xiong Jiang to survive tonight. I really didn't plan to kill him. He and I are old friends. At most, we will let him go after we obtain the ownership of the company there. Xiong Jiang said quickly, regardless of whether the other party was with Tang Kai or not. There was no problem. Besides, he hadn't planned to kill Tang Kai in the first place. After listening to Xiong Jiang's entire narrative, Tang Qing also fell into contemplation in the command room. Xiong Jiang's entire explanation process was stared at by Xiao Air, and several analysts with professional expression analysis skills jointly observed and analyzed Xiong Jiang didn't lie. After that, Xiong Jiang was about to let go of his second uncle. Tang Qing used to think that the second uncle in the previous life was chased by this person, but now it seems that the previous inference was wrong. But the previous life should be released by Xiong Jiang after the second uncle surrendered the company. But what was he hiding at that time? It's really getting more and more confusing. Even if there are a group of sub-analysts, there is no use. There are so many possibilities. Mada, there is not enough information. All inferences are not supported. Intelligence work is really hard to do. Damn, when the communication server is built, he has to exchange a lot of analysts to collect intelligence all over the world. Otherwise, an analysis report will come out with more than a dozen results, which is ridiculous. When Tang Qing was thinking, the robot would naturally not stand there motionless stupidly. According to the process, the robot would ask Xiong Jiang's company and his development over the years, as well as information about Tang Kai and Wangtai Jewelry Group in detail. Again, after thinking about it for a while, Tang Qing has made a decision. Xiong Jiang seems to be unable to kill. He is not so bloodthirsty yet, but it is too cheap to let him go directly. This trip sent so many people and cost thousands more. 10,000 renminbi exchange robots. The money must be reimbursed by Xiong Jiang, although the exchanged robots can be used all the time, but he just wants to eat night grass. Boss Xiong, for the last question, just say how much you want to spend to settle this matter today. The robot asked with a smile. After hearing this, Xiong Jiang immediately understood that he was going to lose his fortune and couldn't help but smile. Today, he really lost a mess. Once this matter is not done, the Bangkok boss will definitely anger him. It is impossible to send someone to retaliate, but I don't even want to go to Bangkok in the future. I may not be able to come back. Secondly, he completely offended Tang Qing. Even if Tang Qing encountered this kind of thing, even if he was generous, he would never do business with himself. He suddenly lost that big man and Tang Qing's two important suppliers, and he was very concerned about his jewelry company. It's totally a painful one. With the relationship and influence of the two people in the local area, the future of my company will be worrying. In the end, he even had to make money and eliminate disasters, which was simply a loss of 3 or 4. But Xiong Jiang didn't dare to refuse, and said tentatively, "This big brother, I'm willing to pay 1 million yuan. How about please raise your hands high?" Immediately after hearing this, the robot put a pistol on Xiong Jiang's forehead and said coldly, "Boss Xiong, are you begging for us? 1 million? Your life is really worthless." Feeling the coldness of the guns on his forehead, Xiong Jiang couldn't keep calm and said in a trembling tone, "No, no, no. I didn't mean that. 5 million yuan. I will pay 5 million yuan. Eldest brother, calm down. Be careful of the fire." This group of bodyguards is not easy at first sight. He can see 3 of them. He believes that there must be some people in the dark. Tang Qing probably also has some people staying behind. So many powerful bodyguards are going out. 1 million is really a bit. Scolded. It's not that he is really so stingy. He is just used to doing business. At the beginning, he buys things at a polar price, and then the bargaining gradually increases. Naturally, he has to ask for prices and wait for the other party to bargain. In this way, since your assets are hundreds of millions, I don't want more, 20 million in cash. How about? The robot said with a smile. This money was naturally decided by Tang Qing. He also started the company. He naturally knew that assets and cash were 2 different things, especially for the jewelry company, which was equivalent to the asset structure of heavy assets. A large amount of money was placed on the goods. According to Xiong Jiang, he basically squeezed his company's cash flow, and then the company's operations are estimated to be problematic. It's not that you can't ask for more. It's just that Xiong Jiang's preparations are estimated to take 10.5 months or more. Tang Qing is not willing to wait, as long as he can recover the cost of today's action and make himself feel good. It doesn't make much sense to ask for more than 10 or 20 million. That is, his arbitrage profits for more than 1 day is really a bit looked down on. Or that sentence, a drop in the bucket. 20 million is just not a loss. When Xiong Jiang heard 20 million, his face immediately became sad and said, "This, brother, 20 million is a bit too much. I can't get that much cash at the moment. How about 10 million yuan? 20 million is almost all of his cash. If this is given, he will be busy in the future. Mortgage, loan, and borrowing are estimated to maintain the company. It would be more than a drop of blood to ask him to give it this way. It was simply terrible." However, his thoughts have long been seen through by the people in the command room. His facial expressions and eyes data have been captured in the entire communication process just now. In the second year, the facial expression analysis and the intelligence officers have been captured frame by frame. In front of him, it was so difficult for him to lie. After receiving the information from the command room, the robot snorted coldly and shot it at the concrete floor beside Xiong Jiang. After the muffled sound, the stones splashed and the shells landed, making Xiong Jiang jump up in fright. The 3 bodyguards also protected him. Xiong Jiang took a few steps back. "Boss Xiong, I know you have 20 million in cash, so this number must not be less. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that your limbs will be missing." The robot said with a grimace. The scariest grinning smile that had been calculated through countless calculations frightened the 4 of them to take a step back. At the same time, a thought came into my mind. "Nima, this smile looks like watching a horror movie. Shouldn't it be so scary? Is this the smile that humans should have? Most people can definitely be scared and fainted if they see it at night." Xiong Jiang heard that the other party knew that he had so much money and that he was in a certain position. He knew the current affairs and was a good man. He didn't want to suffer a disaster like Pai Chong. He immediately said, "A good man, I will give you 20 million. You give an account. I will call you on Monday. and I will never default. Humph. Count you acquaintance, but I want it now, the robot said. But now it's so late, and I can't transfer the account. Xiong said surprised. But now it's past 12 o'clock, it's Saturday. Oh, not fun day, how to transfer? Do these people have problems with their brains? You tell me the account and password. We will have someone to operate it. The robot said. It's not that the robot is stupid, nor is Tang Qing's brain dead, but that external bank accounts and system transfers can be transferred in and out at any time without being restricted by the working hours of external banks. But the two external accounts cannot be transferred during non-working hours. The reason is very simple. The account transfer between the system and the external bank is similar to a special channel, which is not limited by time. After all, even at night, it does not mean that the bank system is closed. Settlement and transfers in various time zones and countries around the world cannot always be done. Stop it. How is this possible? It's just that ordinary people's services are not provided during non-working hours. However, the transaction between the two external accounts and the system have no transfer relationship, so they are not protected by the system. They take the normal transfer channel and are restricted by the working hours of the external bank. Xiong didn't know what to say for a while. Wanted his bank card and password. Is this a posture to take it all away? Seeing Xiong's concern, the robot said, Boss Xiong, don't worry. We only need 20 million, and we won't take any extra points. Xiong can only believe this. His life is in the hands of others, so what else can he think of? But I didn't take my card with me. I left it at home. Xiong said again. Then we will go to your house to get it. The robot said directly. You? Xiong panicked when he heard this group of people going to his own home. Does this mean he wants to recognize the door? What if I come to blackmail myself in the future? Refuse? He dare not. Okay, let's say it. You won't kill us if you get the bank card and password. Xiong exhaled deeply, and he was helpless, so he admitted. Rest assured, as long as you don't play tricks, we will keep the promise. The robot nodded and said, Then how do you go? Xiong asked again. Take your car, I'll take the co-pilot, and the three of you sit in the back. The robot said naturally. You are alone. You are not afraid of us attacking you. Xiong said puzzledly. He said so. Naturally, he could not do this. In his opinion today is not planted on the bodyguard in front of him, but in a force, if he dares to play tricks, he is definitely the one who will die. He thought that the other party would leave him or the bodyguard as a hostage, but depending on the situation, the other party didn't mean it at all. Do this group of people think he will be taken hostage? Well, it must be, but that's okay. In your own home, the other party shouldn't be too messy. Haha, because you dare not. The robot smiled and took out a thing in his left hand. Because they were so close, Xiong and the three bodyguards could clearly see the thing in the robot's hands. All four of them swallowed at the same time, their eyes filled with panic. What did they see? A pull ring. An oval thing below. Nima turned out to be Lei, your sister. Do you want to play such a big game? We are just plain-headed people with a little money. Don't scare me. This group of guys have real guns, and this thunder obviously can't be faked. Seeing the horror in the eyes of a few people, the robot smiled and said, Boss Bear, still have questions? Nothing. 2 words popped out of Xiong's mouth with difficulty, his teeth trembling. He was really scared. These lunatics, where did the thunder come from? Nima is too frantic. The 3 bodyguards also completely extinguished the savior's thoughts, so let's not fight the madman. Since there is no problem, let's go. The robot smiled, put away the gun, and directly got into the co-pilot of Xiong's car, holding the thunder in his hand, in a happy posture at any time. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.